For tuning in to the Afrodescendant Nation Election Day Plebiscite Reparations Marathon. That's right. Today we are tuning into a very special live stream. 12 hours of continuing programming of learning more about the Afro-descendant identity, education about self-determination, and yes, that's a very important topic of reparations. So today we have a good lineup. Oh my God, it's gonna be so good. I want y'all to sit back, relax, do me a favor, hit the like button, share the video with your friends and family. I know everybody might be out there running around trying to figure out if they're gonna vote, who they're gonna vote for, but this election day, you do have a choice. You have a choice to participate in the Afro-Descendant Nation Election Day Plebiscite Reparations vote. So, with that being said, I want you to make sure that you let us know where you're tuning in from in the chat. I want to say shouts out to everybody in the chat. I seen the chat was quite busy prior to us coming on. And so if I can be heard on YouTube and on Facebook, just put a 1 in the chat. Let us know that we're live here and everybody can hear and see us today. Got multiple things going on. I am Okoti Tamor, Okoti Singleton, Chief of Staff of the Afro-Descendant Nation, Chief of Staff to the President of the Afro-Descendant Nation, and I want to welcome you here with us this morning. On this journey, like I said, we're gonna learn all about the Afro-Descendant Nation. I'll learn all about reparations and self-determination. So welcome once again. Just a few housekeeping items before we get started. Make sure that you hit the notification bell so that you're notified the next time we go live, bringing you up-to-date information as to what's going on in the Afro-Descendant Nation. Also, pick up your cell phone and text text the word reparations to 1-877-506-2184. That is where you can go ahead and start casting your votes, making your voice heard in our plebiscite reparations vote on this election day. And so without further ado, I think that's all of the housekeeping notes that I have here. Make sure you visit the website as well, afrodescendant.org. That's where you can learn all about our founding monarchs. We can learn more about the Afro-descendant identity, as well as our journey throughout the UN and trying to make our voice be heard, and also establishing our identity as Afro-descendants. So I'm not going to hold you up listening to my voice. What I want to go ahead and do is go ahead and bring in our introduction, and then I will be right back with a proud member of the Afro-Descendant Nation. Once again, thank you for tuning in and enjoy the show.
Welcome to the Afro-Descendant Identity Self-Determination Reparations Marathon. Today we will learn about the importance of voting in the reparations movement, adoption of the Afro-Descendant identity, impact of the vote on international advocacy, types of reparations, self-determination as a pillar of empowerment, and most importantly, our call to action. Today is not just election day, it's a day to let your voice be heard. Please engage us in the comment section, subscribe to the National Reparations Convention channel, like and share. Welcome to the Afro-Descendant Identity Self-Determination Reparations Marathon. Today we will learn about the importance of voting in the reparations movement, adoption of the Afro-Descendant identity, impact of the vote on international advocacy, types of reparations, self determination as a pillar of empowerment, and most importantly, our call to action. Today is not just election day, it's a day to let your voice be heard. Please engage us in the comment section, subscribe to the National Reparations Convention channel, like and share this all important Election Day plebiscite reparation vote marathon. And thank you for visiting the Afrodescendant.org website. Follow us on Facebook at Afrodescendant Nation. From all of us here at Afrodescendant Nation, thank you for tuning in and enjoy the program.
All right, so now that you know what we have to look forward to, we're going to go ahead and introduce our first guest on the panel today. Joining me from the Afro-Descendant Nation, I want to go ahead and bring in my guest. First up, there you are. Greetings again, Brother Jabbar Wakil. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, great. So go ahead and tell our listening audience who you are and why you're here. Everybody know you're a proud member of the Afro-Descendant Nation, but fill us in, my brother, on your history, if you will.
Okay. That's probably a good place to start.
Yes.
I first became involved in the understanding of self-determination back in 1988 when I joined the Lost Found Nation of Islam. That terminology was not being used at the time, but we have always been striving for a land of our own, either on this continent or elsewhere. At that time, I began working hard for the purpose of helping us and helping the Honorable Silas Muhammad establish for us a nation, a government. And self-determination at its core represents self-governance. In the 90s, Mr. Muhammad began going to the United Nations seeking assistance from the UN and helping us to identify ourselves and restore our human rights. And as with the other members of the Nation of Islam, I gave what I could give to help get the job done. I had the honor and privilege in 2005 to travel with the Nation of Islam to Chincha, Peru, where the identity and nationality Afro-descendant was in the early stages of being born among the 19 other nations throughout the slavery diaspora that came together with the assistance of the Nation of Islam and the United Nations to self-identify. The identity or the term or the nationality Afro-descendant is the result of Black people from different nations throughout the slavery diaspora coming together and deciding upon a name. The name Afro-descendant is not one that was put forth by the Honorable Cyrus Muhammad. He had another name in mind, but acquiesced to the majority and decided to give definition to the name Afro-descendant, which turns out to be very key in that when we look about the international community today, this term people of African descent is being used, and we have been placed in that category. And when you say people of African descent, that covers so many people on the globe that have not experienced plantation slavery that it doesn't specifically apply to us. So the definition of the nationality Afro-descendant is very important. So I have been for the last 36 years on this trail helping to support the cause of the Afro-descendant nation and to put forward the call for or to invoke, as you will, our legal right to self-determination. And since you've asked me to speak on the subject of self-determination, I thought it appropriate to begin with understanding what the legal right to self-determination actually is. And since we are a unique people with a unique experience, let's look at our experience. Imagine for a moment that you are part of a close-knit community. Everyone you know, your friends, your family, neighbors have lived in this same area for generations. You share a unique culture, language, and history, and you're proud of it. But you start to notice that decisions about your community, your people, your land, your resources are being made by people who do not understand or respect your way of life. They're not even a part of your community. Your voice, your values, your very identity are invisible to the world and to the powers that be. And as the scores of years go by, it becomes clear that you have no say in what happens to you, your family, or your people. For Afro-descendants, Black people who descend from plantation slavery in the United States of America and other states throughout the slavery diaspora, this is not just a hypothetical. This is and has been our reality. This is where the concept, self-determination, comes into play. Reflect for a moment that we are part of a family of people that's been through the unimaginable. Centuries ago, our ancestors were taken from their or our homeland, our cities, towns, and villages. We were stripped of everything familiar, our language, our culture, our way of life, our loved ones, our familiar environments, and we were forced into a system that treated us as less than human beings. In some cases, less than their animals and livestock, and definitely less than their pets. These Afro-descendants have experienced pardon me, I got distracted in my own mind. What I want to say is that this is something that we all have experienced. While slavery has ended, the struggle did. Through Jim Crow, civil rights movement, and beyond, we have had to fight just to get a fair shot at life, a chance to be heard, a thought toward freedom indeed. Now here we are collectively. We're still facing inequities in nearly every aspect of life, from housing and education to health care, public safety, and justice. And the question hangs in the air. How do we move forward? How to ensure that our voices, our values, our communities, our people are truly respected and protected, and that our voices are heard on the world stage. This is where the concept of self-determination comes into play. It's a powerful right in international law that we, Afro-descendants around the world are beginning to embrace. And today, we're going to break down what it means and how it can impact us here in the United States of America and in other states throughout the slavery diaspora. What is self-determination? At its core, the right to self-determination is about one thing: the power of a people to decide their own destiny. This right is recognized and in international law, and it's not just a lofty idea. It's a practical principle meant to empower people that share a common nationality or identity, a common language, a common culture, a common religion or way of life, a shared history or shared experience. Self-determination gives people the authority to make decisions about their political status, pursue their economic goals, and protect their culture, unimpeded or uninfluenced or absent the demands of any external source or power. Now, you might wonder, how does this work in real life? Well, let's take a look back in history. We Afro-descendants then were identifying ourselves as Negroes, and then later on African American, and then later on Black. In our trying to decide our own destiny, we began to fight against the powers that controlled us. We began to fight in the civil rights battle. We fought for the freedom to decide in our communities what happens with us. We sought to fight for equal justice under the law. One of the shortcomings of that is we did it as a subjected people, subjugated to the power of the U.S. government, which is a people external to us. Now, I know many of us believe that we are Americans. We are African Americans. That's a belief. And it is imperative for the survival of the U.S. government to keep us believing that we are hyphenated Americans. But we are a different, unique people altogether. This is what self-determination recognizes and protects: the right of every people to be themselves, unencumbered, uninfluenced, uncontrolled by any outside force. The civil rights legislation and the successes that we achieved were seeking self-determination, but under the umbrella of the local government. We, as an independent people, or desiring to be an independent people, need to seek our own self-determination. Why does self-determination matter? Now, why is this important to us here today? Let's look at the numbers. Afro-descendants in the United States continue to experience higher rates of poverty. There's much conversation about the wealth gap. There was a time in this country, many years, over a century, when it was illegal for a Black person descended from plantation slavery to even leave to his progeny his wealth. You could not inherit your father's wealth in the United States of America if you were Black or an Afro-descendant. We experience higher rates of incarceration, as been pointed out by Michelle Alexander, in her book, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness is the New Jim Crow, where all of the rights that we were deprived of during legal segregation is now applied to Black people who have been convicted of a crime. We have lower access to quality education, which required the affirmative action program to allow Black people to get into college, and now they're seeking to take that access away. Higher rates of homelessness in Los Angeles. All you need to do is go downtown Los Angeles to the Skid Row areas and see the excessively large population of Black people. We suffer from persistent discrimination. And even after generations of struggle, we're still left out of the decision-making process that impact us most. And we can see that in this current political environment. Today in the United States of America, we have already had one Black president. And today we have another who is self-identifying as a Black person, that have both said the same thing when asked the question, are you going to do anything specifically for Black people? The answer was no, absolutely not. Now, for me, that's a curious idea, a curious thought, because in politics, the reason we get behind and support a candidate, if you look at every other segment of the people of this country, when they choose to get behind a politician, it is so that their particular desires, needs, aspirations are addressed. We have Black candidates who are telling us they're not going to do anything for us, and yet we throw our full support behind them. This is why we need self-determination. I think I've got time to give you an example of the application of self-determination. Think about the American colonies in the 18th century. Back then, these colonies were the subject of British rule. Like today, we are the subject of United States rule. Taxes were levied, policies were made, and decisions were enforced, all without the input of the people living in the colonies. Their frustration reached a point where the colonists demanded the right to determine their own future, to have a voice in the decisions that affected their lives. In fact, if you read the Declaration of Independence, one of the major complaints that they had was that the judges who decided issues between them did not have to answer to them. They answered to the crown across the Atlantic. Well, do the judges that decide issues for Afro-descendants in the United States of America have to answer to us? This was enough for the United States or the colonists in this environment to decide to declare their independence. What are you ready to declare? What are you ready? What are we, I should say, ready to decide? The dissatisfaction among the colonists at their decisions being made externally and them having no control was the beginning or the birth of the American Revolution. And it was at its heart their invoking their legal right to self-determination, to decide their own future without the input from any external force. This wasn't just a slogan, it became the principle that now shapes international law. In fact, after World War II, the concept of self-determination became a fundamental part of how countries interact between one another. The United Nations officially recognizes it as a right and has included it in the very first article of the United Nations Charter. Every people has the right to freely determine their political status, to pursue their economic, social, and cultural development, absent the influence or dictate of any other state. Who gets to claim this right? Who has the power to say, we deserve self-determination? Well, self-determination applies to peoples, and that's an important term here. A people isn't just any group. It is a community with a shared language, a shared culture, history, etc. We, descendants of plantation slavery in the United States of America and throughout the slavery diaspora, though we may speak different languages even, we descend from the culture that's unique. We descend from the experience that's unique. We have a definition in our nationality, Afrodescendant, that defines our experience. We are a people who have been cut off from our historical language, our mother tongue. We are a people who have been cut off from our culture in the societies we existed in prior to being forcibly brought to America and forcibly dispossessed of our homeland, Africa. We are a people who lost completely whatever it was that we worshiped. We weren't allowed to worship what we worshiped. We were forced into the language of the white plantation owner. We were forced into the culture of that white plantation. And we were forced into the religion of that plantation. And every decision about everything that happened with us was decided by that plantation owner. We became a subjected people. And today, while we are not living on a plantation, we have the freedom to choose where we work today. But we are still subject to the power, control, decisions, impositions on us that come from an external people who are not part of our community. I'm reminded of a story. Some of you may know of a rapper by the name of J. Cole. J. Cole told a story where he, after having achieved a level of success, he'd come off one of his tours and he felt like he'd made it. So he went back home to New York, went to one of the quality suburbs of New York and bought himself a house. He said that he always wanted a house with its studio in it, so he put him a studio in it. He said it wasn't flamboyant and state of the art. It was just a simple home studio. He said the most extravagant thing that he had in it was some really large speakers. He said that in this neighborhood where he lived, primarily white neighbors, that one day, while he was just at home, living at home, doing whatever it was that he felt like doing that day, a SWAT team, fully outfitted, helicopters overhead, stormed his house. He had his house with cameras around, so he showed some of the video of them storming his house, busting in, as if he were part of one of the cartels. And they busted all in his house looking for whatever it was they were looking for, found nothing. He smiled at the end of telling the story and said, all they had to do was knock on the door. I'd have let them in. It would saved us a whole lot of trouble. Then he said, and this is the reason I share the story. Then he said, I did what most black people do. I got me a little bit of money and I wanted to move to the white suburbs. And my neighbors in the white suburb, he said specifically the one that lived behind his house, he said when the guy's out there cutting his grass, you could smell the racism coming off of him. This man called on him, caused his house to get raided. He realized from that it was now time to sell and move back to the hood. He said the South Side. Move back to the community. That a better decision for him to have made would have been to take his wealth and go back into the community and improve the community. Improve the environment he came from for the folks who are in those environments today. Well, that would be an act of self-determination on our part, to decide that we're going to live among each other and make our communities a clean place to live, where our values are employed and where we decide and determine our future ourselves. So I was asked not to treat this as if I'm giving you a lecture. So I sought to tell you some stories that would help you understand self-determination. And then, Sister Akoti, are we going to open up the floor for questions or comments, or how would you like for me to proceed from here? Well,
yes, sir. There it is. You know, I got to get used to working these buttons again. Yeah, I do have a question. So, why is it important that individuals today text reparations to the number 1-877-506-2184? Why is it important that they participate in this plebiscite today?
It is extremely important. A plebiscite is a political act where the actual citizens, those who self-identify as Afrodescendants, have an opportunity to express their voice on a specific issue. We are speaking of the issue of the call for reparations. When you dial the number 877-506-2184 and type in, text the number 877-506-2184 and type in the word reparation, it'll take you to a ballot where you can express, one, whether or not you would like to receive reparation, two, in what form or matter, you would like to receive it. It gives you the opportunity to prioritize. I think that the first priority should be this level, the second priority this, up to 5 different choices. It is an opportunity for you to express to the Afro-descendant governing body what it is that you would like to see in the way that we have the opportunity to form reparations for ourselves. And in my opinion, the act of self-identifying as Afro-descendant is the very first form of reparations. If we look at the definition, the definition of human rights provided by the UN in the International Covenant on Political and Civil Rights, the ICCPR, Article 27, it points out that we have the legal right to speak our mother tongue, practice our native culture, and worship and practice our original religion. This is a human right. Well, that is a right that applies to a people, not an individual, because it is people who speak a common language. It is people who exercise a common culture, and it is people who live the same way of life. And in exercising the right to your human rights, we have in the history of our experience in the United States of America, when at the advent of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's mission, Black people spoke English, American culture, American or Christian religion. We had the human rights of America. And we sought, we were not allowed. Segregation was in full effect. Subjugation was in full effect. My father told me that when he was growing up in Arkansas, and he would walk along the wooden sidewalk, when a white child, woman, man, any white person came across their path, they had to step off of that wooden sidewalk into the mud if it was wet and rainy. Let the white people pass and get back up on the sidewalk. We could not exercise our legal right to self-determination. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad provided for us a new language. Yes, he spoke English words, but those words had a different meaning than they did in the English we spoke, thus a different language. He provided for us a different culture, eating one meal a day, dressing in suits and ties, having our social environment as it was, provided us a new culture, and obviously a new way of worshiping our deity.
So yeah, with that being said, Brother ooh, that was a lot. That was a lot. Brother Jabbar, you have a lot of wisdom. I do appreciate your comments on what we should be doing to achieve self-determination. And you have been a member of the Afro-Descendant Nation for quite some time. And so that's a great segue into our next segment. For the listening audience out there, we have a control room. This is where we are going to be tallying all of our memberships that we gained today. Remember, we want all of you to be an Afro-descendant and part of the Afro-Descendant Nation. So go to the website, afrodescendant.org, and choose to become a member. Apply. And so with that being said, we are going to go to our Election Day plebiscite reparations vote control room that's headed by our Department of Security and Intelligence. So let me see if we have our room commander in the house. Lieutenant Shabazz, can you hear me? Are you there? Can we join her? Can we get her to join in here? Let's see here. All right. I think we have her going. She's sharing her screen. And while we waiting on our sister to bring up that information from our control room, we will go to Senator Sadiq is in the building. I see. Greetings to you, sir. Senator Sadiq.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Greetings. Greetings. I was just checking in. I'm still currently at work, but I was just checking in just to show my support.
All right then. Thank you for the check-in. We're going to hear from you later, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Salute to you, sir. Greetings, and you be careful out there driving. Make it to your destination safely, and we'll check in with you later today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Sister Cody,
Yes.
Chief of Staff.
Yes. Go right ahead.
I wanted to show how identity is a phase of reparations. I know that I tied it to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but I want to bring it to the present day, and I can do that really quickly if you will allow me.
Go right ahead, sir. I'm gonna give you the floor right now. Let you have the mic.
Thank you.
While we wait on our sister to get everything set up, go right ahead.
Okay. In using the Nation of Islam as an example, it is the first example that I'm aware of where descendants of plantation slavery took on a new language, culture, and identity. The result of that was that it went from zero, no money, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad having one shirt that he had to clean out every night, to being worth $88 million at the end of 1975, or pardon me, at the beginning of 1975 at his passing. At which point, those who followed him then took on the identity of the Arab. They took on the Arab language, they took on the Arab culture, they took on the Arab identity, language, culture, and religion, and then began to focus their wealth development on the Arab lifestyle. And they started growing the wealth of the Arab society that had come to the United States of America. And so we know that it is natural for us to send our attention and our wealth and our resources toward whatever it is that we identify as. So by taking on the identity or the nationality Afrodescendant, that alone causes us to naturally, without prompting, want to grow and prosper what we identify as. So therefore, the first phase of our receiving reparations is simply to self-identify as Afro-descendant, because by doing so, we would naturally want to grow and prosper all things Afro-descendant. And our unity behind the nationality Afro-descendant is necessary for us to gain recognition in the international community as a people, because we have to say to them, we recognize ourselves as a people first. That's the extent to what I wanted to complete. I appreciate you allowing me to do so. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. It looks like our sister is having some problems. Sister Shabazz, go ahead and turn off your screen share stop screen share until you're able to pull up the document you're looking for. Thank you. All right. So So we got people in the room. Let's go ahead and acknowledge some people in the chat because we're gonna be here quite some time, Brother Jabbar. So I want to welcome everyone in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. I see we have Pop Trey, Two Trey Podcast. He said that you were speaking facts, brother. And then we also have our sister Mecca is in the building. I see her. I'm gonna try to say this right. Fatah Dua Shara. Not quite sure how to pronounce that. We got the Hebrew State of Being in the building in the chat. I do appreciate y'all for tuning in. What we want to do now is just go ahead and switch gears until my sister let me know the signals that she's ready in our control room. We're going to go ahead and let y'all listen to one of our monarchs, Queen Mashaki. She is going to bless you all with some powerful information. I just want to make sure we're sharing the right screen. Y'all know it's been a minute since I've been doing the YouTube thing for those who followed me previously. Stand by, let me get that pulled up and gear it up. So this is taken from Self-Determination Summit that was held in 2022. So we're going to go back and give some history, but I do want to pull up the video of Queen Mashaki when she spoke during this Self-Determination Summit, but because the words are so powerful and still yet so fitting for today. So let me go ahead and cue that up for us. And that Miss Queen Mashaki tell us about how we got here.
We'll have Queen Mashaki. Will you please share information about the work that you do, have done, and or would like to do to obtain self-determination for us?
Thank you, moderator. What I would like to remind our listening audience is that although we are a group of African Americans talking about what we need to do in the United States, when we got started at the international level, we included all people similarly situated. The United Nations taught us to include that, or they wouldn't even entertain us. So I want to give you this history of what has taken place in the UN so that you'll know why we are at the point we are in history now, and know that quite a bit of work has taken place by the UN, under the UN auspices, to get us to this point we are now. We first started off by presenting a 1503 projected document about human rights, and that petition was rejected. At the time, they told us it did not prove a constant pattern of human rights violations. To me, can you imagine that our 400 years of history is not a consistent pattern of human rights violation? Anyway, we did continue in our work, and by 1997, the Honorable Silas Muhammad gave his first intervention to the sub-commissioners. He let them know that this systematic, continuous, gross violation of our human rights should be protected by international law. He pointed out to the documents that they had in existence then. It was known as the International Covenant for the Civil and Political Rights. And he pointed out Article 27 to them to show, as Brooks Robinson said, they really need the radical brain transplant. So we started with the United Nations trying to transplant their brain system. That statement in that document says, and I quote, in those states which ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities exist, in persons belonging to such minorities shall not be denied the right in community with other members of their groups to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language, end of quote. Now, if you remember, then and now, the United Nations used to brag about the fact that they were trying to get established human rights for everyone, everywhere. What Silas Muhammad did was point out to them, to the subcommissioners he was speaking to, that our human rights had been systematically and deliberately destroyed by our slave masters. Therefore, we had no internationally recognized human rights. That was a shock to them because they hadn't thought of it that way. And to show you what an impact it made on them at the time, one of the sub-commissioners by the name of Mahedi got up out of his seat and walked a long distance down to where we were sitting. And he shook the hand of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to shook the hand of Silas Muhammad, excuse me. That shows you how much he stays on my mind. In order to let him know, yes, you have really pointed out something important to us. And at the time, there was a Professor I think he was from Norway, and he thought about it too. He said, you know, Mr. Muhammad, you're absolutely right. We have left you out of protected human rights. But now we have to work on seeing where you fit in. That's the terminology he used. And they decided to proceed with establishing a working group for minorities. And they were going to include as one of their ongoing topics of discussion the discrimination that we have received as plantation slavery descendants. So what they did was listen to Silas Muhammad's cry, and he was asking them to set up forums. We need, as those people, to be able to sit down and discuss things with each other. And we cannot do that because we are inhibited by the language of our slave masters. You know, here in the States, we speak English. We're comfortable with English. That's the only way we can dialogue. In South America, they're comfortable in Spanish. They want to dialogue and talk in Spanish. In Portugal, and not Portugal, but Brazil, Portuguese is their language. And something that we sometimes forget in the States is that there are about 70 million ex-slaves in Portugal. And they don't, in Brazil, excuse me, and they don't have the opportunity to get as far as we have in the States with the concept of human rights. They have some serious problems down there that we're working on. To give you an example, when we were the National Bar Association, a Black group of attorneys, when we traveled to Brazil, we went through Bahia first, then we went on to Rio de Janeiro, and we actually got kidnapped in Rio de Janeiro. We thought we were going to a party, and instead of a party, they had on a human rights demonstration, and they actually kidnapped us. They got us in there, and then they had our president at the time give a speech on what we as African Americans had accomplished in the States in terms of civil rights, and it was given to the Brazilian in the Portuguese language so they could understand it. But this is the kind of thing that the Honorable Silas Muhammad was trying to get the United Nations to give us and give us some protection while we're doing it. And they decided they were going to do that. So one of the first things we did was have a forum in the Palace Wilson in Geneva, Switzerland. That came up about May 19th of 2001. And then the next forum that they gave us, and this was with interpreters, we got what we asked for. We got interpreters for Portuguese, Spanish, and English. And then we had our meeting in Montreal, Canada, about 2001. We had another world conference against racism that took place in Durban, South Africa. Got it right that time? And that was about September of 2001. And the fourth one we had was in La Ceiba, Honduras. That's where the Garifuna or Garifuna, as you want to call them, people met. And we got a chance to meet with them and find out what their problems were. Very serious problems. A little history on them. They were shipwrecked. They were slaves coming to the South Americas, and they were shipwrecked. They survived, and the Honduras government gave them certain rights and certain property areas right on the coastline. And they were able to stay there for quite a while. They established their culture from Africa, and they were quite content as a people there in Honduras. And all of a sudden, here, not too long ago, they were trying to be forced off of those lands because there were large corporations that wanted that ocean land, beach land, precious land. And if they didn't agree with them, they were killing them. So these are the kinds of things that we face as descendants of slaves. It was in the meeting that we had in La Ceiba. And again, I want you to remember, these were United Nations seminars that were put together. They selected people from 19 other different countries to represent their countries so that it would be a cross example of what former slaves are experiencing. And at this time, there was a long discussion. We were there about a week, and the term Afrodescendants came up over and over again. And our brothers and sisters in the slavery diaspora who lived in the South American continent discussed and were very adamant about all of us being known as Afro-descendants. So this term is something that we voted on at that conference, and it was accepted by all of us that instead of being African Americans, which you all in the States like to use that as a term, that's all right, I guess, for you to think of yourself as Afro-Americans, but the United Nations now looks upon you as Afro-descendants. Okay, I'm running out of time. We had one more meeting under the auspices of the United Nations and with their protection, and that was in Chincha, Peru. And then after that time, all of a sudden, the Department of Human Rights was disintegrated. Think about that. We were making progress, and it was just disintegrated. So with this, I'm going to yield back to our monitor.
All right, so we back with that, y'all. How did y'all like that video of our Queen Miss Shockey giving us a brief history of what happened? Um, okay, looks like our sister Lieutenant Shabazz is trying to get to us from the control room again. She's grabbing control of the mic. Sister, can you hear me? Did you fix your mic? Looks like she's working on it. If you unmute yourself, let me see if I can unmute you. Hey, there we go. Can you hear me, sister? Uh-oh. You got a mic, you got a hot mic. Okay, so while we waiting on our sister to come back in, let's go ahead and acknowledge everybody we got in the chat. Let's do that. All right. All right. Yeah, while our sister works on that, we'll just acknowledge the folks in the chat who we have in the building today with us. Again, you guys are quite active. Curtis Murphy, salute to you and welcome to the programming, my brother. Welcome to the Afro-Descendant Nation Election Day Plebiscite Reparations Vote Marathon. Thank you for tuning in. We have Doug E. Peace and blessings to you, my brother, in the house. We have Darrell Hurd Sr., Bro Darrell L. Har, co-chair of the Chicago in Cobra chapter. Greetings to you, my brother. Who else do we have? The Angel Network is in the building. Greetings. Amina Mohammed. Thank you for tuning in, my sister. All right now. Curtis Murphy says, we are the only group of people in the U.S. that have no certificate of citizenship and never offered the decision to accept or reject the U.S. certificate of citizenship. You are absolutely right, my brother. That is what we call having the right of self-determination. That is exactly why we're here, to learn more about how we can grab the bull by the horn, so to speak, and become self-determined, not by asking anyone, but just like my dear brother Ramzu liked to say, is just stand up and assert your right to self-determination. And we're going to hear from Brother Ramzu later on today in the programming, so you might want to stay with us for that. We have lots of very, very explosive panel discussions as well as interviews planned for you all. Let me go ahead. I did say I was going to throw my script out the window, but I do want to go ahead and give y'all a brief summary of what we have to look forward to. Some of our real big premieres will be what we call the slander of the black man in high places in the diaspora, and we're going to try our best to bring that to you, that special programming to you right at 8 o'clock tonight. Then prior to that, at 12 o'clock, we have a special interview from our ambassador to Brazil, Ambassador Sheila Silva. She had a very interesting conversation with a brother in Brazil, and they discussed colorism and the identity crisis in the diaspora. So just as we were talking about how we struggle with our identity. We've been called everything from Negro to African American to black to colored. And y'all know that very infamous N-word, of course. But now here it is, we have an opportunity to be self-determined and choose our own identity. And so throughout the course of the rest of the day, you're going to hear various people speak to that. And also you're going to also see various videos that kind of speaks to that. And so speaking of videos, if you guys will allow me just a moment to go into my system and pull up a video that I want you guys to take a listen to. I've been rocking out to it all weekend since I got it, since I heard it. I was like, oh, I have to share that with the people because they have to know that we actually have not just a nation, but we also have, like, what I would like to say, a theme song. So give me a moment, and I'm going to pull up our theme song for today. How y'all feeling out there? Let us know in the chat where you're coming, where you're viewing from. What's your state? What's your city? Let's give a shout out to Shahid, to our brother Afrodescendant Ali. Afrodescendant Ali has done an excellent job with the National Reparations Convention channel here on YouTube. And so let's, somebody write Afrodescendant Ali. Somebody write Afrodescendant Ali in the chat, if you would. Let's go here. All right, I see Philadelphia in the house. Who else we got in the house? The Phillies in the house. All right. Y'all give me one moment. Let me find that song. Goodness gracious, I played it so long that I done lost it. Well, let's do this let's do this video instead. Let's do this one instead. I think this is appropriate right about now. How many people in the chat have already gone to the Afrodescendant.org and apply for membership? Let me know if you've done that. How many people in the chat have already, let's see here what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. Go back to me. How many people in the chat have already texted the word reparations to 1-877-506-2184? Can we get that going? Can we get that going? You are now tuned in to the Election Day Plebiscite Reparations Vote Marathon. I am Akoti Tamar, Chief of Staff to the President of the Afro-Descendant Nation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Dr. Glennie King, also known as Dr. Akila Mukaram, President of the Afro-Descendant Nation. Over the past 469 years, Afro-descendants' identity in the United States has changed from nigger, Negro, colored, Afro-American, Black, and African-American. We, the Afro-Descendant Nation, urge the distinguished officers of the PFPAD to accept and recommend to the United Nations that they accept and mandate that the member states notify every citizen in their countries that we are Afro-descendants with the following specific definition. The term Afro-descendants refers to descendants of peoples who were forcibly dispossessed of their homeland, Africa, were transported to the Americas and slavery diaspora for the purpose of enslavement, were subjected to slavery, were subjected to forced mixed breeding and rape, have experienced through force the loss of mother tongue, culture, and religion, and or have experienced racial discrimination due to lost ties or partially lost ties from their original identity. Afro-descendant with this specific definition is our great unifier. It transcends race and provides an elevation to lineage and heritage. We are a diverse people with different ideologies, religions, and beliefs. We have become a new people from our experiences that linger from our foreparents suffering through slavery. We also urge this forum to recommend to the United Nations that the Afro-descendant nation receive the 194th seat in the United Nations as part of their equity initiative, so that our voices can be heard and we will not be overlooked. No one else is speaking on Afro-descendants' behalf. Consider taking a look at the Jewish materials claims against Germany as a framework or guide that we can use and modify as Afro-descendants to secure reparations and reparatory justice from our oppressors, and dedicate a specific forum or bold agenda item for Afro-descendants at the second International Decade of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. Thank you very much.
All right. What do y'all think about that? That's right. We have a nation, an Afro-descendant nation for you, Afro-descendants. So who's eligible? Who's eligible to vote? You always hear about election fraud and voter eligibility. Well, my brothers and sisters, you don't have to worry about figuring out your eligibility with the Afro-descendant nation, because it's quite clear cut, just in your face. You can't miss this. And what this is just, if you are a descendant of someone who were enslaved, held in chattel slavery, then chances are you're an Afro-descendant. And we welcome you into the Afro-descendant nation. I'm just going to go through a list of names that I've heard us label ourselves over the last couple of years, going back to about 2020. Can we all say that that was like the Great Awakening, right? I was in, a lot of people had a lot of time to sit in the house and really figure things out, because we were all shut down. Y'all remember that? Yeah. Okay, so during that time, we came up with a lot of names to call ourselves outside of those traditional names such as freedmen, Negro, colored, Afro-American, Black, African-American. We got real creative in the last couple of years. And it was apparent that we were searching for an identity that we could label ourselves, right? But little did you know that there was always, or was not always, but was at that time in 2020, the Afro-descendant nation. And so here we are. We have some of us that may be in the chat right now, and if you are, put a number 1 in the chat if you self-identify as Aboriginal. Put a 1 in the chat if you self-identify as Aboriginal. Then, of course, I've already named freedmen. Put a 2 in the chat if you identify as freedmen. 2 in the chat for freedmen. All right. Now, then we have some that identify as American descendant of slaves, also known as ADOS, ADOS. So 3 in the chat if you identify yourself as American descendant of slaves. I don't see any numbers in the chat, so y'all gonna have to help me out. Put a 1 in the chat if I could be heard. Let's do this. Put a 44 in the chat if I could be heard, please. Somebody help me out. 40 foes in the chat. All right, let's just move on. Hopefully. All right. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Mecca. All right. So far we don't have any aboriginals. We don't have any freedmen. Do we have American descendant of slaves in the house, in the chat? How about foundational Black Americans? FBA. No FBA in the chat? Put a 4 in the chat if you're foundational Black American. I'm going somewhere with this. Just indulge me for a minute. Right? So far we're on 4. We have 4 different types of how we identify, even though we're all descendants of our ancestors being held here in this America enslaved. Then we have Christian descendants of the enslaved in America. We call that number 5. Catholic descendants of the enslaved in America. That would be number 6. Muslim descendants of the enslaved in America. That would be 7. Hebrew Israelite descendant of the enslaved in America. That would be 8. Kemetic descendants of the enslaved in America. That would be 9. And spiritual descendants of the enslaved in America. You know, our brothers and sisters that will tell you quick, I don't go to church, I don't do all that, I'm just spiritual. You too can be a member of the Afro-Descendant Nation. All you have to do is what? Apply. Go to visit afrodescendant.org. That's the website. Click on the tab that leads you to apply for membership, and you're good to go. Now, let's see if my sister is ready to come in from Mission Control. Okay. Lieutenant Shabazz, are you there? Are you there, my sister? Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. So while we waiting on our sister to get it together, I probably need to, let me go ahead and engage you all with another video, and while I help my sister backstage trying to figure out why we can't get her mic working. So let me go to my controls. Y'all give me 1 second while I load up a video for you all to enjoy some more from.
So we're just going to do a brief introduction to Afrodescendant Nation. Afrodescendant Nation is the latest installation or institution that has come out of work that has started over 30 years ago. And the man that you're seeing here depicted at the United Nations, the work started by this man, the Honorable Silas Muhammad, and his wife, Attorney Harriet Abu Bakr, and Madam Ida Hakim. So we pictured him here because a lot of this work started more than 30 years ago, and a lot of this work has come about as a result of his efforts. So we'll just start with the mission statement and a summary of the work, and also the work at the United Nations, and just go over, do an overview of the past events that we have done, as we've been very busy with the Afro-Descendant Nation here, as most of you know who are subscribed to the channel. So for the mission statement of the Afro-Descendant Nation, our mission is to unify Afro-descendants around the issues of self-determination, human rights, and reparations for the development of a nation with peace and liberty through fair, equitable, and just laws. The working definition of Afro-descendant as recognized by the United Nations. The term Afrodescendants refers to descendants of peoples who were forcibly dispossessed of their homeland, Africa, were transported to the Americas and slavery diaspora for the purpose of enslavement, were subjected to slavery, were subjected to forced mixed breeding and rape, have experienced through force the loss of mother tongue, culture, and religion, and or have experienced racial discrimination due to lost ties and partially lost ties from their original identity. All of this describes the experiences of those who would be classified under the identity in the United Nations and internationally as an Afro-descendant. If you fall under these, you are classified internationally as an Afro-descendant. As prior to the work of the Honorable Silas Muhammad, attorney Harriet Abu Bakr, and Madam Ida Hakim, and 19 other countries, pretty much as far as so-called African Americans in America, and this would be applicable to those in Canada as well, especially those who migrated to Canada, escaping slavery in the United States, and those who are also from the Caribbean, Central and South America, which also constitutes the slavery diaspora. You are an Afro-descendant, and I'd also like to point to the scrolling screen at the top of the screen here. Please visit our website, afrodescendant.org, and self-identify. Identify as an Afro-descendant today. So, Afro-descendant nation, the major themes are identity, self-determination, and reparations. Identity and self-determination are essential components for achieving full and complete reparations. Identity. The crucial role of Afro-descendant as global identity for African Americans in slavery diaspora. The term Afro-descendant represents more than just a label. It is a powerful acknowledgement of the shared history, struggles, and resilience of descendants of enslaved Africans across America. By recognizing the collective trauma of forced displacement, cultural erasure, and the loss of fundamental human rights, this identity can serve as a foundation for unified action. Adopting the Afro-descendant identity will empower efforts toward reparatory justice and self-determination and foster a sense of global solidarity among all descendants of enslaved African people in the Americas. So those of us who are descendants of those within the slavery diaspora, never before had we had an opportunity to kind of collectively collaborate and pursue something together as a result of the trauma that our ancestors face and the lingering effects of those things that are still prevalent among us today. Here is the opportunity to embrace this identity, and we can continue these collaborations and discussion around identity and pursue reparations and self-determination. Self-determination, a path to freedom, justice, and equality for Afro-descendants. Reparations must have self-determination to achieve complete freedom, justice, and equality. Afro-descendant communities must have the autonomy to shape their future. To be meaningful, we must identify the connections between reparations and the right to self-determination. Reparations and self-determination go hand in hand. Self-determination comprises self-governance, economic independence, and cultural sovereignty. By separating from systems perpetuating oppression, Afro-descendants can gain control over their destiny and build a future rooted in dignity, equity, and self-reliance. So in the case that we hear many times, particularly for those within the United States, is self-determination. Never have those within the United States, perhaps those in Canada as well, they never had an opportunity to decide for themselves their nationality upon liberation from slavery. Upon being freed from slavery, especially within America, we just kind of inherited this citizenship without being able to choose for ourselves what our destiny was. Self-determination falls within that. For the first time after 400 years, we would like to decide what that looks like for us going forward. Separation. Why is separation necessary to achieve freedom, justice, and equality for Afro-descendants? Historical oppression. For 400 years, Afro-descendants have faced systemic oppression, exploitation, and discrimination. Separation allows them to break free from the institutions and systems perpetuating this injustice. Autonomy and control. Separation provides the opportunity to create and control independent systems, political, economic, educational, and social design to serve Afro-descendants' needs and interests without interference from those who historically oppressed them. Cultural preservation. It allows for the preservation and flourishing of Afro-descendants' unique cultural identities, traditions, and values which have often been suppressed and marginalized under oppressive systems. Safety and empowerment. Separation can create a safer environment, whereas Afro-descendants can thrive without the constant threat of racial violence, discrimination, and systemic inequality. True equality, achieving genuine equality, requires dismantling power imbalances. Separation enables the creation of spaces where Afro-descendants can build their foundations for success, free from the dominance of those who have historically held power over them. I'm going to introduce a term that is very familiar in the international arena, or several terms such as ethnocide and ethnogenesis. United Nations acceptance of ethnogenesis. Ethnocide, the deliberate and systemic destruction of the culture of an ethnic group. Ethnocide is being carried out against the indigenous. As an example, ethnocide is being carried out against the indigenous people by the destruction of our way of life. End quote. Ethnocide being the loss, as we stated in the working definition of Afro-descendant, the loss of religion, culture, and mother tongue. In the case of the African American people, or nations in North, Central, and South America, and the diaspora, the deliberate and systemic destruction of our original identity by forcible dispossession of our homeland, Africa, being kidnapped to the Americas, and slavery diaspora for enslavement, forcibly subjected to slavery, and forced mixed breeding and rape. Have experienced through force the loss of mother tongue, the essential component that makes the essence of a people, their history, culture, and religion. So this is what we classify as ethnocide. The erasure, the forced, we have to stress forced, the forced erasure of culture. Excuse me, it's raining really heavy in the background where I am, so hopefully you can still hear me sound. So we have experienced ethnocide, uh, whether it be North America, Central America, South America. We Many of those cultures have been preserved in secret, in the shadows. Many cultures have been brought over from Africa again against the will of those that have enslaved us. However, we were stripped of those and given an entirely new identity at the hands of our enslavers. And this is the crime that we have faced as a result of our experiences of 400 years in bondage in the Western Hemisphere. Ethnogenesis. Afrodescendants are experiencing ethnogenesis. Excuse me. The reestablishment of the mind or the resurrection of the people who have lost the identity of self due to 400 years of slavery. This is according to the Human Rights Council. So, as a result of us embracing this identity, Afro-descendant, collectively, we are pretty much a new people, the beginning of a new people on the planet Earth that have never existed as a result of this shared experience. And that's whether your native language taken away from you, English was given to you, French was forced upon you, Portuguese was forced upon you, Spanish was forced upon you. This is our collective experience all the way around. Excuse me. As we continue with the concept of ethnogenesis in the Americas region and throughout the diaspora, we who are the descendants of slaves are filled with dissatisfaction. This is a quote from one of the sessions to the Commission on Human Rights by the Honorable Silas Muhammad, given in April of 2002. In the Americas region and throughout the diaspora, we, who are the descendants of slaves, are filled with dissatisfaction. And many of us do not know its source. The African American people in the United States are perhaps the first to recognize the source of our pain and the gravity of our situation. We know that we have been forcibly cut off, severed from our original identity, our mother tongue, religion, and culture. Those very things that give life to peoples. We have been dead for 400 years. Today, we are experiencing, in reality, the process of ethnogenesis, a word that describes the coming to life again of a people who have been scattered, forcibly cut off, severed, and now seemingly assimilated within the country of our domicile. Again, that is from a written statement to the 58th session of the Commission on Human Rights under the Provisional Agenda Item 4, Specific Groups and Individual, B, Minorities, March, April 2002, Mr. Silas Muhammad. So I just want to take a pause there. If there are any questions, please leave some questions in the chat, and we will try to respond to the chat as soon as possible.
screen again. Thank y'all for giving me that little break. Oh, that was a lot. A lot of education. I told y'all we was gonna have a lot of education, but all work and no play is very dull. So let's go ahead and get some entertainment in our lives. I do have a video. I'll pray I'll be able to grab it. Let's see here. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and just add a new scene. Let's see here. Let's see what it allows me to do here. Tell you what, let's do this. Take out your phones if you haven't already and text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. And to liven things up, the first person to go ahead and tell me how many questions are on that particular plebiscite vote, I might have something special for you. I just might. So go ahead. If you haven't already, text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. Let me know how many questions is on that survey. I'm curious. And for those who already taken the survey, don't tell them. Don't tell them. Don't give it away. Let those who have not go over there and see what it's all about. But if you have already taken the plebiscite survey, put in the chat, what was your favorite question? Don't tell me the answer you gave, but which question was your favorite question, or the question that you found most interesting, or the question where you had to give it some serious thought. Because I know when I took the survey, I was like, that's an interesting question. And I had to think about it. But I did answer. So that part. So I want you to do the same. Again, text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. Let's see here. I think I have my brother Israel in the house joining me right now. My brother.
How are you, sister? Sorry, they're just trying to set up. How are you today?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you for popping in so unexpectedly.
Thank you for welcoming me, man. Really enjoying the program today.
All right, cool. Thank you so much. So let's get your perspective. If you all don't know, this is Brother Israel Lee from the Cornell West Melina Abdullah campaign. And when I told him we were doing this particular marathon today, he said, I want to jump in and chime in. So, brother, tell us your take on self-determination and the state of reparations for us Afro-descendants in this nation.
I think it's an atrocity that we're even having this conversation. I think, considering the contributions that we have made to this nation, we literally built it with free labor. And you can talk to me about the South all day, but I know textile plants in the North was processing the cotton from the South, and which is what put America in the position to have a military budget that is greater than the next 80 economies combined. This, within itself, speaks to the call for the justice of giving what is due, paying a debt that is owed. I don't approach this from this mindset of please do for us, please give. This is a bill. It is a bill that is long past due. And I'm not even limiting that to chattel slavery, as many others before me have said. We're talking about Jim and Jane Crow. We're talking about the prison industrial complex. We're talking about the crack and AIDS epidemics of the 80s. We're talking about the war on drugs. We're talking about the 94 crime bill. We're talking about redlining. We're talking about the nepotism that is allowed for folks who have been able to establish themselves on work that we produced, on labor that we provided, and to enrich themselves. And oftentimes I feel like they have a better deal today where the 13th Amendment allows slavery for imprisonment. We know that we're 14% of this country, but more than 40% of our prison population. We know that many of the fries that people eat at major corporations are planted and harvested by prisoners as free labor, with slavery continuing as we have this conversation here today in America, disproportionately affecting, I don't want to use the wrong verbiage here, but the descendants of the slaves that worked the fields, that laid the foundation for this nation to be in the position that it is. So it is absolutely an affront that we should have to ask this, if there should be more studies, that there's something that we need to investigate, there's something that we need to calculate. No, I mean, I'm from Liberty City, Miami, so around my way, we would say, run me my check.
That's right. That's right.
Give me what's mine.
Yes.
Pay what you owe. You owe this bill and you're going to pay what you owe. And that's the mindset from which, in my opinion, it should be approached. This polite, may I please have what is mine, the Oliver Twist, may I have another bowl, please, has not worked, won't work, never will work. We know that power relinquishes nothing without a demand. And it's time that we started demanding that which is ours, because, neo-slavery may look prettier, but it has the same effects. They just moved the slave housing to down the street and call it project housing.
Yeah, exactly.
You work the same jobs, you put in the same labor, you make the same people rich. You just don't live on the grounds. You live somewhere down the street, out the way, not seen, but still for the same pennies, because they refuse to give poor and working class people, irrespective of their race across this country, a living wage. The dignity of being able to handle their bills and take care of the things and raise their families, provide their children with the best schools. We're still paying for public schools based on tax dollars, which within itself is systemic racism, because we know that means that lower income neighborhoods will have underfunded schools that get penalized for not scoring the same on standardized tests. And thus our children don't have access to the same type of education to either compete on the same level with your ACT and SAT and other standardized tests. Because, I can remember, my books in the 2000s still having the Soviet Union, and, the Soviet Union had long since fallen. But if I was using that as the information by which I was going to go into the world, I was going to have conversation, I was going to go into an interview, I was going to apply to a school or an internship, I have a built-in disadvantage that I'm not even aware of. I'm ignorant of it because I was told to read my books, and that's what I did. So when you're talking about that level of depravity, that level of inhumane disregard for suffering, and the ingrates, the ingratitude, to not say thank you for the work that has been put in. Thank you for the patience that have allowed you guys to, put this bill on layaway for as long as you have. But the beautiful part about that is that the interest is collecting and ticking, and I want every single dime of it. And as Dr. West said, that's just the beginning of an answer to your question, but I don't want to belabor the point here. But at the end of the day, what is important for self-determination is the ability to make choices, not just being empowered or authorized to make the choice, but having the money to decide between Universal and Disney World, having the money to decide between free school lunch and sending your child with a bag lunch, or whatever it is that you want to do, or what school they go to, or what books they have, or what activities that you can pay for. Part of that self-determination is that bill of reparations being met, so that, with the de jure freedom that we may see on paper, that we can have some de facto freedom, and really be able to live our lives in a way that is determined by us, with the same choices and the opportunities that are afforded to everyone else, that we can end our American nightmare and live the American dream that was promised.
You said something that was very very
I
powerful.
can't hear you, sister.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, you said something that was very powerful. You mentioned education. Um, I'm a victim of what you described. I grew up in New Orleans, Louisiana, predominantly black, um, African American neighborhoods. Went to school where it's 100% African American students. My mom got a job. We moved to Miami, and I experienced a total culture shock. Number one, I realized that the education I had been receiving, even though I was achieving like honor roll student every year, when I went to Miami, I felt quite dumb. Like not dumb is the wrong
Mm-hmm.
word. I felt quite ignorant. I had to basically take remedial classes in order to be up to par with the people and at with my age, my right grade, right? In order to keep from having to repeat a grade, I had to take summer school.
Mm-hmm.
So went to Miami, achieved, didn't make the best grades, C and B student, left Miami, went back to New Orleans, top of the line. Everything I've learned, I had learned in Miami, they were just now learning it. I mean, and so it was quite different. So when you say how the resources that go into our neighborhoods is based on tax dollars, that's primarily property taxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you take a look around you, and these people who are graduating from these high schools, they tend to be going to these colleges, like I used to say, glorified high schools, right? And they get these degrees, and they come back to the same neighborhoods and teach those children. What do we have? A cycle of ignorance until some of us break out of that cycle, go outside like I had the opportunity to do, and know say and come back and say, hey, we're a little bit behind. And I think that that's done on purpose. I remember during the years of Reagan, my mama told me about it. Of course, I was too young to really understand it, but during Reaganomics, that's when they did the Robin Hood thing, where they made
Mm-hmm.
funding of schools tied to property taxes. And then where we had the white flight,
Mm-hmm.
they all ran to the suburbs, and they left what we call absentee owned homeowners there, and then they became slumlords. Property value goes down, so now we can't pay teachers, we can't keep teachers, and we have what? A systemic system, a cycle of ignorance. And I think that's done on purpose. What do you think, my brother?
Oh man, this their game is running. Their game has been running. Their game was planned, and to their credit, it's running well. You know, we I like to say from the block to the boardroom, right? Being able to have that communication, and on the block you give credit where it's due, and if so, and you don't hate the player, you hate the game, and their game is running. I think what the difference is that there's a new awakening in the ability. We are not where we were at the time that King gave his mountaintop speech. There has been tremendous progress, in my opinion, since then, but not the pure realization of the dream that it is that he saw. And I believe that education is rooted in there because it also is a part of language. It's not just a matter of what's in the books, because we know that much of the stuff that we learn, no matter who we are, what color we are in school, we don't necessarily use, is not applicable in our lives moving forward. I haven't used Pythagorean theorem once in my day-to-day life since I left high school, but I was born in Miami. My grandmother is 93, and she was born in Miami, so my family has been there since the beginnings of Miami, it being such a young city, and even in those school systems in the black neighborhoods in Liberty City and at Miami Northwestern Senior High School, are even with your experience of coming from where you were to Miami, even there for me with those books, I still was off par. My mother's job so happened to I was transferred twice, once in ninth grade and once in 12th grade, because I went back to Miami after my ninth grade, about 6 months. But During that time, I went from, to your point, being at about 100%, 98% black schools. We had maybe had a white kid or two here, and it's Miami, so we had a few of my Latino brothers and sisters who were in school with us as well. But primarily black, historically black. One of the two historical black schools in Miami, formerly Dorsey, but Miami Northwestern. But when I was transferred toward the Orlando area, I went to Lyman High, which was, I was lucky if there was another black kid in two of my classes of six I might have per day. I was completely immersed in a new world and saw the new world, saw how the other side lived, if you will. But here's what I think perpetuates that cycle that we talked about, is that those kids go off to college and some of them do make it. Some of them break out, be it college, entertainment, the NFL, but like you said, it's based on property taxes. And what do? They drain those neighborhoods. They don't go back to those streets where they played basketball to get the skills that they take and transform those streets, because we're just in the same way white flight happened, black flight happens every day too. Black flight happens a lot. Mama, daddy, whoever get a promotion, get a better job. And it's admirable. I'm not taking away from somebody wanting to put their child in a better place, in a better neighborhood. But we have to think about the long term. What does that do for us as a society, as a people, if we're continually taking our best and our brightest and our most capable, the ones who the other side decides to pay the top dollar that they can to keep them there. In the same way during the civil rights movement, we were all of a sudden in war overseas, where most of our fighting age black men were gone, so they could release hoses and dogs. So we worked there to protect ourselves. It's the same game that's running now. But I know you got to line up. I think I'm already over, but I thank you so much for inviting me to share with you.
It's my pleasure, and we have more work to do.
Yes. This is a commencement, not a conclusion. Okay? We just graduate until tomorrow.
Hey, how does Dr. Cornel West say? It's a moment and a movement.
And a movement.
There it is.
Stand on him and that sign back there. If y'all voting somewhere, we on the ballot. Y'all stay strong now.
All right, then, my brother. Peace
Thank
and
you,
blessings
sister.
to you. Shalom. Well, that was a blessing, y'all. It wasn't on the agenda, and good thing I threw the script away, right? Literally. And so that was a good visit with our brother Israel from the Cornel West campaign. And so moving on, we're getting right at 1 minute. I have to definitely figure out how to load up this next video. Otherwise, I'm going to be fired, because it's going to be 12 o'clock. And our sister is going to be joining us at the end of this at 1:30. So what we have coming up next is our next scene, and that's going to be colorism and identity crisis in the diaspora. Okay, we're moving right along. We're not doing so bad, you guys. How we doing in the chat? How we doing in the chat? Brother Shahid, are you still with me?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I can hear you. I was trying to wait for my sister, Lieutenant Shakira, but obviously she's still having problems with her microphone. So, can you talk to me while I pull up this video? What's going on in the chat? How the people are feeling?
Salute to our moderators for holding it down in the chat. As usual, comrade Sister Shirley Baker constantly holding it down. And I'm gonna mod up Sister Ophelia Francis. You'll be one of the moderators on this channel. Truly appreciate it. Thank you so much to the Human Rights Policy Officer family. Sister Malika, I see you out there. Every Thursday, is it Thursday? I know I'm here in Africa, so I know it's Thursday night there. So just there is a Human Rights Policy Officer conference call that happens. Very informative with our brother, Soldier Ramzu Yunus. Sister Shirley, I see you put the link out there. Every Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Check them out. Very informative information as it relates to self-determination. I've attended quite a few of those calls. A lot of information on those calls as well. I see Brother Jabbar, who was on the panel earlier. Great job. Thank you for providing a response, and salute to Brother Curtis Murphy, who has been active. If you're still there, salute to Daryl Hurd and all of the moderators. Thank you for joining us. Please stay with us throughout the day. Part of the reason that we're having this program is that, on this day is that we don't know what's going to happen after this election, right? So we're throwing out something like self-determination, and it just seems that, and we just had Brother Israel on. This is the first time in my life that I've seen so many of our people, Afro-descendants in America, willfully looking for a third-party candidate and saying, I'm voting for Cornel West or what have you. And what that just says is that we are now fed up with the two-party system. Regardless to the outcome, we are fed up and a change has to be made. And that starts with self-determination. It's there. It's us. It's up to us to exercise that self-determination. So this is the beginning of that here for us, at least in America. And you've seen on the channel, for those of you who are not subscribed, we're expanding into Canada. We'll have a video coming up with our family in Brazil. We are spreading out throughout the diaspora, 250 million strong Afro-descendants. And shout out to Brother Daniel as well. Thank you for coming in and holding it down as usual. We see you on all the live streams. Truly appreciate the support. But we are 250 million strong as a people, as Afro-descendants. We are together through our shared experience, and 250 million is not a small number. That actually, as far as peoples are concerned, that would make Afro-descendants top 5 in the world as far as groups of people, excuse me. So with that said, we have to come together and exercise our right to declare ourselves as self-determined people. And there's a lot of information that we have to share with our people in order to understand what self-determination is. So salute to the human rights policy officers who are providing this information on what self-determination really is. And I've learned a lot myself, and we have a lot of work to do. This is not something that someone is going to give to us. It's something that we have to earn, and we have to put one foot behind the other and chip away at it. So with all that said, I just wanted to thank everyone in the chat. We will be putting up polls. Make sure you check out the website. Thank you for the super chats. And we look forward to getting the additional support throughout the day so we can continue this work here, which is not just an internet base. We have a lot of initiatives offline that we need support for as well. So truly appreciate your contribution, even if it's for a cup of coffee. And, check out some of the other things on this channel. A lot of information on this channel. We have plebiscite teaching. We have self-identity teachings. We have short form videos. We try to keep up with the community tab as well. We've done reparations boycott. initiative that's still out there. Salute to National Reparations League and conductor attorney Malik Shabazz of the Afrodescendant Nation and Black Lawyers for Justice. We also have a lot of information from our pioneers, frankly, in this movement as well. Not just reparations, but self-determination, Black nationalism, and anyone that wants to exercise their right to freedom, justice, and equality in the United States. So we're at a change of time here. So Sister Cody, I don't know if you're queued up yet. Just let me know if you are. I can stop there.
Yes, brother, can you hear me?
Okay. If not, well, we will also continue to move along here. Well, this is an all-day live stream, so as long as CNN, MSNBC, they'll be talking about election. They can do that. They're allowed to do so. The United States of America is entitled to exercise their self-determination. We're here doing us as well. So this we're in the right place, and this is the right time and the right thing to do. We also have not only in addition to this platform on YouTube, we are in the National Reparations Convention. We also have the at NRC Social on Facebook, at NRC Social on Twitter and Instagram as well. So sign up there, go to our website, declare yourself Afrodescendant. What we will be doing, we're generating a skills bank. That's how we got our strong sister here, Cody, who has put together this wonderful program. And we find the talented people, and we are working together and collaborating and trying to make things happen. And we want to bring together our people from all over the diaspora to strengthen and empower ourselves for the next generation coming forward. So we will be putting some polls within there as well. So just be on the lookout and continue to support the ADN and let us know your organization. Shout out your website in the chat so we will be able to reach out and see where the collaborations are. Shout out to our partners within Cobra, Reparations United, like I said, Human Rights Policy Officers, Malanta.org, Kichi Taifa, Professor James Small, Dr. Antonio Browder, Sister Pamela Denise Long, like I said before, Conductor Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz, New Black Panther Party. We also have an initiative, the Black Men's Movement, that has begun in Washington, D.C., that we would like to expand across the country. We had a big event on the 26th of October at Union Temple Baptist Church there in Washington, D.C., a historic and legendary church there in Washington, D.C., led by the Honorable Reverend Willie Wilson. And with that Black Men's Movement, we are looking to expand the Black Men's Movement, where Black men must come together and protect the communities that Afro-descendants are living in, and also use that as a vehicle to get this message out for human rights, self-determination, identity, and reparations as well. So salute to the DC family, salute to the Chicago family, our strong partners there in Chicago, and shout out to LA. We put a lot of LA content up there. Shout out to Fight to Save Black LA, strong contingent, which is also involved with the reparations task force there in California. And it's the entire state of California, but it seemed like a large contingent of that is out of Los Angeles, where a lot of the fighters are coming from. And Thank you, Sister Shirley, for putting that link in there. Check that link out every Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, Human Rights Policy Officers Conference Call. Just shout out to the LA family. It seemed like LA, California might be the epicenter of the reparations movement right now, where we're actually seeing movement on something. And even though there were issues over the summer in which the legislation was not moved to the floor, or at least the reparations proposal was not passed through the California legislature, it looks like the family there is not giving up. And that's just kind of where we need to be as it relates to reparations, because at the end of the day, no one is going to give us anything. And we're just going to have to take it for ourselves, and we're going to have to be very assertive in our plight for reparations. And part of that, in addition to activism, is also education. So, these are the things in which we must do in order to get what we want, to ensure the future for ourselves. Sister Cody, you there?
Yes, sir, I am here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? Can I be heard?
About that, yes, ma'am. I'm still here.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for taking over for that. And thank you for all that information you gave out, my brother. You do such great work, and you don't know how much I appreciate you, even with helping me put this together today. I do appreciate you for that. Let's keep it moving. I am having technical difficulties, folks, but I do want to play this video for you all. I'm 13 minutes behind. We were supposed to start this at 12 o'clock, but nonetheless, we are going to get it. Y'all just be patient with me while I find it. And here we go.
Boa noite, good evening, buenas noches, bonsoir. Meu nome é Sheila Silva, eu sou embaixadora da Nação Afrodescendente, representando a região do país denominado hoje como Brasil. Para aqueles que ainda não nos conhecem, a Nação Afrodescendente é uma organização independente, com sede nos Estados Unidos, em Atlanta, especificamente na Geórgia, cuja missão é unificar os afrodescendentes das Américas em torno das questões de autodeterminação, direitos humanos e reparação histórica. Então, quem é afrodescendente, de acordo com a nossa definição? Você é ou uma afrodescendente, se você sempre foi lido socialmente e culturalmente como negro, especificamente no Brasil, se seus ancestrais maternos e ou paternos foram desapropriados à força de sua terra natal em África, se esses ancestrais foram transportados para as Américas e submetidos à escravização, se foram submetidos à reprodução forçada e ao estupro em massa, se tiveram suas línguas, culturas e religiões foram destituídos delas, em consequência da opressão racial, você perdeu parcialmente ou totalmente a sua identidade original, e se você sofre discriminação por ser descendente de africanos. Então, hoje nós temos aqui o nosso convidado, o Jomo, que está nesse momento no Brasil, na cidade de São Paulo. O Jomo, ele é um ativista, integrante há 15 anos da União dos Coletivos Pan-Africanistas, que é uma organização autônoma. E aí, agora eu vou iniciar aqui, principalmente antes de iniciar a nossa rodada de perguntas, eu vou trazer um panorama histórico do Brasil para aqueles que vão assistir posteriormente, principalmente o pessoal da diáspora norte-americana. O Brasil ele foi fundado por colonizadores portugueses e foi o último país a abolir a escravatura oficialmente no ano de 1888. O Brasil recebeu milhões de africanos que foram escravizados e mesmo em condições de escravos, esses africanos e seus descendentes influenciaram profundamente a paisagem demográfica e cultural desta nação. Os afrodescendentes contribuíram para a música, a alimentação, a religião, o idioma que hoje é falado no Brasil, e essa cultura é a cultura que o Brasil exporta para o exterior. Tudo que é cultura brasileira, majoritariamente, é base da cultura dos afrodescendentes africanos que chegaram no Brasil. Então, primeiramente, João, boa noite. Eu gostaria de agradecer a sua participação e gostaria que você trouxesse um pouco aqui da sua experiência como ativista no Brasil. Eu vou trazer algumas perguntas que são importantes para que nós entendemos, para que a gente possa entender como que é a questão da composição racial no Brasil, como as pessoas se veem. Nós vamos falar um pouco sobre o colorismo, sobre a masculinidade negra no Brasil. Então, eu vou iniciar aqui com uma pequena introdução. E aí eu já vou te fazer algumas perguntas, então, sobre raça no Brasil. A identidade racial no Brasil, ela não é definida de uma forma tão rígida como, por exemplo, nos Estados Unidos, onde a gente tem brancos e negros, e hoje em dia, pelo processo de imigração, temos os não negros, mas é bem definida a questão racial, lá é bem estruturada. No entanto, é importante a gente falar sobre o conceito da democracia racial desenvolvido no Brasil, que nos faz, que dentro do consciência coletivo faz com que as pessoas falem, geralmente, que é uma sociedade onde não se vê cor. E nós sabemos muito bem que isso é uma máscara nessa sociedade e que o racismo sistêmico ele é um problema grave no país. E isso também leva à questão de um conjunto complexo de identidades, certo? Então, falando um pouco sobre isso, eu queria que você trouxesse como que é a composição étnica no Brasil e como a maioria das pessoas hoje se identificam no Brasil. Se você puder trazer isso para a gente.
Irmã, antes de responder essa questão, eu só gostaria de fazer uma observação, né? Quando você trouxe sobre a contribuição das pessoas pretas no país. Tem uma outra informação que é importante dizer, que é no que tange a economia do país, que as pessoas pretas, né, construíram a economia do Brasil. Isso é importante, isso não pode ser esquecido. É importante falar também que, como você bem colocou, né, que a escravidão oficialmente foi abolida em 1888, no entanto, a cultura de trabalho escravo, ela permanece até os dias de hoje. Então, é notável que existem pessoas, né, descendentes de africanos, que ainda estão submetidas à situação de escravo, principalmente fora do eixo sudeste do país. E também dentro do sudeste, de Minas Gerais e Rio de Janeiro. Então, essa informação também acho que é interessante para a gente contextualizar o país.
Excelente, você trazer isso. E eu vou fazer um parênteses em relação a isso só para o pessoal, porque depois quem vai assistir posteriormente, a gente vai ter a parte de tradução embaixo. Quando a gente fala da região sudeste no Brasil, para que as pessoas entendam, a região sudeste ela é composta de alguns estados, os principais motores econômicos do país São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Minas Gerais. Então, para quem está nos Estados Unidos, essa região é como se fosse a região norte, onde está Nova York, onde está Boston, onde está esse motor financeiro do país. E essa região que a gente fala nordeste é como se ela fosse o Deep South do Brasil, onde o Brasil ele teve africanos escravizados pelo país todo, não foi numa região só, mas a parte do Nordeste ela não passou por um processo de industrialização. Ali estão a maior parte também dos descendentes africanos e por isso não se desenvolve também, isso tem que se trazer, essa região do país. Então, nessa região que é como se fosse o Deep South nos Estados Unidos, é onde ainda existe pessoas trabalhando que eles usam em trabalhos análogos à escravidão, mas as pessoas elas são realmente escravizadas. Existem casos de mulheres em serviço doméstico que trabalharam por 40 anos presas praticamente a troco de comida ou nada e foram liberadas há pouco tempo e nem receberam nenhum tipo de reparação, nem algo desse tipo, né? Muito obrigado por trazer isso, isso é muito importante para a gente localizar para aqueles que não têm. Você queria acrescentar mais alguma coisa em relação a isso ou a gente pode voltar para
Não, podemos
a
voltar.
pergunta?
Você falou
Ótimo.
Nordeste, mas tem o Norte também, tá?
Isso.
Nordeste e Norte, né?
Norte, isso mesmo. É que o Brasil ele é tão grande quanto os Estados Unidos, né?
Sim,
As
sim.
divisões são bem parecidas até o processo histórico ele é equivalente. Então a gente volta um pouco então para a composição étnica no Brasil e como a maioria da população ela se identifica hoje, quais são as discussões hoje sobre a questão racial no Brasil?
Então, essa questão da composição da população, oficialmente, se diz, né? E até por uma estratégia, se considerou pessoas pretas como a maioria da população, né? Mas oficialmente, segundo o critério do Instituto Brasileiro de Geografia e Estatística, o IBGE, essa população preta ela é composta por negros e pardos. Desculpa, a população negra é composta por pretos e pardos. Os pretos, né, sem sombra de dúvida, são os descendentes dos africanos, né, que vieram para cá escravizados. No entanto, os pardos, não necessariamente, eles têm ancestralidade africana. Então, isso, no momento histórico, foi importante primeiro porque havia uma grande dificuldade de as pessoas pretas, né, as pessoas africanas, se autodenominarem, né, fazerem referência à sua história africana, à sua origem africana. Então, o brasileiro sempre, durante muitos anos, teve uma dificuldade de se colocar, né, como uma pessoa que tinha ancestralidade na África, ou como uma pessoa preta. Então, essa estratégia de colocar as pessoas pretas e pardas numa mesma categoria foi no sentido de poder estabelecer políticas, né? E algumas discussões também. No entanto, hoje, né? Apesar desse dado oficial de dizer que que os pretos são a maioria, isso não é uma verdade. Muito também a gente faz uma análise, né? E eu devo reconhecer também que essa análise é feita muito também a partir do coletivo que eu participo, que é o CPA, e outros coletivos também. E por que a gente tem essa preocupação e a gente faz questão de ressaltar isso? Porque esses números, né, de que nós somos a maioria, eles dão uma falsa sensação eu nem diria uma falsa sensação, mas não reflete um genocídio que a gente vem passando durante os séculos. Então, eu diria que a população preta não é a maioria, a população descendente de africano não é a maioria, pelo contrário, décadas após décadas, a gente está sumindo no país, né? Por vários índices de violência, de morte e de miscigenação também. Qualquer pessoa que for fazer uma pesquisa, né? Da cidade de São Paulo mesmo, que é a cidade que eu moro, e eu percebi isso, né? Percebi isso de forma até de forma experimental, posso dizer, empírica, né?
Uhum.
Eu percebi isso que a população de São Paulo nos últimos 20 anos mudou muito. Então, assim, cada vez mais a gente caminha para um país que vai se embranquecendo. Então, assim, nós não somos maioria, né? Ainda que esses dados possam trazer isso, e ainda assim que isso teve uma finalidade política, mas isso não é verdade. Nós não somos uma maioria por esses fatores. A violência do Estado, a questão de saúde pública, a pobreza e a miscigenação. E no que tange, né? Quem são os pretos e como a gente se define hoje, né? Hoje, em razão de várias questões assim do ativismo do povo preto, essa questão, pelo menos com os jovens, ela é mais fácil de ser trabalhada, né? Então hoje a gente tem uma população jovem aí com mais acesso, né, ao orgulho racial e tendo menos dificuldade, né, de se colocar como pessoas pretas e até como pessoas descendentes africanas. Não sei se eu respondi tudo, né, que você perguntou, se você gostaria de saber.
Com certeza, você respondeu, e aí eu vou fazer também agora um resumo, trazendo uma comparação que sempre acaba acontecendo, a questão Estados Unidos, Brasil, que são as maiores diásporas, né? O Brasil é a primeira, ainda assim é a primeira, através dos documentos oficiais, né, divulgados pelo mundo, e os Estados Unidos é a segunda, para que as pessoas entendam que esse processo principalmente o processo de miscigenação, historicamente, ele trouxe uma divisão, uma categoria racial que não é a mesma que existe nos Estados Unidos. Nos Estados Unidos, para fazer um resumo bem geral, o que a gente chama de pardo, o que lá eles chamam de light skin, talvez, as pessoas até miscigenadas, porque tem um dos pais brancos ou de várias gerações que tem algum tipo de mistura, ela vai ser categorizada pelo censo. Está tendo algumas mudanças lá hoje em dia, mas no geral a pessoa, o que vale lá é o que eles chamam de one drop rule, né? Se você, uma vez que você tem algum tipo de ancestralidade negra, você é negro, não, lógico que tem as pessoas que elas têm uma passabilidade, lá existe isso também, mas é de uma maneira muito mais rígida do que há no Brasil. Então, resumindo, é como se os processos fossem inversos. Nos Estados Unidos, o One Drop Rule negro vai te manter negro por várias gerações, e no Brasil, o One Drop Rule branco, ele vai te dar a oportunidade de se tornar branco. É isso, resumindo. A gente poderia resumir dessa maneira, certo?
Sim. Mas eu gostaria de falar uma coisa. Eu acho que essas definições, elas têm que partir da gente, né? Eu acho que independente do que o Estado, do que os governos falam, do que as leis, isso aí a gente não pode se classificar, a gente não pode se submeter a isso, né? Eu acho que a gente precisa, assim, e eu falo isso também pensando em povo preto mundial. Eu acho que a gente não tem que se submeter, né? Nos Estados Unidos as pessoas pretas têm esse critério. No Brasil tem esse outro. Eu acho que a gente precisa construir e pensar nessa identificação racial em termos mundiais, né? Então, e nós não devemos nos submeter ao que o Estado fala, né? De jeito nenhum, isso seria uma loucura. E aí eu até me lembro aqui, né, do Kwame Ture, né? Que ele fala que quem tem o poder da definição tem o controle sobre as pessoas e sobre as narrativas e sobre a identidade, sobre a mente.
Com certeza, e essa é a nossa função aqui na Nação Afrodescendente, que no início eu coloquei a definição do que é ser um afrodescendente. Essa definição ela foi estabelecida por nós realmente para trazer a diáspora americana de todas as Américas dentro de uma única definição, que as pessoas elas se reconheçam como afrodescendentes baseadas nesses pontos que eu falei no começo. Então, isso é uma definição que foi desenvolvida por nós, que vai acabar acomodando um grupo que tem sido historicamente oprimido, sem divisões, mas existe uma história que ela é diferenciada no continente africano e uma história que é diferenciada dentro do continente americano, que nós fomos trazidos em condições de escravos, a gente não sofreu a colonização. Então, isso que você trouxe é muito importante, que essa é a nossa missão, que nós tenhamos essa definição coletiva desse grupo que foi trazido no processo de escravização, que continua sofrendo apagamento histórico, etnocídio, genocídio em todos os níveis, do físico ao mental, e que a gente consiga trabalhar junto e realmente lutar pela autodeterminação, para que a gente tenha uma nação nossa, na verdade, fora desses lugares que nos colocaram, que nós vivemos em cativeiro até hoje. Assim, eu chamo o Brasil, quando me perguntam, de cativeiro, você está entendendo? E aí, a gente continuando um pouco ainda com a questão da identificação, é claro que pela sua fala, você é um afrodescendente, você sempre considerou, mas eu queria que você trouxesse se você sempre foi lido socialmente como negro, se você sempre se percebeu como negro, se sim ou se não, como que foi esse processo para você de identidade, de se reconhecer como um afrodescendente, por exemplo?
Bom, E eu nunca, né, nunca tive dúvidas de que eu não era, né, que eu não era uma pessoa branca, né? Apesar de ter sido, quando eu mais jovem, tinha a pele um pouco mais clara. E por toda essa confusão que a gente falou, né? Por conviver com pessoas pretas retintas, conviver com pessoas brancas, e também por querer, né? Por querer se aproximar dos brancos, né? No momento da minha vida, da minha infância, do começo da minha adolescência, isso foi um motivo de confusão, né? Mas depois, por felicidade, eu tive acesso, né? Tive acesso à história do nosso povo. Tá ouvindo? Tá me ouvindo?
Tô ouvindo super bem, pode continuar falando.
Ah, tá. É porque parece que tá. Eu tive acesso, né? À história de resistência do nosso povo
Agora congelou. Você congelou. Ah, voltou, voltou. Tá ouvindo? Você voltou. Você tá... Agora eu acho que tá ouvindo.
voltei aqui.
Voltou. Eu acho que era sua.
É porque eu acho que travou.
Isso, tinha travado.
E aí a câmera tá ligada?
Tá ligada, eu tô te vendo. Pode continuar.
Tá, então, e aí eu tive a felicidade de ter contato com a história de resistência do nosso povo e fui, assim, resolvendo, né, essas confusões aí que são comuns mesmo, né, para muitas pessoas que são mestiças, como eles dizem, né, que são pretos com ancestralidade que vem de relação interracial. Então eu consegui identificar, né, me reconhecer mais como uma pessoa preta.
Certo. E o que significa ser negro no Brasil hoje, na sua opinião, através da sua percepção, dos diálogos que você desenvolve até dentro da sua instituição e também dentro do inconsciente coletivo?
Então, se a gente for pensar assim no panorama geral do país, talvez hoje ser uma pessoa preta, né, te possibilita fazer algumas análises, te possibilita pelo menos, eu não digo respeito, né, mas você consegue ter mais acesso, ter um pouco mais de acesso à sua cultura, né? Algumas discussões, mas não tem como negar, né? A violência que a gente ainda está submetido, os altos índices de assassinato, de assassinato, né? De exclusão. Depois da pandemia da Covid, a gente teve também um enorme número de pessoas pretas aí que não conseguiram se restabelecer, né? Se restabelecer. Tem muitas pessoas que estão morando aí em condições de miséria, desabrigadas. Então, acho que talvez não seja diferente de outras partes do mundo, né? Eu acho que é pensar que você tem aí um compromisso de luta, você tem uma história. A gente não está no nosso continente, né? Então, a gente também é um povo sem terra, né? A gente está submetido ao racismo, à perseguição, à exploração. Então, acho que é ter também consciência dessa questão e que a gente precisa estar organizado, né? E resistir, né? Em memória aí de toda a resistência que o nosso povo já trouxe e já ofereceu.
Excelente. E aí, também continuando nesse tema, que é um tema que tem sido discutido no Brasil praticamente diariamente, redes sociais, enfim, a questão... espera...
Oi.
Voltou, ótimo.
É a sua ou é a minha que tá ruim?
É a sua que caiu, que eu tô aqui.
Tá bom, tá bom.
Então, continuando ainda com esse tema, identidade, enfim, eu quero perguntar sobre o termo colorismo. Se você acha que esse termo ele se aplica ao Brasil, se ele realmente existe no Brasil, se é um termo que a gente pode colocar, também trazer para a questão da realidade brasileira, e se ele existe, na sua opinião, como ativista, como um cidadão comum, como que ele se manifesta, o colorismo, se é que existe?
Eu acho que a gente precisa pensar esse termo a partir de uma lógica de povo e eu penso esse termo como panafricanista, né? É evidente que existem aí situações que as pessoas pretas mais retintas sofrem. É evidente que pessoas pretas que têm menos melanina também têm uma outra circulação pelo país, nas relações, mas isso não pode ser utilizado para nos dividir, né? Isso não pode ser utilizado para colocar pessoas mais escuras contra as pessoas mais claras. Isso a gente tem sempre que pensar que isso é fruto da violência, do racismo, da falta de referência de identidade de povo que nós temos, né? E o que eu digo que é fruto disso? A miscigenação. Então, eu acho que a melhor forma da gente discutir isso e pensar nisso de uma maneira prática é a gente trazer para o nosso povo a reflexão sobre o problema da miscigenação, né? Porque talvez, antes de existir uma pessoa, como vocês dizem, light skin, né? É porque um irmão retinto teve um relacionamento interracial. Então, assim, e às vezes não necessariamente, né? Porque nós também temos irmãos, pessoas pretas, né? Com mais melanina, e eles podem ter filhos mais claros também. Então, assim, isso não pode ser utilizado para nos dividir, né? Eu acho que também a gente não pode dizer que a gente tem essa discussão porque a gente quer, na verdade, ter mais acesso, mais privilégio numa sociedade branca. Eu acho que não faz sentido, entendeu? Eu acho que eu não posso me opor a um irmão, uma irmã que é mais claro e falar que ele tem benefício por ele ser mais claro e ele consegue circular mais. Eu acho que isso não faz sentido. Eu acho que essa discussão tem que ser trazida numa perspectiva de povo, né?
Uhum.
E numa perspectiva de nacionalismo preto e de luta, entendeu? Assim, eu acho que nós, né? Você também, uma irmã que tem a pele mais clara, se dentro de uma lógica, né? De povo, de uma lógica de luta, dentro da nossa comunidade, nos falarem, olha, por vocês terem a pele mais clara, talvez não seja interessante vocês se manifestarem nesse ponto ou nessa situação. Sabe, para nós isso não é problema, porque a gente não tá trazendo essa discussão no âmbito pessoal, né? A gente não está trazendo, porque eu acho que essa discussão nesses termos ela não nos ajuda, ela não é interessante.
Entendi. Não, é excelente.
Não sei se eu consegui explicar o que você estava
Não, você conseguiu explicar, assim, e falando de novo sobre a questão da identidade, dentro da minha percepção, né, o que é uma questão do colorismo, eu não concordo com esse termo aplicado para o Brasil de maneira alguma, nem questão de se separar, porque a construção social do Brasil, ela foi diferente dos Estados Unidos, e essa questão é o que nos impacta, é por isso que a gente está discutindo raça, é por isso que os ditos negros, que é um termo que também eu não uso, nesse contexto do Brasil hoje, de 2010 para cá, negros são pretos e pardos, eu acho uma coisa super confusa, e falando principalmente da minha, como que é o nome? Da minha própria experiência, no meu caso, apesar, no vídeo parece até que eu sou um pouco mais clara, mas é porque eu não tomo sol, não vou dizer que eu sou retinto último tom, como se diz, mas eu não sou uma pessoa realmente miscigenada, eu não estou nem falando isso para me colocar como melhor que ninguém. Eu sempre tive uma identidade negra na época de quando eu cresci de pequena, até eu deixar o Brasil, que foi em 2010. Eu sempre fui uma mulher dita negra, e o negro, pelo menos naquela época, significa você é socialmente uma descendente de africano, não tem como negar. Você tem o cabelo crespo, que eles usavam duro na época, tá entendendo? A feição tal, os meus dois pais, pai e mãe, são negros. como você falou, que existem pais negros que aí a gente vai ter sempre que comparar, infelizmente, com os Estados Unidos, quando eu entendo uma pessoa light skin, é uma pessoa que tem os dois pais negros e um dos filhos ele vai sair com um tom mais claro pelo processo do estupro em massa. Eu posso dizer, os meus dois irmãos, eles são mais claros, assim, do seu tom para mais claro. O meu pai e minha mãe são negros, até a minha, eu sou a terceira ou quarta geração por parte do meu pai, a terceira por parte da minha mãe, fora da escravidão oficial, que assim, a minha bisavó por parte da minha bisavó, por parte da minha mãe, ela nasceu em plantação. Ela é uma mulher super retinta, entendeu? O meu avô, o pai da minha mãe, ele já era uma pessoa dita, vamos dizer, miscigenada, mas ele foi criado dentro de um contexto negro, veio de Minas Gerais, daquelas plantações terríveis. A minha avó era negra, os meus irmãos são mais claros, por conta de um processo de estupro em massa que existiu antes da minha bisavó, porque na minha família eu não tenho como traçar uma pessoa branca até a minha geração, você está entendendo? Agora, eu concordo com você, eu não sou contra nenhuma das ações afirmativas que existam, só que a gente precisa discutir, não dividir, mas agir com honestidade em vários níveis, porque quando eu penso, eu estou falando do meu pessoal, eu penso na passabilidade, não é nem igual falando de acessar lugares que as pessoas também elas têm o direito de querer viver bem, de querer ter acesso, de querer ter um teto, de querer comer. Às vezes a gente está lutando por coisas básicas, nem é muita coisa. Mas é a questão, é igual você está falando, quando que se usa, né, o termo, que eu não quero usar esse termo, mas enfim, é o que me ocorre agora, que é o tal do lugar de fala. É lógico que eu não vou dizer que a minha experiência é como de uma pessoa do último tom, como tinha a minha tia, mas era um paralelo porque eu cresci com essas pessoas, mas é o que você está falando, da gente dar lugar para certas coisas, para as pessoas que realmente tiveram uma experiência mais longa, enfim, é uma discussão longa. Então, é algo que tem que ser discutido dentro de uma honestidade, porque a gente sabe que também dentro do nosso contexto cultural, a questão de tirar vantagem, eu não estou falando do negro, é uma questão coletiva do país, ela está sempre sendo colocada à frente quando se tem algum mínimo de benefício, e como você disse, nós estamos sendo exterminados e vivendo em situação de total... de extermínio mesmo, né? Em todas as áreas, eu concordo com você.
Irmã, mas assim, eu acho que o critério, na minha opinião, né? O critério
não, com certeza, é uma conversa
pode
aberta.
ser. O critério não pode ser isso, o benefício que a gente tem de uma sociedade branca, entendeu? Eu acho que isso
concordo,
é muito ruim.
Concordo.
Porque senão a gente está se pautando por eles, entendeu?
Você tem razão.
Pelo que... não pode ser isso, entendeu? Eu acho que... E aí eu volto a dizer, né? Eu penso essa questão como um militante preto, né? Como um militante panafricanista, nacionalista preto. Eu acho que, assim, essa questão de lugar de fala, né? Que é que tudo bem, né? Eu acho que até...
Eu não gosto de
sim. Eu acho que, pelo menos, é um termo que está aí, ele consegue dizer, assim, né? Consegue classificar uma ideia, o que a gente está querendo, a discussão que está sendo tratada. Mas, assim, a gente não pode, eu acho que é um erro, né? A gente partir também não é a palavra certa, não é privilégio, que a gente não tem privilégio, né?
Não tem.
Pode partir do acesso que uma pessoa mais clara tem, sabe assim, não é isso que a gente pode pensar. Ainda que isso exista, o que a gente precisa construir a gente precisa se organizar, a gente não tem que fazer a nossa luta dentro do mundo branco, dentro daquilo que a sociedade branca vai nos oferecer.
Concordo com você. Realmente estabelecer os nossos critérios.
Entendeu?
Tem os outros grupos raciais que eles têm os critérios. A pessoa ela é X, se ela nasceu de uma mãe X, se ela foi criada dentro dessa cultura, enfim, que nós definimos. A questão é nós definimos os nossos critérios. Concordo com você plenamente, não tem. E quem quiser se juntar e trabalhar em relação a isso, a pessoa ela vai se juntar, vai trabalhar, vai trazer a contribuição dela, vai ficar quieta quando tem que ficar. Concordo com você, não tem. E
assim também, né, irmã? Por exemplo, essa questão de dizer as pessoas que são pretas, que não são pretas, que são mais claras. Eu acho que isso também tem que ser tirado dentro da comunidade, né?
Quem é, quem não é.
Eu estava conversando esses dias com a Deldé, né? E foi uma situação prática mesmo, a gente falando disso, e ele trouxe essa reflexão que eu acho bem interessante mesmo, né? Nós, enquanto comunidade, é que temos que definir, sabe? E assim, eu falo comunidade pensando em luta também, né? Eu não falo comunidade, assim, pensando em acesso, sabe? Não é isso, né? Eu acho que sempre a gente... Eu vou partir por esse lado. Todas as questões que a gente está discutindo ou que a gente precisa discutir, eu vou discutir sempre como uma pessoa preta que está numa organização que está pensando em luta, que está pensando em emancipação, entendeu?
Entendi.
Não estou
Perfeito.
pensando, não estou falando isso pensando na integração, não estou falando isso pensando, né, enfim, né? Principalmente na integração, né? Que eu acho que
Assimilação e integração.
porque a gente consegue separar as coisas a partir dessas duas perspectivas, né? Integração e independência.
Com certeza. Excelente. Muito obrigada. Então, a gente vai continuar, a gente vai entrar agora para a questão, apesar de você já ter feito uma passagem, se você puder aprofundar, eu vou trazer aqui uma introdução, né, que é bem importante que as pessoas entendam que a situação que o afrodescendente em diáspora, eu não vou, em cativeiro americano,
Sim, sim.
o legado da escravização, da exclusão, e aí, dependendo do país onde se está, as leis de segregação que alguns sofreram, nós sofremos com lei de segregação que ela não é escrita, mas existe, é uma coisa clara no Brasil que existe uma segregação racial, a nível de casta, chega a ser pior, porque a mobilidade ela é mínima, porque as pessoas elas nem sabem que elas estão vivendo numa casta na base da pirâmide total, o negro, eu não estou entrando em gênero porque eu não acredito nisso. Então é importante dizer isso, eu levanto mais uma vez que oficialmente, apesar de você já ter trazido que a escravização, o corpo negro, afrodescendente, ele continua sendo escravizado no Brasil hoje, em 2024, mas nos documentos oficiais ditado pelos brancos, a escravização como uma forma de organização social e econômica, ela foi abolida há somente 136 anos no Brasil. É uma coisa super recente, historicamente. Muitos de nós tivemos, como eu disse, a minha bisavó, ela nasceu em plantação, eu estive há pouco tempo no Brasil, peguei a certidão de nascimento que ela conseguiu tirar com 80 anos, que não tem o nome da mãe, só tem o nome da mãe, sabe lá Deus se era a mãe mesmo, não tem mais nada, né? Um nome que deram, não tem nem data, não sabe nem se a data que a mulher nasceu era aquela mesmo. Então, é claro que que a escravização, ela impacta tanto a nossa identidade, quanto a questão de acesso a direitos básicos, que seja educação, o acesso à terra, que você já trouxe, que nós não temos até hoje, é uma dificuldade, pessoas afrodescendentes vivendo nas ruas de maneira assim, pior que cachorros, sinceramente, a questão de acesso a emprego, saúde, então, que você trouxesse talvez de uma maneira mais detalhada, quais condições socioeconômicas influenciam significativamente o cotidiano dos afrodescendentes no Brasil, que você percebe?
Historicamente, essa questão da terra é muito bem observada por você, né? Historicamente, nós não tivemos, assim, acesso às terras, né? Ainda numa sociedade industrializada, numa sociedade hoje com toda a questão da tecnologia, né, da informática, do dinheiro virtual, a terra ainda é um bem muito precioso, né? Nós não temos terras, os centros urbanos, assim, eles passam por uma especulação imobiliária imensa, acho que também não é tão diferente daí.
Não.
Está cada vez mais difícil, né, de você ter acesso a, assim, terra mesmo, a terra física, né, um chão, nos centros urbanos praticamente eu falo isso pela cidade que eu moro, né, que é São Paulo, é bem raro. E as habitações, assim, verticais, os apartamentos, tal, isso também é difícil, né, não é assim, não é segredo que nós estamos morando nos piores lugares, nos piores bairros, nas periferias, né? E aí, sim, a herança dessa é a própria escravização, né? Eu acho também que nós, por várias razões, né? Acho que a gente não teve aí, pela própria violência que a gente foi submetido, nós não nos organizamos, né, para traçar algumas estratégias, né? Eu acho que durante os anos 50, 60, 70, a nossa população estava precisando viver, trabalhar, assim, sabe? Eu acho que uma pessoa preta que era bem sucedida era uma pessoa que tinha um trabalho. Então, nós também vivemos num país pobre, né? O Brasil é um país pobre, pode ser uma economia tá entre as 10 maiores, mas não é um país que a renda está dividida, então a grande parte da população é pobre e as pessoas pretas são mais pobres ainda, não tenha dúvidas disso. Quando você vai para outras cidades, você percebe isso nitidamente, né? E assim, dentro do Sudeste mesmo, né? A cidade do Rio de Janeiro, assim, a condição das pessoas pretas é bem diferente da condição de São Paulo, Minas Gerais, Bahia. Então, assim, não tem como desassociar a escravidão, né, da nossa realidade atual, não tem como desassociar a violência que a gente foi submetido e está submetido. E é uma missão nossa, né, a gente se organizar enquanto povo, né, a gente criar condições aí financeiras para a gente tentar se estruturar. É uma missão nossa. Infelizmente, nós temos pessoas pretas muito ricas no Brasil, né, e essas pessoas pretas não fazem nada pelo nosso povo. Pelo contrário, né? Elas devolvem o dinheiro que elas ganham para os brancos, elas constituem famílias com pessoas brancas. Então é isso, né? Esse panorama é um panorama que se prolonga até hoje, se perpetua até hoje.
Ótimo. Aí agora vamos falar um pouco sobre a questão de representatividade, que é algo também que tem sido discutido, não discutido, mas as pessoas no Brasil, as pessoas afro, têm sido bombardeadas, na verdade, com a questão da representatividade. Eu acompanho muito de fora daqui, de onde eu vivo, essa questão. E eu tenho mais ou menos, eu acho que eu sei o que você vai dizer, mas que você traga aqui para a nossa audiência. Se você acredita que a representação na mídia e nas principais instituições governamentais resolverá os problemas da população que a população afrodescendente enfrenta diariamente. Esse é um instrumento que vai levar à questão da liberdade, enfim, da reconstituição da população afrodescendente. O que você acha? O que você traz sobre isso?
Irmã, é o seguinte, eu penso, a primeira coisa que eu acho que é interessante dizer é que muitas pessoas, né, que têm pensamentos diferentes, né, dos nossos e da gente que é pan-africanista, são pessoas que realmente acreditam, né, estão lutando pelo nosso povo.
Uhum.
E aí, essas pessoas... então, essas pessoas, quando elas pautam a representatividade... eu acho que elas estão considerando um fato mesmo, né? Que infelizmente, a gente se educa pela mídia, né? O acesso que a gente tem à mídia, ele é invasivo, né?
É o quarto poder, né?
Então, os pais pretos não estão acompanhando suas crianças, não conseguem acompanhar suas crianças, não ficam em casa, né? Nós não estamos em comunidade, né? Existia um fenômeno aqui muito interessante, que era os quintais, né? As pessoas pretas moravam assim em quintal, no mesmo quintal morava uma tia, o tio, um vô. Aí o vô cuidava, a tia cuidava do sobrinho, o irmão mais velho cuidava do primo. Então, assim, a gente estava junto, a gente conseguia compartilhar, assim, até mesmo essa ancestralidade africana. A urbanização nos separa dos valores africanos, nos faz com que a gente tenha que construir referências e identidades por meio da TV, por meio da mídia. Então, isso é um dado. A mídia está aí, né? A mídia que educa, a mídia que vai formar a nossa percepção enquanto pessoas. Infelizmente, porque a mídia, ela não tem esse propósito. A mídia tem um intuito comercial, né? De vender produtos, de vender uma ideologia, de vender uma ideologia, a mídia é o poder da supremacia branca.
É um instrumento de doutrinação, assim, né? É um instrumento de
Então, mas por um lado também, a gente não tem como negar o papel que isso acaba fazendo, entendeu? Então, assim, como uma forma paliativa, talvez seja interessante que hajam pessoas pretas, né, nos comerciais, que tenham pessoas pretas dentro de em papéis de destaque de uma novela, que a gente possa acessar, ver que existe um médico preto, um engenheiro preto, mas isso tem que ser usado como uma estratégia. A gente não pode acreditar, a gente não pode pautar nossa luta nisso, porque isso não faz sentido. A gente não pode esperar que essas pessoas aí que controlam a mídia, que nos escravizaram, que tem um plano de controle, vão nos educar. Elas não estão fazendo isso para nós, entendeu? Isso também eu vejo nos Estados Unidos. Existe também hoje hoje você trazer essa questão do... Apesar que aí a outra é diferente, né? A história preta nos Estados Unidos é diferente. Mas aqui no Brasil hoje, trazer a pauta negra é interessante. As empresas fazem isso, né? As empresas falam muito de diversidade, as empresas colocam atores negros, modelos negras, né? Então, isso tem até um efeito positivo, mas a gente não pode se pautar nisso, isso também é perigoso, é uma armadilha, entendeu? Também tem aquela falsa sensação de que algo bom está acontecendo e não é, entendeu? Acho que é tudo isso, assim, eu volto a dizer, né? A gente precisa fazer uma análise enquanto pessoas pretas que estão fazendo luta, né? E não de forma individual, entende? Então, por um lado, isso pode ser importante, né? Eu tenho um amigo do Rio de Janeiro que ele trabalha com crianças, né, de comunidade, e aí ele falou que levou as crianças para assistir o filme da Marvel, né? A Marvel racista, né? O Stan Lee racista, enfim, do Pantera Negra. E ele falou, as crianças nunca foram no cinema, tá ligado? Nunca foram no cinema, e para elas realmente é legal ir lá e ver um herói negro.
Entendi.
Só que a gente tem que pensar que aquelas pessoas que fizeram aquilo, elas não têm esse propósito de nos educar, e nos educar de forma revolucionária, vamos dizer assim, né? Para fazer uma transformação. Não tem. Então é isso que tem que ser dito, né? Tem um aspecto importante, porque nós estamos na miséria, porque nós somos um povo desterrado, porque nós somos um povo submetido a violências históricas. Tem um papel, de fato, não tem como negar. Da mesma forma que a gente pode fazer uma analogia às cotas. É evidente que ter cotas para um povo que não teve acesso ao ensino superior durante décadas é importante. Só que nós temos que entender que esse não é um caminho para nos emancipar. De jeito nenhum. Não faz sentido a gente acreditar nisso, né? Não faz sentido acreditar que o mesmo inimigo, as mesmas famílias, os mesmos centros de poder que nos destruíam, que nos destroem, que nos ferram, vão nos ajudar. Entendeu? Seria idiotice da nossa parte.
Concordo. E você...
Por outro lado, né, irmã? Eu não quero... Acho que nós também não temos que estabelecer assim uma oposição aos irmãos e às irmãs que usam isso às vezes como enfim, como qualquer pessoa preta que faz luta assim acreditando, né, meu? Porque eu gosto de sempre de pautar isso, né? A gente não precisa nos estabelecer assim divergências entre nós a partir de posições diferentes, principalmente quando todos nós estamos pensando no melhor para o nosso povo, entendeu?
Nossa, muito, muito bacana isso que você traz, porque eu sou uma pessoa que eu sou aberta a diversas vozes negras também. Tem algumas pessoas que eu não concordo do approach, mas eu procuro prestar atenção qual é o objetivo final dessa pessoa. Tá entendendo? E eu penso também que desde que a pessoa não esteja prejudicando a luta de uma maneira assim, que a gente saiba que ela é perversa, né, direta, atuando com o inimigo diretamente, a pessoa também tem o direito, querendo ou não, de ter a sua individualidade, se é que, mesmo que nós não concordamos, tá entendendo? Tem o direito de querer acessar, de querer viajar, de querer viver onde quer, enfim, de querer ter o marido branco ou não. É um direito que a gente pode não concordar. Não,
sim,
a gente
sim.
pode não concordar, mas...
Sim. Exatamente, não.
É a questão da individualidade, aí se você vai trabalhar com a pessoa ou não. Eu também vejo isso, e quando você traz a questão da cota, né, que é essa discussão toda, eu concordo plenamente, quer dizer, eu entro numa posição que às vezes eu falo certas coisas, as pessoas tomam como interpretação que eu sou contra a educação, jamais. Mas é o que você falou, foi muito necessário e porque houve uma mudança mental, sim, da população negra através desses jovens que tiveram acesso à dita educação superior. É claro, assim, eu tô falando, em 2010 do Brasil, e eu nunca tive contato, a não ser dentro da minha casa, especificamente com o meu pai, eu não estou falando que não existia, mas de uma maneira tão abrangente, também por mídias sociais, enfim, a tecnologia tem aberto essas portas, mas você trouxe um ponto que a gente tomar cuidado para acessar, porque eu vejo também aquele caminho daqueles irmãos que acessam determinados conhecimentos, mas eles acabam porque todos nós recebemos o nosso diploma, dependendo do que nós estudamos, em supremacia branca, para continuar operando o sistema do jeito que é. Então, às vezes, em discussão com aqueles que estão na luta, tudo, às vezes eu falo, gente, é uma coisa que ela é tão simples de ser enxergada, e eles vêm com aquelas dissertações baseadas nos ditos canones, nos deuses brancos, que a gente vê que, assim, poxa, a pessoa, ela acessou isso, mas ela não está conseguindo raciocinar de uma maneira efetiva, né? Então, são esses dois lados que aí é onde eu vejo que se avança, mas por um outro lado, eu penso, gente, vai ser mais 1000 anos para a gente chegar às mesmas
Não, e tem outra
conclusões.
coisa, né, irmã? O que a gente produz de conhecimento para as universidades, né? Fica para a universidade.
Fica, porque a gente não tem
Fica pra
nenhum
universidade.
copyright, fica.
A gente não está... A gente está fortalecendo essas instituições, se você for parar para pensar, fazer uma análise assim fria, né? Porque primeiro que a universidade, muita coisa, ela não devolve para a sociedade. Certo? E outra coisa também que eu acho que também é bom, talvez seja interessante problematizar, né? Que as cotas também, elas criaram uma classe média, né? Uma classe média negra, individualista, egoísta, né? A gente teve acesso, né? Muitas pessoas pretas tiveram acesso à informação, a viagens e tal, e isso não se refletiu em pessoas pretas fazendo luta, pessoas pretas organizadas. Não refletiu em classe média, refletiu em muitos pretos reproduzindo comportamentos burgueses. Então isso também, né? Entende também?
Entendo, eles nunca nos dão
e
nada.
E a gente está fazendo... estamos fazendo a máquina girar, estamos fazendo a máquina burguesa girar, né?
Concordo com você.
Estamos trazendo outras pessoas para o mercado, para essas pessoas irem consumir, irem comprar seu apartamento não sei aonde, comprar seu carro, entendeu? Então, assim, a gente não trouxe essas informações, elas não trouxeram uma quantidade de militantes, assim, de pessoas que estão fazendo oposição ao sistema. Ao meu ver, não. Ao meu ver, eu acho que até trouxe um sentimento mais individual, assim, talvez, sabe? Assim, é uma coisa pra gente pensar, né, enquanto povo também, né? Posso estar enganado, posso estar sendo até pessimista, né?
Eu acho que
tem essa reflexão.
Você não está enganado e, assim, de novo, eu sempre trago, né, a comparação com os nossos irmãos dos Estados Unidos. Eu vou muito para lá, eu tenho contato com a população negra de lá, não como turista somente, e eu vejo o processo histórico hoje do Brasil. Eu sempre falo, assim, resumindo, porque as pessoas entenderem, porque muitos também não entendem, a gente infelizmente não estamos conectados ainda, é por isso que a gente tem esse tipo de plataforma, que o processo histórico do Brasil hoje, o que eu acho super perigoso, o processo que eles passaram no período de integração nos anos 60, né? Que você se integrou numa sociedade para poder consumir, fazer parte do status quo. E hoje eles estão vivendo, assim, você vê claramente em certas regiões, vamos dizer, Nova York, que é uma cidade super conhecida, vendida como nosso sonho, né? Ali é a capital do capitalismo. A população negra, minha primeira vez lá, foi assim, porque eu conheço a história deles profundamente, de criança, foi a minha base educacional, vamos dizer, para ter orgulho de ser uma afrodescendente em diáspora. E a população negra lá, no geral, nas ruas, nos bairros, que é segregado até hoje, vive em situação que ela não é diferente da periferia de São Paulo, não. Porque Nova York é muito parecido com a cidade de São Paulo, até a divisão regional. Assim, eu sou de São Paulo também, eu já morei na periferia, na Zona Leste, foi onde eu cresci até os meus 18 anos, e minha família é da Zona Norte, né? Então, eu sempre fiquei de Zona Leste e Zona Norte. Então, eu conheço a cidade de São Paulo perfeitamente, Zona Sul, conheço muito. Assim, você vai para certos lugares no Brooklyn, onde tem as Coabs lá, não faz diferença de você ir para um Jardim Ângela, de você ir para uma cidade Tiradentes, quem conhece a Zona Leste, é muito parecida. E tem uma população de classe média que, assim, maravilhoso, vive muito bem, e aí é onde existe essa discrepância lá de classe, que ela é clara. Eles não conseguem se organizar também por conta da diferenciação de classe. E, na minha opinião, e isso também é uma agenda global, vamos dar oportunidade para o negro brasileiro, ele ter o acesso, que agora no mundo está sendo discutido, a gente vai criar uma classe média, que a gente não tem um histórico de classe média igual nos Estados Unidos, o negro não tem mesmo. E uma hora que a gente estabelecer isso, vai ser ainda mais difícil, pelo nível de ignorância, do nível de acesso às pessoas à informação, vai ser difícil quebrar esse gap. Eu vejo isso como um prognóstico futuro, eu não vejo esse acesso, não sou contra, porque dentro dos critérios eu faço até parte da classe média de São Paulo, apesar de não ser, porque eu tenho consciência de classes, entendendo? Mas em comparação com alguns irmãos que vivem em situação de favela, de extrema periferia, extrema pobreza, não foi a minha condição, sempre foi classe trabalhadora e de consciência de classe racial muito clara, mas eu estou vendo que vai se estabelecer uma classe média no Brasil. E depois, para quebrar esse gap, vai ser assim, a luta, a gente tem que ficar bem ciente do que a gente está fazendo enquanto coletivo também, para não deixar isso acontecer.
Então, e é louco, né, irmã? Porque assim, se você não está conectado assim com coletivos, com pessoas pretas, você tende a se perder mesmo, você tende a se isolar, você tende a querer viver ali aquela sua vidinha, entendeu? E aí isso também te afasta, um padrão de vida prejudicial também para nós, né? Porque a gente se afasta naturalmente, você começa a morar num bairro que não é uma periferia. Aí para você ir para a periferia, você está distante. Aí você já não tem acesso. Aí você constrói a sua vida ali com aquelas pessoas. Então, se você não está com essa questão, você não está discutindo essa questão, né, meu? Se você não está em coletivo, você não está com a sua comunidade, né? Você não está indo para um espaço preto, né? Você se perde, né? Quando você foi ver, passaram-se 10 anos, tal, sua vida foi trilhando um outro caminho, você se afastou do seu povo, se afastou das discussões que o seu povo está fazendo, entendeu? Está desconectado, está vivendo essa vida burguesa, está assumindo valores burgueses que também a gente tem que questionar muita coisa, né? Muita coisa que a gente vai atrás, que nos escraviza, né? Que nos aprisiona. E aí, sem querer me alongar muito, né?
Não,
mas você falando sobre a questão aí dos Estados Unidos, né? Lá dos Estados Unidos, sobre essa questão de uma classe média e tal, eu acho que até no grupo de estudos, né? Eu sempre falo desse livro aí dessa irmã, da Michelle Alexandre, né? Que ela escrevia o The New Jim Crow, né?
The New Jim Crow, isso.
Que ela num dos capítulos ela fala, né, que a agenda, né, da classe média negra é pensada, é construída, a classe média negra está lutando pelas cotas, né, pela representatividade, e aí está se esquecendo e nem discute sequer a situação da grande parte dos pretos, né, que passam pela violência penal, que passam pelo encarceramento, que se fodem, né? Porque são submetidos ao sistema penal e aí a partir daquilo a vida deles muda, não consegue mais financiamento, não consegue
trabalho,
casa, não consegue trabalho. Então assim, isso ninguém tá falando, entendeu? Essa classe média tipo, eu vou atrás aqui eu quero comprar um carro novo, quero morar melhor, quero fazer um doutorado, sabe assim, essas coisas. E aí as questões do nosso povo, né? Da grande maioria do nosso povo.
Essa. Excelente. Então, vamos agora falar um pouquinho sobre gênero. Você sendo um homem de ascendência africana, quais são os problemas que mais afetam os homens negros no Brasil, na sua visão?
Essa pergunta a gente tem que falar com bastante cuidado, né? Para a gente também não parecer que a gente também não está, que a gente está desclassificando, né? Essa questão do gênero, né? Porque é uma questão importante, é um problema que nós, enquanto pessoas africanas, né? Nós não tínhamos, né? Nosso povo sempre o gênero feminino, né, dentro de uma sociedade, dentro de uma aldeia, né, de uma comunidade, de uma família, nunca foi um problema, como é para os brancos, né? Como diz o Diop, né, o berço setentrional, né, a mulher, ela era um estorvo, né? Porque as populações eram nômades, elas tinham que estar sempre se mudando, elas tinham que estar guerreando, né? Então a mulher não era vista no mesmo nível que o homem. Mas isso para nós nunca foi um problema, né? A gente conseguiu se estabelecer nos territórios, a gente desenvolveu a agricultura, né? Nós tínhamos uma outra relação com a natureza, enfim. Mas existe uma agenda, né? Eu acredito que existe uma agenda mundial aí do feminismo, né? É uma agenda forte, é uma agenda que prejudica também a gente fazer uma discussão enquanto povo, né? Por outro lado também, algumas reflexões são interessantes de fazer, né? Porque a gente, dentro daquilo que a gente cresceu como a ideia de ser homem, é uma ideia também que causou muito mal, né? Muito mal para as nossas filhas, talvez até para nossas mães também, né? E aí, assim, dentro a gente tem que pensar essa questão dentro das cidades, né? Dentro do território urbano, que tudo é caos, né? Tudo é caótico, o espaço que as pessoas habitam, ele é um espaço caótico, é um espaço pequeno, a relação de trabalho também é uma relação caótica. Então, assim, essa vida na sociedade, essa vida dentro de um território hostil, ela traz várias consequências, né? E aí as consequências de gênero, o machismo, a violência, também não pode ser analisado fora desse contexto, né? E aí, ainda bem que as nossas irmãs conseguem se organizar melhor, né? Muito também, muito por uma demanda, né? Tipo assim, durante muito tempo as mulheres pretas não estavam, né, não estavam na pauta, não estavam em várias discussões, né? E aí, de uma forma muito louvável, né? De se admirar. As irmãs se organizam, fazem muitas coisas, né? Mas muitas discussões estão dentro dessa lógica do feminismo, que é uma lógica que, em última análise, nos coloca, né, como peças assim que não estão dentro do mesmo contexto, nos colocam como adversários, né? E isso é muito ruim, né? E aí o homem preto, né, que não é assim, ao meu ver, né? Não, ao meu ver, não. Eu posso afirmar isso, que não gosta assim de poder, né? Está desorganizado, ainda está vivendo uma mentalidade assim de que o homem precisa ser violento, precisa ter essa questão aí, esse apelo sexual sempre, que é o homem forte, que é o cara que tem moral na quebrada, sabe essas ideias assim, que, em última análise não nos levam a nada. Então muitos dos nossos irmãos ainda estão presos a essas coisas, essa visão de ser homem, e aí a gente não se organiza, não se discute, não trata nossas fragilidades, a gente não trabalha com a nossa emoção, com os nossos traumas. Isso nos prejudica, né? Isso nos leva a estar mais suscetível ao álcool, né? Às outras drogas, né? E aí a gente entra num ciclo, né? A gente segue num ciclo de destruição, de violência, né? De ignorância.
Contribui, na verdade, para a destruição, acaba sendo uma autodestruição.
Então, exatamente, né? A gente vê até que as propagandas, né? Alguns espaços são destinados só para mulheres negras, né? E se fala isso, né? Esse programa aqui é só para mulheres negras, né? Então isso é complicado, né? É complicado porque eu falo isso pensando numa lógica de povo, entende? Acho que os nossos problemas, por outro lado, também nós temos que superar várias questões, né? Temos que superar enquanto homens, mas pensando de uma forma coletiva, pensando enquanto povo, né? Da mesma forma também que a gente tem que superar a questão das questões, né, da homoafetividade também, né? Que durante muito tempo também a gente foi discutir isso, ou isso está sendo discutido dentro de uma agenda também, né? Que não é uma agenda preta.
Então, esses são, vamos dizer, resumindo, que os problemas que têm afetado a dita masculinidade dentro do contexto ocidental, para deixar bem específico, porque nós estamos no contexto ocidental, não tem como a gente negar, e isso é o que nos impacta, essa divisão que está tendo de gêneros, apesar de você trazer as necessidades que as mulheres negras possuem historicamente, como elas foram negligenciadas, mas que a gente não pode deixar que isso nos divida. Nós temos que ter uma questão de trabalharmos juntos, na verdade, para superar também a questão dos estereótipos que existem em relação ao homem negro, que muitas das vezes eles acabam abraçando por conta da ignorância. Então, são esses os fatores que têm mais impactado nesse momento a questão da masculinidade.
Irmã, assim, a gente não pode tirar a responsabilidade que a gente tem, né?
Isso é importante.
Um homem que, pô, né? Que oprime as suas mulheres na sua casa, né? Que tem um papel de constranger, de causar traumas, né? Ele tem uma responsabilidade, mas nós não podemos também tirar, né? Essa lógica que existe da supremacia branca, que essa construção de homem não é uma construção africana, entendeu? Se a gente não levar isso em consideração, a gente não está pensando no problema como um todo.
Com certeza, e também o sistema que eles, como o sistema opera, vai nos negar vários direitos, e hoje em dia existem estudos, está todo mundo fazendo terapia, como o trauma transgeracional, eles afetam as gerações atuais e vai afetar as gerações futuras se isso não for tratado. Eu concordo com você. É lógico que a gente tem que trazer a responsabilidade, aquilo que a gente pode mudar no nosso ambiente mínimo, né? Que seja dentro da nossa família, e isso por nós que temos um determinado nível de entendimento de certas coisas que muita gente não tem. Eu também acho que é a nossa obrigação de influenciar o nosso ambiente próximo, pelo menos, e conseguir expandir. Mas eu concordo com você que a gente não pode esquecer que a gente vive num sistema que fomenta a violência. Igual a gente não conversou sobre a televisão, a gente que fomenta consumo. Então, se aquele homem negro ele não é qualificado dentro da lógica ocidental, ele vai ter um trabalho estressante, vai chegar em casa, a mulher não vai ter acesso a certas coisas que ela assiste na televisão, ela não vai poder ir no shopping, aquele homem não pode dar certas coisas. A criança tem problema na escola, que a escola é um internato, na verdade, para o povo. Então, isso vai gerar violência, vai gerar frustração, e as pessoas sem estar preparadas, vai usar droga. A masculinidade negra, ela é linkada com a sexualidade. Então, em questão do Brasil, é um país, eu vou falar aqui a minha percepção coletiva, é um país de vulgaridade. Ele foi fundado à base da vulgaridade, e isso faz parte da cultura, enfim. Então, as pessoas, elas repetem padrões dos quais elas nem sabem o que a gente estava falando. A gente iniciou a conversa assim, a gente, para escapar da nossa afrodescendência da dor, a gente tenta ser branco, nem pintando a pele, mas, enfim, acessar espaços brancos, estudar, pegar um diploma, casar com branco, enfim, ter filho mestiço. E tem pessoas que ela fala, eu não posso ser o homem de Wall Street, com aquele poder, o homem branco do governo, então o que eu posso, dentro da lógica negra, o que é também consciente coletivo, mas eu sou homem que vou ser mulherengo, vou ter várias mulheres, enfim, então
exatamente. É onde eu posso exercer algum poder, né?
O poder, isso, então
ou eu sou forte, ou eu sou o bandido, né? Ou sou o cara que dá fuga na polícia. Isso é uma coisa que os jovens, né? Você vê? Todo mundo está precisando, todo mundo está tentando encontrar um espaço aí, né? De poder, de visibilidade, né? De onde ele é notado.
Isso, de colocar o
E
ego
tudo
para
isso,
fora.
né? E tudo isso eu acho que é o que que a sociedade branca doente, né, nos empurra, pensando em vender, né, pensando em nos controlar, né, pensando em nos manter escravos ainda, né?
E manter o sistema, porque enquanto a gente vai
É,
entrar nesse
manter ele
tema
girando, né?
isso, manter no sistema. E aí a gente vai entrar agora no tópico que eu quero que você fale, que aí eu vou também colocar algumas coisas, por exemplo, o impacto da violência e do racismo sistêmico na vida dos homens, particularmente no que diz respeito à brutalidade policial e ao encarceramento em massa. O que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Então, esse é a faceta do racismo, né? Que tá mais ligada e tá mais presente na vida dos homens, né? A brutalidade, o encarceramento. Então, os homens acabam morrendo até mais, né? De certa maneira, né? Pela questão da violência em virtude disso, né? Dessa proximidade, né? Com esse contexto de violência que está associado ao poder do Estado, né? A questão também do uma tipo assim um caminho que a gente vai trilhando para o suicídio, sabe, para um suicídio, né? Que a gente se arrisca mais, que a gente é negligente com nossa vida, com a nossa saúde, a gente tem um comportamento violento, né? Uns com os outros, né? Uma questão do auto ódio assim muito presente também. Isso aí eu penso muito na Bahia, né? Quando, sabe assim, quando você falou isso me veio muito à Bahia,
Não, o Estado, certo.
que talvez não só Bahia, né? Mas porque essa questão assim, da violência, assim, né? Da gente, sabe assim, de se agredir. Aí a questão, você pensa na polícia, né? Assim, todos os policiais são pretos e eles não têm assim a menor empatia com aquele cara que poderia ser filho dele, que ele vai e mata, sabe? Então acho que tá nesse contexto aí que a gente está falando, né?
Da
Esse
miséria,
aspecto
do
da
auto
violência do
ódio.
racismo do racismo que está mais próximo dos homens, né? Em razão desse comportamento violento, dessa masculinidade doente também.
Uhum. Isso é o que acaba também levando, e era o comentário que eu queria fazer, que essa falta de reflexão e também de conhecimento, que muitas pessoas negras elas estão vivendo, assim, nem vivendo, sobrevivendo, enfim, num estado mental totalmente fora do planeta Terra, é o que acaba sustentando o sistema, porque se a gente parar para pensar, eu não sei se no Brasil eles já começaram a privatizar as cadeias, mas nos Estados Unidos, por exemplo, é uma máquina, na verdade, né, de privatização. Eu estive agora na Carolina do Norte, eu estava ouvindo um podcast lá, para você ver o nível de perversidade, e o Brasil, ele faz uma cópia, na verdade, né? Ele traz, a gente pensa que a gente se influencia muito pela Europa, mas isso não é um fato. O Brasil, ele é bem influenciado pela cultura americana, pelas políticas que estão sendo
Sim,
desenvolvidas
sim,
lá,
sim.
e eu ouvindo esse podcast, a pessoa que estava apresentando o podcast falando de um complexo penitenciário, que eu não me lembro em qual região, mas enfim, se chama Angola, onde eles construíram esse complexo no sul, se eu não me engano, é no sul, em algum estado do sul dos Estados Unidos, onde teve a predominância do sistema escravocrata. O nome da penitenciária se chama Angola e foi construído em cima de um local onde era plantação, Então, para você ver como que eles são perversos, eles usam um nome que hoje é um estado-nação no continente africano e encarceram homens negros em massa em cima de um terreno onde era
Pois
plantação
é.
e fazem as pessoas trabalharem ali. E é onde eu quero dizer isso, que por essa falta de conhecimento mesmo, que isso tem muito a ver com conhecimento, a gente continua sustentando o sistema, porque juízes são pagos, que vão continuar trabalhando para manter, firmas, as empresas, né, as multinacionais usando a mão de obra negra, né, gratuitamente, praticamente, por um problema que eles causam, porque essas pessoas, se eles foram parar nessa situação, é porque a supremacia branca é quem produz, transporta, implanta, por exemplo, drogas, que é uma coisa que também acontece muito nessas regiões, onde essas pessoas não têm acesso à educação, nem que seja a péssima que existe, não tem acesso ao trabalho, ele vai acabar vendendo droga que ele não produz, vai acabar se viciando, vai preso para sustentar uma cadeia de brancos psicólogos, brancos que batem neles, que são aqueles guardas que trabalham no presídio, juízes, promotores e advogados, entre outras. Então, assim, é uma cadeia que se autossustenta com a nossa participação e muitas das vezes a gente nem sabe que nós somos protagonistas da nossa própria desgraça. A realidade é essa.
E aí, quem vê, né? E quem vê os Estados Unidos de fora, parece que esse problema não existe, né? Parece que tá tudo certo, né?
Uhum. Quem vê através dos filmes. Quem vê através
dos filmes, vê um monte de
televisão.
gente preta rica, né? Um monte de gente preta viajando e morando em mansão, parece que essa questão não existe, né?
É o que como nós iniciamos a nossa conversa, a questão da propaganda, a máquina, né?
Sim.
Os meios de comunicação, eles podem te elevar como te destruir, porque os Estados Unidos, principalmente as regiões que são mais populosas, mais conhecidas, a diferença para o Brasil é mínima, a diferença que existe é que eles passaram por um processo de industrialização muito anterior ao nosso, eles realmente foram um país que passou por um processo de industrialização, então a gente vai ver uma infraestrutura lá que no Brasil até hoje não existe. Sim. E se comparar com a comunidade afrodescendente lá, existe sim, visivelmente uma classe média naquilo que a gente coloca como classe média já há muitos anos, desde que eles foram libertos ou até antes. Existem algumas pessoas milionárias sim, mas que eles também não produzem nada, eles não são donos de nada, eles trocam dinheiro, é como se fosse um mercado de troca, né?
Sim.
E quem
bom,
coloca
muito bom
essas
você
pessoas...
falar isso, né? Legal.
Eles colocam, isso é importante, então para a gente não se iludir, porque essas pessoas, eles são consumidores, como a gente vai no shopping ou vai, sei lá, quem é de São Paulo, na 25 de março, comprar um monte de bugiganga, a realidade é essa, continuar alimentando o sistema. E aí, agora vamos falar sobre essas duas, considerando as duas diásporas afrodescendentes mais influentes, que é a dos Estados Unidos e do Brasil, pelo número de população, discussão, enfim. Quais os desafios semelhantes que são enfrentados nessas duas sociedades? Eu trouxe algumas coisas, se você já esteve lá ou tem alguma experiência, talvez, que você viu de coisa similar.
Já tive 2 vezes lá, em Nova York.
E quais são as similaridades que você percebeu em questão de desafios da população negra? Você acha que eles estão melhor, pior?
Não, então, eu acho que eu estive em Nova York, né? Eu acho que uma coisa que favorece as pessoas pretas é os irmãos estarem no mesmo território, né? Muitas pessoas pretas estarem no mesmo território. Isso eu acho que é muito importante. É muito importante. Que aqui, pelo menos na cidade que eu moro, né, São Paulo, a gente tem uma dificuldade disso, né? E isso causa uma dificuldade, uma confusão, né? Aquela questão do branco pobre, né? Que em tese está do seu lado, mas não está, né? Esse tem privilégio. Esse tem privilégio, não é?
Com certeza. Ele faz parte do exército.
Isso pode se chamar de privilégio.
Ele faz parte do exército.
Exatamente. Então, eu acho que isso é interessante, né? E aí também o fato das pessoas pretas permanecerem no mesmo território nos Estados Unidos possibilitou, inclusive, a criação de muita arte, de muita cultura, de muito conhecimento, né? Eu acho que, ainda que os irmãos não conseguissem preservar as tradições africanas, né? Como a gente conseguiu aqui, os irmãos conseguiram criar outras tradições, né? O jazz, né? O hip hop também, né? Apesar de todas as críticas que eu faço, assim, e questões que precisam ser levantadas com o hip hop, mas eu acho que foi uma expressão cultural, e assim, pensando que a cultura é muito importante, né? Pensando no papel que a cultura tem para nós, foi uma expressão cultural que surgiu, né? Na diáspora e a partir da gente estar acessando os mesmos locais, né? Estar acessando não, estar nos mesmos locais. Então, acho que isso é uma vantagem, né, que os irmãos têm. Eu acho também, assim, que a luta, né? A luta do povo preto nos Estados Unidos, ela é muito contada, né? Pelas famílias, né? Isso também é algo muito importante. Agora, em termos de desafio, acho que a gente precisa romper com o colonialismo, né? Porque a gente, da mesma forma que a gente é colonizado aqui, os americanos também são colonizados. Eu acho muito deprimente os irmãos não reconhecerem pessoas pretas de outros países como pretos, né? Acho isso muito evidente que não, não são todos, né? Mas uma grande maioria de americanos não tá nem aí para preto de qualquer outra parte do mundo, né? Então isso aí eu acho que é muito negativo, péssimo de se dizer, né? E também, eu acho que também, da mesma forma que aqui a gente absorve, né? A gente se coloca como parte de uma nação que foi construída com violência, uma nação que não foi construída para nós, que nós não viemos para cá para construir, para fazer parte, a gente veio para ser escravo. Os americanos também têm também estão presos nessa armadilha, né? De se colocarem como afro-americanos, se colocarem como americanos, de tentar pintar a bandeira dos Estados Unidos de RBG, que é uma idiotice, né? Pintar a bandeira com as cores vermelho, preto e verde, como se isso fosse uma forma de, sabe assim, chega a ser até doentio também, né? É bom que tem pessoas americanas que vão ouvir isso, acho que é interessante também elas ouvirem. E aí, tem um irmão que tá conosco, e ele tá com a câmera desligada?
Ele tá atrás, ele só tá atrás para poder trabalhar, se tiver algum tipo de problema no áudio.
Tá bom. Não, beleza.
Ele não está participando. É interessante que você traz isso, que eu tenho alguns pontos também. Você trouxe. Eu concordo com você, assim, o que eu vejo quando eu vou muito para lá, eu sou envolvida com instituições lá, umas 5, 6, trabalhando em diversas frentes. O que você trouxe da questão territorial, que é o que eu sempre falo, que assim, eu tenho oportunidade nessas instituições de trazer esse lado que muitos deles não têm conhecimento, porque eles vivem isolados, da mesma maneira que a maior parte da população negra no Brasil vive isolada mentalmente, isolada realmente, consumindo de sua própria cultura, eles produzem cultura e exportam para o mundo inteiro, porque o mundo consome a cultura deles, isso é um fato, né? Então eles vivem isolados, é um cativeiro, ainda acho que chega a ser pior por conta da máquina de propaganda, que eles fazem parte do imperialismo, eles são donos, né? Estou falando enquanto a nação, então você vai fazer parte disso, eu concordo. E aí eu trago várias coisas, então eu sempre falo que, apesar de toda a violência que eles sofreram, na questão da Jim Crow, da segregação oficial, que assim a perversidade é absurda, foi algo que foi favorável para a questão de identidade deles, porque por mais que tenham, sim, pessoas negras, às vezes que é do Partido Republicano, que é bolsominion, vamos dizer assim, que tem o povo que é do partido do PT de lá, mas a questão da identidade, eles sabem que são negros. Isso já é um avanço, você está entendendo? A questão de identidade ela é muito clara, já é um pequeno avanço. A questão territorial que se manteve, a segregação oficial, que é como a questão da abolição da escravização no Brasil oficial acabou, mas é um país segregado. Você vai para Nova York, você vai para o Brooklyn, para uma certa área, você está vendo gente negra. Tem a área do branco, tem a área do dito latino, enfim, realmente ele é
Então, mas aí tem essa questão, né? Por exemplo, porque pelo menos no meu entendimento, eu posso estar errado, né? O negro é o negro americano, né?
Não, assim, eu vou falar da minha experiência, que elas são de dois lados e não é nem defendendo, depende de quem nós estamos, com quem que a gente está articulando e com quem que a gente está. Eu vou num contexto de lá de estar envolvido com pessoas de organizações que elas são nacionalistas negros ou...
diferente, aí é diferente,
nacionalista, panafricanista, enfim, diversas vertentes, mas com esse fim. Na interação com as pessoas normais, se eu vou no mercado, eu vou em alguma coisa, existe algo que eu nunca passei por isso, que assim, eu transito por lá em comunidades negras diversas, e eu já fui em reuniões da Unia. Se eu não abrir a minha boca, eu entro, sento e ninguém sabe de onde eu sou. Quando eu abro a boca, eles vão saber porque eu tenho um outro assento e eles são super receptivos, porque eu também estou numa instituição específica. Mas se eu estou andando na rua, a única coisa que vai deixar em dúvida é a maneira que eu me visto, porque a gente tem que ver que mesmo a gente tendo A gente tem uma história em comum, sim, mas existe também as diferenças culturais, isso é um fato, étnicas, vamos dizer, que é a língua, o que a gente come, o que a gente construiu enquanto nova cultura como nesses novos territórios. E eu estava falando isso com uma amiga minha, que ela é muito amiga minha, com quem eu passei alguns dias agora no verão, sobre essa confusão que eu já tinha ouvido pessoas negras no Brasil que diz que foram para lá e pega táxi e alguém fala, você não é negro. A questão de lá, quando eles falam, você não é black, o black para eles, não é que ele está falando que você não é negro na cor, essas coisas, é que você não é etnicamente dos Estados Unidos, o que é um fato, não é uma questão de separar. É a mesma coisa, um negro americano vai para o Brasil, vai morar lá, ele vai ser negro, ele vai ser abraçado, mas ele etnicamente, ele fala uma outra língua, ele come um outro tipo de comida, ele construi uma outra cultura. Isso é um fato. Assim como o negro nascido na Colômbia, ele fala espanhol, ele vai comer. Então, eu não vejo isso como... Eu perguntei, já tive, não discussões, mas várias conversas com amigos meus, falaram, o que vocês falam quando eu falo, o que vocês são? Eles têm diversas denominações lá, tem grupos que eles vão falar que eles são afro-americanos, a maioria da população fala, não, eu sou um preto, e o preto significa, eu tenho uma linhagem daqui, vamos dizer, os meus ancestrais foram trazidos para cá, e a minha cultura foi desenvolvida, o que a gente está falando é o hip hop, é o que eles comem, tudo, mas eu não vejo numa questão de diferenciação, e vai ter aqueles que não estão ligados em luta política, nem nada que vai discriminar como o negro brasileiro discrimina alguém que vem do continente africano ou haitiano. Assim, eu não vejo diferença, tá entendendo? Se você está lidando com certas
Não, então,
partes
por isso que a gente precisa pensar e estabelecer, né, uma visão para esses assuntos a partir de nacionalistas pretos, né? Porque isso que faz a diferença, né?
Mas eu concordo com você que a minha identidade negra, eu sempre soube que eu fui, já falei que eu sou afrodescendente, sempre soube, mas eu tinha, vamos dizer, não é incômodo no sentido, nossa, era um incômodo falar assim, eu sou uma pessoa africana. Eu consegui desenvolver essa identidade, vamos dizer, de falar assim, não, eu não uso africano porque vai abrir para muitas discussões de etnia do continente, então eu uso afrodescendente, por isso que eu faço parte da nação afrodescendente, porque embarca aquilo que eu acredito e como eu me vejo, mas foi em contato com um grupo específico nos Estados Unidos, porque eles usam muitos termos, quando você está com um grupo nacionalista, pan-africanista, we are Africans. É o que eles falam a todo momento. Então, eu comecei a ouvir isso tantas vezes, encontrando com eles todas as quintas-feiras, que me desenvolveu isso de uma maneira automática. Então, tem muita gente lá que está com essa questão já muito bem resolvida em organizações que não está discutindo certas coisas, você está entendendo? Eu sou afro-americano. O regular, ele é o brasileiro, no máximo o afro-brasileiro, e que vai ser contra, que tem vários casos de negros brasileiros.
E até mesmo, né, os irmãos do continente precisam desenvolver também essa noção, né? Porque também foi como você falou, senão eles vão nos ver como não pretos, como não africanos, entendeu?
O que acontece muitas vezes.
E aí, por isso que a questão do panafricanismo é importante, né? Porque aí se a gente se coloca enquanto panafricanista, para nós não importa o lugar que a gente esteja. A gente não vai se colocar, eu sou brasileiro porque eu tenho uma cultura, porque eu como tal comida, porque eu tenho influência do samba, de jeito nenhum, né? Para mim, uma pessoa preta de qualquer lugar do mundo é meu irmão, né? E assim, nada disso é mais importante do que a terra que a gente veio, a ancestralidade, a história que a gente carrega, né? Nada disso, porque a gente pode até, é evidente que enquanto a nossa subjetividade, a gente vai ter, a gente vai se identificar com uma coisa com outra, com basquete, com samba, tal, mas isso não pode ser um elemento que vai nos distanciar, nos ver um irmão, né?
Não, eu acho que
de jeito nenhum, então,
pensar politicamente, até se a gente partir.
É isso, eu acho que
partir da nossa.
Esse, né?
Vamos parar para pensar. O que nos junta hoje, infelizmente, é a opressão que a gente sofre. Não adianta a gente falar. Você pode ser dos Estados Unidos, você pode ser do Brasil, você pode ser do continente africano, você pode ser um milionário. A opressão que você sofre porque você tem a pele que você tem, os traços que você tem, ela é generalizada para qualquer um de nós. Então, se a gente partir disso, isso já é um ponto para a gente se organizar politicamente para romper com isso e nos reconstituirmos. Eu concordo com você plenamente, não tem nem... O resto são diferenças mínimas, como existe em qualquer outro grupo. Você vai para a Ásia, eles têm as diferenças. Eu vivo na Europa, eles têm as diferenças deles, étnicos, culturais, mas na hora do político... existe a União Europeia, você concorda comigo? Existe a União Europeia.
Sim.
E é ali onde eles fazem os tratados de quem manda e quem deve obedecer. Então, é esse o caminho. E agora a gente está chegando no final, eu vou te fazer algumas perguntas em questão que você fale um pouco sobre a sua luta enquanto ativista, como que você contribui para a questão da autodeterminação, se você quiser falar um pouco sobre a organização que você atua e quais as perspectivas que você vê para o futuro. Vamos falar sobre coisas positivas. O trabalho que você está fazendo em comunidade, que você está fazendo aí no Brasil, que é muito importante, o que você espera?
Então, minha forma de pensar, né, minha forma de militar, eu devo à organização que eu participo, que é a União dos Coletivos Pan-Africanistas, né, uma organização que trouxe aí, me moldou enquanto uma pessoa preta ativista. A colaboração que eu dou, assim, com um trabalho, né, o trabalho de base, né, o trabalho, a difusão desse pensamento aí do panafricanismo, né, o que eu espero para o futuro. Eu não quero perder a esperança, não perco a esperança, né? Como diz o H. Rap Brown, né? Ele mudou de nome, mas ele fala que eu não sei o nome dele agora, esqueci o nome dele, muçulmano, que ele adotou, né? Depois que ele tá preso, infelizmente, ainda, né? Esquecido lá na cadeia.
Uhum.
Ele diz que o revolucionário, né, não pode se dar o direito de perder a esperança. Então, eu não acho, apesar de todo o panorama assim que pode parecer trágico, né, difícil, eu acho que a gente pode avançar mais, né? Acho que a gente precisa estar conectado mesmo de forma mundial, né? Acho que a gente não pode perder aí todo o legado aí de entrega, de coragem, de dedicação que as nossas irmãs e os nossos irmãos em várias partes do mundo trilharam. E aí, assim, volto a dizer, né? Por mais que as coisas estejam... que o cenário não seja melhor, né? Que a gente tenha aí também que essa questão da morte, do genocídio, da miséria, ela segue crescendo, né? Que a gente às vezes não veja assim de forma racional um horizonte positivo. A gente tem que continuar acreditando, levando adiante essa mensagem de emancipação, porque outras pessoas também, assim como nós, né? Como nós dois fomos influenciados por tanta coisa verdadeira, né?
Uhum.
Outras pessoas também podem ser, né? A gente continua aí, acho que o nosso povo, às vezes até inconsciente, continua resistindo, continua produzindo muita coisa. Às vezes também pessoas pretas que não estão organizadas também têm colaborações importantes, né? Então eu acho que é isso, a gente tem que manter aí, a gente precisa estar junto para a gente manter essa esperança, essa vontade de lutar viva, né? E aí, acho que é isso. Não sei se eu respondi tudo que você perguntou.
Com certeza, excelente. Então, eu gostaria de te agradecer pela conversa, pela participação, pela contribuição que foi muito importante, porque a gente vai que as outras pessoas possam nos ver a nossa conexão, que nós estamos para contribuir, para trabalhar junto, para a gente sair desses cativeiros onde nos despejaram. E aí, para a nossa audiência aqui, se você é um afrodescendente, gostou do nosso conteúdo e quer saber mais sobre os próximos eventos, como contribuir com a nação afrodescendente, eu vou passar aqui o site para vocês, que está no processo de tradução para o português, para a gente ter mais afrodescendentes do cativeiro, diáspora, a.k.a. diáspora do Brasil, para ter acesso ao nosso conteúdo, se quiser contribuir, se quiser se associar enquanto afrodescendente lá sem custo algum, para estar no nosso banco de dados, para a gente fazer essa luta coletiva no continente todo. Então é só entrar no www.afrodescendant.org. A gente também está no Instagram como nrc.social. E a gente também tem um canal no YouTube que se chama National Reparations Convention 2023, que é onde tem vários vídeos com várias pessoas influentes dos Estados Unidos falando sobre reparação histórica, falando sobre a questão de genocídio que está acontecendo com todos nós. Então, assim, para quem quiser nos seguir, colaborar, se juntar a essa luta coletiva, estamos todos presentes. Muito obrigado. Certo?
Irmã, posso só para completar, né? Eu quero também agradecer, né, a organização que eu participo, ao CPA, que há mais de 20 anos realiza um trabalho de resistência de forma autônoma. Quero agradecer também a todas as organizações pretas em outras partes do Brasil, do mundo. Agradecer também a Afrodescendant, é isso?
Isso, Afrodescendant Nation.
Quero também, assim, deixar registrado a preocupação que a gente não pode se desconectar também do continente africano, que passa por várias mazelas, né? A questão do genocídio, né? Que está muito presente, né? Da questão da invasão da China, né? No continente africano. Também a gente lembrar da questão do Haiti, né? O Haiti como uma referência para nós aí na diáspora,
Na diáspora de luta, realmente,
isso.
de revolução.
Então a gente não perder a referência, né, do Haiti e do continente africano sempre que a gente falar também de luta preta mundial, né?
Com certeza, com certeza. A luta, ela é uma luta coletiva, como você já falou, e é o que a gente vê, porque no individual nós não vamos sair dessa situação de maneira alguma. Então, é realmente unir forças, as pessoas que estão com o mesmo foco e objetivo, trabalhar juntos para nós.
E dizer também que a gente está aberto, né, a trabalhar com os irmãos aí também, né, dessas organizações, né, de maneira que a gente possa atingir bons resultados para todos nós, né?
Isso com certeza é o nosso projeto para um futuro próximo, na verdade, trazer um congresso para o Brasil, realmente trabalhar com organizações como a sua, de norte a sul no Brasil, e trazer para fazer, vamos falar, um ano vai ser em Chicago, outro ano no Brasil, outro ano no continente, a gente está fazendo essa conexão com os governos, tudo, para poder discutir essas questões, na verdade, dessas diferentes localidades. Excelente. Muito obrigado.
A gente que agradece, irmã. Tamo junto.
Tá bom. Obrigada.
We are back, and guess what? Look like I have some guests in the gallery. Oh, it's my beautiful sister. Let's go ahead and bring her in. Yes. Let her share the screen with me. Can you all hear me? Put a 44 in the chat if I can be heard. 44 in the chat if I can be heard straight away. My sister, can you hear me? Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay.
There you are.
Greetings.
Hello. Greetings to you. Yes, ma'am. So, wait, you look like that lady that was in that video we just played.
Yes, I am here live right now.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you an official welcome to our beautiful ambassador, Ambassador Sheila Silver. She was the young lady in the video you just seen, Colorism and Identity Crisis in the Diaspora. So, sister, that was enlightening, surprising, and you really had to do that thing called read, because none of us speak Portuguese. But I know that when you and I talked, we talked about colorism, and you are one shade of brown, my sister, and obviously I am another. And so we got into that conversation, And I didn't think that it was had such an impact on our male counterparts. So, sister, can you speak to that and kind of summarize what happened in that video, in that exchange between you and the brother? And what is his name? And go ahead and give a little brief introduction to yourself. All at the same time. Okay.
Greetings, everybody. Yes, the topic colorism is something that summarizes. It's a new discussion in Brazil. Yes, this is what I try to bring. It's talking to this. His name is Jomo. We call him Jomo. And he's also part of an organization, a person who understands about political issues that we have in Brazil and also around the world. And the topic colorism in Brazil is a new discussion. This is what I said. The concept there, racial concept, it's totally different from the United States, yes. Although this is, for me, it was very important what he brought, although people in general think that in Brazil is the biggest we are the biggest African population outside the continent. It's not a fact, yes, in the way how the society there was built, yes. The society was built in a way to erase the African presence, yes, through miscegenation. Yes, genocide is, of course, yes, because of the poverty and violence. But the main point in Brazil, historically, it was the miscegenation. This is how they tried to erase the African presence there. Yes, it was how the eugenics was introduced there in Brazil. We were a huge population, yes, but the government or the elite, they decided to whiten the country. And how they did that, it was importing Europeans, yes, in the 19th century, 20th century. And to mix with the African population, mainly women, so they could create a new caste, yes, what we call their pardo, this is the word, but they call themselves a brown people. Right, I would say it's a new race because these people, they are multi-generational mixed. Some of them, they cannot trace who it was African or who was mixed or who was European or native from the country. So they are a new race. And the discussion, the deep discussion about who is, this is the term that they use, that black, are people like us that are, because in Brazil, at least, I left Brazil 2010, and a person of African descent, Afro-descendant person, it was a person who is clearly seen as an African descendant. Yeah, so I look at you, I see clearly you are a woman of African descent.
Yeah.
People in Brazil or everywhere where I go, they look at me and they see clearly she is a person who is a person of African descent. Where I was born, it's not important, but this is clear. I cannot be assigned as something else, and I couldn't never be assigned as something else than an African descendant person, yes? And today in Brazil, people who are mixed or maybe generation mixed, they will never consider themselves as Afro-descendant or black, is the term that they use that. There, they start using this term because in the country, there is a kind of affirmative actions to try to introduce the African population into certain places like university or public civil service. And the point is there are white people passing as Afro-descendant to get these places, to get some certain kind of money to run as politicians, yes. People who maybe have a African person in their family that they cannot trace who they will show up today saying, oh yes, I don't know, but my great-great-great-grandmother, she was an African person, but this person, she lived as a white person their whole life, yes. Because it's also very important, this is what people don't understand outside, I think, in Europe or Anglo-Saxon countries. that Brazil, and not just Brazil, all Latin America countries, they were colonized by Southern Europeans. Southern Europeans, they are not Anglo-Saxons, they don't have the same ethnicity, they don't have the same appearance, but they keep white and European, right? So this is the confusion, and it is also very important for me to talk about that because I know there is a confusion in the United States, for example, when they see you use the term Latinos for everyone who is from Latin America, right? In general, it doesn't matter if they are black or brown or white, or everybody is Latino. But in these countries, normally people they don't use this term, and in these certain countries like Brazil, Colombia, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, we have a population like the United States. We have the Europeans, yes, the colonizers or the ones who immigrated, invited by the colonizers. We have the African population, the African Afrodescendant, the descendant of people who were enslaved in these areas. We have the natives, normally the ones who survived, and we have a huge population who is mixed, yes, and they really cannot say, and normally anti-black, normally, yes, these people. So, and it's a point that is very important to understand, to discuss, because I know in the United States you have a kind of maybe division because the complexion, skin complexion, if someone who is light skin or I don't know, dark skin or something like that, but you are all black, right? Or Afro-descendant. It was how this society was built. If you have one drop rule, black, you'll be black, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7 generations.
Yes.
And in Latin America, not just in Brazil, but because I was born in this captivity, I can talk much better about Brazil. There it means if you have one drop rule white, and keep reproducing white, you can achieve whiteness. Your descendants will be white, and they will benefit in the society passing as white. Yes, because there is not your genetic that will count. It is your features, your phenotype. If you have African phenotype, you suffer all kind of violence that I don't need to expose here because this is what you know in the United States, all kind of violence that we are exposed as Afro-descendants. And in Brazil and other countries of South America, it's the same thing, yes. Plus the poverty that we suffer deeper because we are in the so-called third world countries, yes. We are not a part of a rich country or the United States or something like that, yes. And I'm not saying that you don't have your issues there, you have a lot I saw with my own eyes, but summarizing, we are on the same boat, right? Speaking different languages. Of course, we built different cultures, but the struggle is very similar. Yes, and it was what I want to bring to make people understand that the situation throughout the Americas is not so different from the United States. So the exposure that who are our so-called enemies, yes, who are oppressing us is the same group that colonized and enslaved us.
Right. Let me get my mic hot. But yes, sister, I thought about back in the day in Louisiana, we had several what we call Creole neighborhoods where those individuals were actually passing for white, and yeah, they got several legs up, or were placed in political positions, or like you said, those civil service positions. So I can attest to that, that form of colorism happening in the neighborhood, people actual passing and choosing to be white rather than to be so quote unquote black. As far as down in Brazil and South America, I believe it was called a whitening. They just purposely wanted to mate with all of the native copper colored people and intentionally whited out the complexions as to have them be more in number. right? So that's fascinating. That started way back then when they got off the boats, literally, and started taking people from South America and bringing them, dispersing them throughout the diaspora. So yeah, that's very deep. And thank you so much, my sister, for bringing that perspective. Yes, there are Afro descendants in South America, and they are claiming
Yes,
it.
we
Yes.
are. We
Oh,
are.
and
And
that is
I want
beautiful.
to say something that is so important that you brought this specific situation, for example, about the Creoles. This is when I'm interacting with Afro-descendants in the United States to explain them so they can understand what I mean when I'm talking about this caste, this buffer class, right? And this is the example that I give. You also have this phenomenon in the United States, the Creole. They reproduced among themselves because they want to keep the family light. They had access to go to the universities to really uh, bring the African population to be a little bit quiet, yes, and with hope. And this is the same case. And the more and to understand the history, this area where this Creole, I don't know if this term is used until today, they were also controlled by Spanish and French
That's
people.
right. That is
And this
right.
is a specific tactic that these people used. They created buffer class everywhere they were. They mixed with the population to create a buffer class to join them to oppress or to erase African people. So if we look at the history, back at the history, we will see the same game and the same group of Europeans use the same tactics. The Anglo-Saxons, they have another. They prefer to keep themselves white. They don't want to mix. They are also violent in another kind of way. But the Southern European or Latin people, this is most important. Latin is the language. It's because of that we are called Latin America, because Latin people colonized and invaded this place. This is the topic. It's not, I am not a Latin person because I'm not a descendant of a Portuguese person. I'm a descendant of an African person, but I was subjugated and forced to learn a language. But it doesn't mean that I'm a Latino, right? In the same way, that doesn't mean that you are an Anglo-Saxon. I cannot say, okay, you are Anglo-Saxon or Black Anglo-Saxon. It makes no sense. And just to make people to understand, yes, the language that we use shape our mentality and make us, put us in a state that you don't understand sometimes the reality where we are in, because they give us the framework so you think the way how they want. Yes, and this is very important that we have this space here to bring this discussion and to create our own terms. Yes,
Yes.
our own meanings. It's very important.
Yes, and I thank you once again, Ambassador. Tell the listeners where they can reach you and have a further this conversation with you. You have any social media sites that they can reach out to?
Oh, yes, it's Sheila Silva. I use normally Facebook, so people they can find me there on Facebook. Yes.
All right. So, Ambassador, you could stick around and stay on the panel, or you can come back later, or you could.
Yes, I will come back later.
Okay. Thank you. So, thank you so much once again. That was a wonderful panel discussion on colorism. I learned a lot, and it was, you have a beautiful language, the Portuguese language.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
my
you.
sister. Thank you so much for contributing.
Yes.
All right, now, so we're going to move on with the programming. So, next on my schedule, I guess I'll stick to the schedule right now. Let's go ahead and break the monotony. We've been talking a lot, right? Let's just go ahead and cue this video up and see if we could get this video popping. Let's see here. Give me one moment. Let's get back to the videos.
Peace and blessings. My name is Michaela Dawson, Afro-descendant and proud member of the Afro-descendant nation. Peace.
Shalom, I'm Yahoo. I'm an Afro-descendant and a proud member of the Afro-descendant nation.
Hi, I'm Will Jones, an Afro-descendant and a proud member of the Afro-descendant nation.
Hi, I'm Makoto Tamora, an Afro-descendant, and a proud member of the Afro-descendant nation.
My name is Melina Abdullah, and I am a proud Afro-descendant of the Afro-descendant nation. My name is Melina Abdullah, and I am a proud Afro-descendant of the Afro-descendant nation.
Hang on, you guys. I'm gonna be right with ya. This one you don't want to miss. I need an engineer. Is somebody gonna volunteer and step up to the plate today? Just 1 second, you guys. Only when you want what you're looking for, you can't find it. I just had to get it done. So let me come back to y'all, so y'all won't feel like I'm. All right, so I was looking for the next video. Put a 44 in the chat if I can be heard. Forward in the chat if I can be heard. I needed a break anyways. I am looking for a particular video that I wanted to share with you all. It was actually an interview with the vice presidential candidate, Melina Abdullah. And I want to make sure I'm playing the right one. Let's see. Nope, that's not it. So, y'all bear with me. How we doing in the chat? How we doing in the chat? I know that was a lot of talking. Have we managed to run on over to the website yet? Afrodescendant.org is the website, family. Afrodescendant.org is the website. Or you can text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. You know, somebody is busy trying to keep me from playing this video for y'all. But that's not going to stop me from finding it. I promise you I will. Who we got in the building? Let me see. Let me see if my brother Shahid. Brother Shahid, are you still in the building? Let me go back to Control Room Central. See who's in the building that can take over the wheels of steel. Who's backstage that can help me out? Raise your hand. Grab the mic, anybody. Grab the mic. We got several people. Come on in. Somebody have their hand raised. Who's that with their hand raised? Is that you, my sister Shabazz? Lieutenant Shabazz, is that you? With your hand raised and your screen sharing going on? Has everybody abandoned me? What's going on in the control room? We see all these people on the panel and nobody's talking. Brother Jabbar, are you there? I see my sister Shabazz is working her screen share, so let me go and find this video for y'all because I don't want to keep y'all waiting. I'm going to have to do a download search because I know I have it here. Just can't find it. Oh, please forgive me, you all. Mecca said, I can help you if you send me the Zoom link. It's not a matter of the Zoom, baby. It's my OBS. Okay. Yes, okay, so let's do this. I am determined to find that video. But I'm going to play another video while we wait. How about that?
My name is Shaka Barak, a member of the UNIA, and have held many local, regional, and international offices. I'm also the president of the Marcus Garvey Institute, a research organization on the life and the works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. I also have met Dr. Y.N. Clyde and went to the United Nations on several occasions with the International Human Rights Association of American Minorities. Today, because of my interest in the movie Woman King, I have regular conversations with the United Nations ambassador from the Republic of Benin. What does self-determination look like to me for the descendants of enslaved Africans? To me, the discussion begins thousands of years ago, when Africans gave to the world first civilizations, when we gave art, science, literature, mathematics, and to the world. To me, I must acknowledge the great empires of Ghana, Mali, Songhai, and the kingdoms of Dahomey, Yoruba, Ashanti, Zulu, Hausa, where African women were a major partner in building, maintaining, and expanding our civilizations, whether in war or in peace. I'm also reminded that in 1513, the Portuguese began the transatlantic slave trade, and how hundreds of thousands of us landed upon the shores of the Americas. The horrors of this damnable institution of slavery carried out on the southern plantations and the sugar, rice, cotton, tobacco plantations throughout North, South, and Central America was the most barbaric practices ever employed by people calling themselves human beings. I am once again reminded of how our men and women have resisted. I remember the many petitions and complaints of our people for justice against taxation without representation, but also remember how we fought it. Died for freedom through the many revolts and insurrections. Because I remember, I am thankful to the Toussaint L. Overtures who gave us the Haitian Revolution. I am thankful to Paul Coffey who sought to set up a separate government in West Africa. And I'm thankful for the insurrectionists like Gabriel Prosser and Reverend Nat Turner. I remember how the Baptist and Methodist churches had a hand not only in serving as places of worship, of schools, and places of refuge, but they had hands in the insurrection. In 1865, when slavery was abolished, it was followed by 90 years of Jim Crow and Jane Crow-ism. And thousands of lynchings, poor schools, poor housing, unemployment. And let me share how the Honorable Marcus Garvey called together our people from around the world at the first International Convention in 1920, when 25,000 came on opening day. A plebiscite was achieved, and after 31 days of this convention, a Declaration of Rights was created with 12 complaints and 54 human rights demands. I remember how the messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, was also a member of the UNIA, and then gave us another movement, the Nation of Islam, and today, both of the movements are still alive. I conclude by saying that our self-determination must be based on knowing ourselves and our history. It means knowing our rights and fighting like Black Panthers, under David Walker's appeal, and answering Malcolm X's call by any means necessary, and agreeing that we will unite our communities until we can create our villages of peace like that which was set up in Dimona, Israel, and that we pursue our economic, political, and educational ends across religious lines and under Black nationalism. Thank you.
My great
Yes, yes, yes. Are we back on the mic live again, y'all? I guess we are. I'm Makoti Tamora. I am Chief of Staff for the Afro-Descendant Nation, hosting a Election Day plebiscite reparations marathon live here on the National Reparations Convention channel. We got several more hours to go, you guys. Jam-packed full of things. I don't want to start that other video this late again, but I'm gonna have to eventually move on with another video. Let's go ahead and listen to this powerful young lady.
Bonjour. Hello. Hello. Are you light skinned? Ask yourself why. At one time in history, when you were the closest to the sun, when you go for your DNA ancestry test, and you get your results. And you're so happy to discover that you are 20% Native American. 20% Nigerian. 35% Portuguese. 15% British. 7% British. And 3% other. So now you speak the language of your oppressors, the masters, and you so proud to say that my great-grandma was such. Oh, you so light-skinned gal. Where'd you get those piercing green eyes? You ask yourself. Don't you know that a great-great-great-grandma
I'm back again. Just trying to see if we can get our sister. She's still trying, I think. I think she's still trying to get activated. That's so sweet. I do appreciate you, my sister. But we're going to continue to give you all these videos because I know you don't want me to just keep running my mouth. Although I couldn't talk about Afro-descendants for, ad nauseum. It wouldn't hurt me at all to talk about us like that. But since we have other people to hear from, we're going to go ahead and keep it moving. Let's see if this is the right one. Yeah, that is the right one. Let's go to that page and make it a little bit bigger. Oh yeah. So this one is one that our dear president contributed for sure. And when she brought it my way, I said, most definitely, I will definitely play this for you all. So I pray that you all enjoy this as much as I did. Here we go.
The wealth the U.S. enjoys today was built on the backs of the stolen lives and labor of millions of enslaved and formerly enslaved Black people. After emancipation, there was no real freedom, as Blacks were denied land, subjected to Jim Crow segregation laws, stripped of the right to vote, medically experimented on, relegated to substandard housing, redlined, blocked from GI military benefits, and more. The abuse and trauma continues today with negative impacts on wealth, inequalities in education, disparities in health, unfairness in the system of punishment, and more. Legacies from the enslavement era remain in today's economy, still generating wealth. Financial companies were enriched, life insurance policies were sold on the lives of enslaved persons, and newspaper publishers inflamed white terrorism. Reparations is not a pie-in-the-sky concept or a strange, extreme idea. Reparations is a well-established principle in both U.S. and international law for those who have suffered gross human rights abuses. However, there have been missed opportunities to provide repair and amends to Black people. Reparations were paid when chattel slavery was abolished in the nation's capital in 1862, but the reparations were not paid to the newly freed Black people. The reparations went to their former white enslavers. Similarly, the British government paid reparations when it abolished slavery in 1833, again, not to its formerly enslaved, but to the former white enslavers. And those reparation payments continued for centuries after both the enslaved and enslavers were dead, all the way up through 2015. At the end of the Civil War, newly freed Black leaders helped develop Special Field Order 15, where Black families were able to claim up to 40 acres of land. However, the reparations provision was stripped before it could become actualized, and the empty promise of 40 acres and a mule has echoed ever since. But Black people have never stopped advocating for reparations. Beginning in 1783, Belinda, kidnapped from Africa at age 12 and enslaved by the wealthy royal family in Boston for 50 years, submitted court petitions for payment for her enslavement and was granted 15 pounds per year. In 1870, Henrietta Wood petitioned the court for and was granted $2,500 for the years stolen from her life. To date, that sum, although a pittance, is the largest on record to be granted by a U.S. court for enslavement. In 1898, Callie House helped spearhead the first mass-based reparations movement in the United States, whose mission was to organize mutual aid and pass federal pension legislation to compensate formerly enslaved persons. She was wrongfully convicted and imprisoned for her organizing. A follower of the early 20th century Marcus Garvey movement, later to be known as Queen Mother Audley Moore, championed the cause of reparations throughout the century, inspiring leaders in both the civil rights and Black Power movements. These movements inspired Japanese Americans, resulting in the 1988 passage of the Civil Liberties Act, which granted them reparations for unjust incarceration during World War II. Spurred by Black reparation activists, Congressman John Conyers introduced H.R. 40 in 1989 to establish a federal commission to examine slavery and discrimination and recommend remedies. After the 2020 George Floyd murder, millions protested for Black lives, and a multitude of organizations dedicated to reparations emerged. Cities nationwide began establishing reparation commissions and task forces, and California established the first statewide reparations task force. Academic and religious institutions began publicly supporting reparations. Traumatic massacres in Rosewood, Tulsa, Elaine, Wilmington, and more were publicized, along with revelations that Georgetown University stands because of the enslaved peoples that were sold to keep the school financially stable. But some people don't believe that people alive today should have to pay for something they personally were not responsible for. We all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. Although today's whites may be innocent of past harms, many stand in privileged positions because of the past and benefit from a society immersed in white supremacy. There is no statute of limitations on addressing human rights violations. Some people feel that reparations is only about the money. Reparations is more than the cutting of a check. A reparations settlement can be fashioned in as many ways as necessary to equitably address the countless manifestations of injury sustained from chattel slavery and its continuing vestiges. It's a new day with new energy and new possibilities. Reparations can be a vehicle for transformative change. Indeed, reparations may be the only policy that comprehensively addresses the very crux of racism and inequity, the harms from the enslavement era that still manifest today in nearly every aspect of life. The fruit we see now emanated from historic seeds that were planted and watered for generations. Reparations are no longer a stretch of the imagination or an unobtainable goal, but very likely a reality and achievable in our lifetime.
All right, family, we are back. I am back. Just gonna sit back and talk to y'all for a little bit, find out how we're doing in the chat again. Check in with my peoples in the chat. Who do we have? Who do we have still running with me? I got a long way to go, so I'm just looking for a couple of friends to hang on with me. I see my friend Mecca is still hanging on with me, doing a great job as a moderator. We got our good moderator, Miss Shirley Baker. Salute to you, my sister, Human Rights Policy Officer. Yes, yes, yes. Who else we have in the building? Curtis Murphy still hanging in there with us. I appreciate you, my brother. And Alexi. Yes, ma'am, I see you. Who else do we have running through here? So how have y'all been enjoying the programming so far? Let us know if you learned anything. Have you learned anything? What have you learned? Are we texting that all important word reparations to 1-877-506-2184? That is very important that we do that right now. Or go to Afrodescendant.org. Afrodescendant.org, click on that membership tab, fill out the application to become a member, and then head on over to that plethysite tab, click on take the survey, fill out the survey, so we'll know exactly how you feel, how y'all are feeling. How is Afrodescendant as an identity resonating with you all in the chat? Can I get a one if we're all in unison that we're going to be one in the chat if Afro-descendant is now our new identity? That's an identity that was created by us for us. One in the chat. One's in the chat. I know I got a lot of 100s going up, so that'll work. That will work. How's my mic? I was told my mic was kind of low. How am I now? Is that a little better? I don't want to be too loud, but I do want you all to hear what we got going on. So let's see, since we all off our schedule here, but hey, we got 12 hours of programming. It's gonna happen, all right? 12 hours of programming and some great education going on. That's all I can say in the process. So let me see where I'm at on my schedule here. So I tell you what, we have coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to have some live entertainment. How about that? I do believe that is on the way, hopefully. That will be confirmed here momentarily, so we can kind of switch it up and change the atmosphere. How about if we check in on what's going on with their election? Maybe not. Maybe we can check in with our sister Shabazz. Sister Shabazz, I see you have a hot mic. Can you just come in and chat with us? Don't worry about sharing your screen. Just have a conversation. Since your mic is hot. No? Okay. We're going to move on. I won't hold y'all up. Let's go on and let's go ahead and get on with the next video up until it's time for our next guest to check in. That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep it pushing. All the way, all the way, all the way. Okay, let's see. So I was surprised that when I was looking in the chat earlier, everyone's saying, yeah, Afro-descendant is the new way we're going to be referred to. No longer referred to as African American, no longer referred to as black. I think I like that. I think I like that. So, you know, I just mentioned, you know, their elections and whatnot. One of our dear sisters, she's an Afro-descendant. She's fighting tooth and nail in their races, and she contacted me and said, I can't come on, but this is what I can contribute to the platform. And so, like I said, I want to switch it up and add some type of entertainment to it. You know, all work and no play makes a dull family. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this video. Hold on 1 second. Let me get it up. Let me get it up for us here. This is Pamela Moses, you guys. She's running for U.S. Senate. This is not an endorsement of any type, but she did say that she would like me to go ahead and feature her, since this song speaks to our struggles and the Black Power movement. So check out our sister. She's running for U.S. Senate, but she's also an esteemed rap artist. Or she likes to say artivist, right? Here we go.
Speak truth to power. I speak truth to power. I will speak truth to power, because your findings are inconclusive. You have no authority and your jurisdiction is non-exclusive. I will speak truth to power, because I am so aware of your lies. No matter what you do, I still see your disguise. I will speak truth to power, because wisdom is my weapon. Discernment is my confession. I stand guilty as charged. but I cannot plead the fifth, cause I plead the blood. God is on my side. I will speak truth to power. I will not and I cannot worship your powers that be. I shall not and I cannot bow down to your black robe, as you can see. It goes all the way back to my ancestors, you know, the great ones. At the Red Sea, again, I must ask, where is your authority? I will speak truth to power. Because you manipulate material facts. Your witnesses commit perjury. Your prosecution is malicious, past the verge of vindictiveness. I will speak truth to power. For even a blind man can see your ridiculousness. No matter how absurd, no matter how many flawed premises, you're a miseducated, simple-minded nemesis who envies my intelligence. Can't you see that I'm heaven sent? Or did you get caught up in your scripted jurisprudence? I will speak truth to power. Your administration was built upon racism. Your hierarchy is built upon fraud and flagrantness. I do not see the things the way you see. Your vision is blurry because your judgment is clouded by poor perceptions, misconceptions, and false impressions. I will speak truth to power because you gave me those so-called inalienable rights. Remember, my country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. I shall prevail. I know, it's such a frightening thing, but I must speak truth to power, and I will be sure to pass it off to my offspring.
Oh yeah, just like that, just like that. Powerful, powerful sister, and I wish she have all the strength she needs to get through what she's going through right now, and I'm sure she'll be giving me a call tonight to let me know how all that worked out for her. But that will have to be after we get our numbers. After we get our numbers from what we got going on here, hopefully we've gained at least 20 new members since we've been airing at 10 o'clock. We started at 10 and we're going to 10, 12 hours of continuous plebiscite reparations vote marathon. With me, your host, Akoti, Chief of Staff to the President of the Afrodescendant Nation. We just want to make sure that you all are familiar with the term Afrodescendant. Embrace it, love it, just as much as our ancestors did back in the day when it was all about Black power. Now we're all about Afro-descendant power. And it's about speaking truth to power, just like our sister Shirley Baker said, just like our sister Pamela Moses said. We're going to speak truth to power, and we're not going to be silent in this hour. We can't afford to be silent. That is why President Dr. Akila Mukuram worked so diligently with Reparations United to put forth a letter so that a letter addressed to VP Kamala Harris. And this letter urged her to urge President Biden to sign an executive order establishing a commission to complete their studies on reparations, their studies on slavery and the impact it had on the African descendants here in America, and then decide how they're going to divvy up payments, rather that be land in combination with some funds, some programs. We need all of that. We deserve all of that. So it's reparations now from here on out. And I think I have a guest in the studio. So let me go back over there to the control room and see who's in the house. Oh, look like I got Moni Flo in the building. Do I have Moni Flo in the building?
Yes, ma'am. Tony Mono Flow right here.
Yes, yes, yes. Greetings, greetings, my brother.
Thank you. Greetings to you.
So, I'm trying to get you on the screen here. Are you gonna come on screen or? There
Oh
we
yeah.
go. Yes, I remember you from the video. Afrodescendant, Afrodescendant, oh,
Yeah. Afro
Afrodescendant.
descendants. Come
Yes,
on.
I can't get that song out of my mind. I've been rocking to it all weekend. Okay, my
Indeed.
brother. So they told me that you're gonna come in and bless us with some spoken words, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm gonna let you have the mic, and I'm gonna clear my face. And you got it, my brother. Introduce yourself, and then get right at it. Okay?
Okay, cool. We just doing one point, right? Or what we doing?
Brother, you have 15 minutes or 10 minutes. You can do 10 minutes, come back and talk to me, and I'll break in if I need to. But yeah, you have 15 minutes, sir.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to get that clarity going on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you
Go
so
right
much.
ahead. No problem.
No problem. Peace and blessings, everybody. My name is Tony Mono Flow. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. Been working with the people, community, and doing social justice work and all type of work for over 10 years. It's a blessing to be here today. I had the fortunate opportunity to be able to travel down to Washington, D.C. earlier for the National Reparations Convention. Got to do a bit of spoken word there, but also connect with different people across the land that's been doing some real important type of work for our people. And one of the big things, of course, was talking about this plebiscite vote. So with that being said, there's a couple things that I want to bring to the table on the poetic side. So like I said, I'm glad to be here. Let's do it. Imagine seeing our sons lift up our brothers. A daughter getting a ring before being that baby's mother. Imagine seeing our son lift up his brothers. Our daughters getting a ring before being that baby's mother. Finding a husband before finding a lover. Jumping over a broom before hopping under a cover. The streets is less hot. School is more cool. And rappers are educators instead of some paid fools. Every day watching the tube but not seeing bad news. Little girls less jazzy, less mothers singing the blues. Cuz not getting popped. Blood stop getting shot. My folks put down that peace and bringing more peace to the block. Less little kids getting hit with them straight bullets. More thoughts about the consequences before they pull it. A lot of less eulogies being preached up in them pulpits. Judges thinking about them sentences before they rule it. Parents know their kids ain't stupid. They probably just foolish. So you take them out of that box when they be twisted like a Rubik's. More fathers at home. Less men up in them cubics. Treating immigrants like humans instead of some mutants. No matter what race, we all getting along. Stop killing each other over colors we got on. Encouraging healthy living so we all live long. Stop hurting our planet. Taking care of our home. Stop being cruel and help the people that's needy. Giving man food instead of just being greedy. Officers serving us and protecting us like they promised. Politics not corrupt and our leaders being honest. Stop raising the taxes just to make the rich richer. Everybody come together. Be part of the bigger picture. Imagine where we would go. Imagine what we could be. If we opened up our eyes, imagine what we could see. Then I picked up the remote to turn on the TV, click, to see it's just my imagination running away with me. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm back.
Okay, thank y'all. That was my first piece, something called Imagine. And so I'm gonna be going to another piece. This piece is something that I wrote when I was 19. I've had the opportunity to perform in all types of places, including the National Convention for Reparations this earlier this year, and it's called "The Color of Captivity." You might have also heard this if you was able to watch the Afrodescendants, the Rise of the Afrodescendants by ABJ, and that's the organization that actually brought me here. That's the Anna B. Jones Civic Arts Center. So I've been brought here by Anna B. Jones and also Mama Brady, particularly, who is the running chief operating officer of Anna B. Jones. So with that being said, I'm a child of America. I'm a child of America. When my color is a crime. I'm sorry. I apologize. I just wanted to make sure my coworkers knew that they weren't aware that I was he came in and wasn't aware that I was on a Zoom call. So I did want to let him know that. Pardon me. So I'm a child of America. When my color is a crime. When my ancestors paid the cost for their children to do the time, held captive by our own freedom of this red, white, and blue, looked at as animals, whether the jungle or the zoo. So whether the hood or a jail cell, shoot, we still stuck like glue. And although our feet bear the struggle, we still cannot fit the shoe. And our backs yield the pain that our ancestors felt. Yet they did not have our backs, they just collected the wealth. You see, the more poor, the more they rejected our health. Passed us right up like we were all stealth. We right over and no, oh no, no help. Nothing in store for us except reloading the shelf. Obeying the boss, getting beat with no belt. And when Uncle Sam come, you better brace yourself. You can't face yourself because you hate yourself. So how can you love your brother, your sister, your kids, or even your children's mother? See, we were raised off self-hate, all thanks to Willie Lynch. Time for change, Obama, so at least we penny pinch. And what a nice way to repay us for raping our motherland, stealing our resources live, selling it to another man, rendering the motherland a third world full of poverty, shift across the ocean like cargo or European property, bidding us off like an auction or a lottery, putting us against our own brothers and destroying camaraderie. But oh, we sang those hymns of the field. Look, we were the pyramid of the stone that built this nation's economy. Yet they embedded the ignorance, then painted their faces black, a mockery. And the renaissance that flooded them Harlem streets made the KKK want to tie rope around a tree. They were sent our men to fight the war of a stolen nation, then regulated our freedom of the emancipation, disguised it with the hate that they call segregation. So with this freedom came many complications. See, civil rights was a fight that Malcolm X was ready for, Reverend King turned his cheek for, and Rosa Parks gave some motivation. So we kept it marching like walking for cancer. We kept it pumping our inner Black Panther. We didn't get far when it really cracked down, because our idols be idle because they own that crack now. And when brothers talk violence, it's hard to back down, raised up like soldiers so intense we can't smile. Chained around the neck like dogs, treating our women as such, whipped around so much we don't even wear belts on our butts. And it's normal for us to live a short life like midgets, surrounded by pigs, rats, and pigeons. That's gold diggers, cops, and snitches. Every man for themselves, so we mind our own business. Takes a village to raise a child, but we have them, then forget them. Whenever we feel down, we use chemicals to get lifted. Catch the Holy Spirit, then cross the street for some liquor. Break down the pain and put it all in the swisher. The path of our drive, but we be stuck like parking stickers. See, we be broker than the 10 Commandments, so we choose to not follow the law. We figure the only rule is to never get caught. But see, I'm a child of Africa where the sun makes us dark, the flame that kindled the globe where we were robbed of our spark soul. Do we blame these thieves for this lack of fire? Or do we style our own businesses when we don't get hired? You know, clench our own wealth like automatic pliers? Or do we wait on someone else to become our supplier? See, they forced our ancestors not to learn, although education is quintessential. But it's cool to be a fool and never reach your full potential. See, they enslaved our minds to become our own demise. But my people gave their lives so that their children will rise. So rise up, my brothers, my sisters, while we have a chance. Do not blame the man, just get up and be a man. See, I'm a child of the Creator, so I know that I can make it. With the future in our palms, but will we choose to take it? The color of captivity. All right, thank y'all. I appreciate that. I got one more piece I'm gonna end it off with before we send it back to my sister. And so once again, I do appreciate this opportunity to be able to share my spoken word. I do appreciate the community, everybody that's working for whatever doing whatever they're doing in regards to what they're doing. That's including the Afrodescendant Nation, ABJ, Brother Shabazz, and anybody else that's on this call or across the globe that's doing what they need to do so that we can rise as a people, no matter what label or name we call ourselves, whether that be Afro-descendant, whether it be anything, our people, and you know what I mean when I say our people. Anybody that's fighting for the rights of our people, I just want to say I appreciate you all. So with that being said, I want to end it off with this. A black man, yeah, I understand the odds are against me, but I overstand my powers. It ain't nothing that can bend me. Like them balancers on them porches, get the cameras recorded. See, this is history in the taping. The revolution's awakened, but please don't be mistaken. While I'm not a Black Panther, I am a product of it. I be more of a panther. Moonium behind podiums, got the youth on my back. Remotely, I'll be controlling them. Remotely, I'll be controlling them. How I channel them to the max. See, even when odds are challenged, it still is hard to find balance. Because even when you positive, the negative comes like magnets. I am rich on the inside and out. Don't worry about the credit, because I've been had the clout. Who could tell me I couldn't? Who can tell me I can't? Where those who said I would, and I dare y'all to say I ain't. Once again, who can tell me I couldn't? Who can tell me I can't? Where those who said I would, and I dare y'all to say I ain't. See, them stereotypes like a DJ, them stereotypes I push to stop the rip. The stereotypes I push to stop the records to play us backwards. But you gotta expand the mind to go forward in great matters. See, all I gotta do is put my mind to it. Cancel out my doubts, I put a line through it. I like all my worries with 2 lines through it. I got some haters trying to block me, but I strive through it. Peace. And that's my performance for today, man. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you, sister. And how you say your name? Is it Akoti?
Akoti, that's it.
Right on time.
Yeah, that just simply means sister in Hebrew.
Sister. Okay. Okay, well, I appreciate y'all so much. Once again, I'm Tony Mono Flow. Tony is a branch off of my first name. I say Mono because I believe that we all are one. And then the flow represent that it's all about progression. So thank you so much for having me on today.
Okay, tell the people where they can connect with you on social media.
Indubitably. So if you would like to connect with me, my name is right here on the screen. It's Tony Mono Flow. You can find me on Instagram at Tony Mono Flow. If you type in on Facebook, you can find me on the Tony Mono Flow as well. So once again, it's a pleasure to connect with you all. If you're not really somebody that's a social media person and you do want to reach out to me on the email side, you can email me at RUGB, which stands for Rise Up, Get Better, because that's what we always doing. Every day we rise, every day we wake up, we attend to get better. Every day we rise up, we attend to get better. So it's RUGB flow at gmail.com. Once again, that's RUGB flow FLOW at gmail.com.
Salute to you, my brother. Absolutely.
You too, sis. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Genius. Go ahead.
Thank you.
It's a way to get our next guests fired up and ready to come on in, talking about unity, talking about oneness. Salute to you, my brother, and thank you for coming on. We will be in contact. Yes, sir.
Peace to you, my Akoti.
Yes, my brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Salute, my brother.
Peace.
Okay, well, how about that, y'all? Thank you. Here, just right on time and looking suave and debonair. This is our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Rashawn Shabazz. Thank you for joining me right on time, sir. Keep me on track, right?
All right.
Yes, sir. So thank you for coming on and having this very important conversation regarding self-determination, Afro-descendant identity, and of course reparations. So, tell the people a little bit about yourself, and let's get into it.
Sure thing. So thank you, Cody. My name is Rashawn Shabazz. I'm the Minister for Foreign Affairs. In the U.S. government, that will be likened to the Secretary of State. I am the Chief Advisor to Madam President, Dr. Akila Mukaram, regarding foreign affairs. I also help her or provide advice in terms of selecting ambassadors and diplomats, and advisor regarding other foreign policy. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, then. So, Let's get into it. What is your
All right.
understanding of self determination? How would you
Okay.
define it?
Uh, that's a good question. Uh, First of all, self-determination and reparations and identity, they go hand in hand. Identity and self-determination are key components of reparations. Um, I'll talk a little bit about identity. Uh, First of all, we are a unique people because we've had a unique experience. Not only were we enslaved, but our identity was taken. Our humanity was destroyed. And we're in the process of reestablishing ourselves. And it's really about restoration. So it's not just reparations, it's restoration. But in order for us to properly restore ourselves, we need self-determination. We need to identify which we have done, and we are currently doing. And we need reparations. And you look at the term Afro-descendant, it's more than just a label, but it acknowledges our shared experiences, our shared struggles, and our shared resilience. We've done some great things as a people. If you look at us as a people, we are the best of the best of the best of the best of all we've gone through. So being Afro-descendant, that we share that resilience as well. By recognizing that we are Afro-descendant, what that is that becomes a foundation for uh, unified efforts in our actions. Because you have to look, it wasn't only us, there's people all over the slave diaspora, and they talk about strength in numbers. Well, we all had those same experiences. And so we are all Afro-descendant. Um, and adopting that, it really, it creates a sense of global solidarity. In other words, we can become a global force. And if you think about it, we're doing something that has never been done before. We as a people, especially in the United States, have never made a collective decision without the influence of the government. Now, yes, we've made individual decisions, and we've made decisions within different organizations without the influence of the government, but never a collective one, not only within the United States, but globally. And we've done that with Afro-descendant. Think about the message that sends to the government. Think about the message that sends to the world. That shows that we are in solidarity. So our identity is key.
Yes, yes. So, being is that we're moving towards self identifying. You know, today is election day in the United States. We're
Yes.
holding our plebiscite here, our plebiscite reparations vote. What are your thoughts on the current situation in the election?
It's a good question. I know this is a very critical moment that we're in right now. And I look at my own relatives, I look at some of my friends, their own pins and needles. Many of them are afraid if one person is elected, how we will go back in time. If another person is elected, they feel that we'll be closer to receiving the justice that we deserve. They're hoping and praying for that. What I see is all they really want is freedom, justice, and equality. That's all that they really want. And a couple of questions come to mind when I think about that. Can either candidate, are they willing or even able to give us total freedom, justice, and equality? Moreover, another question that comes to mind, is the government capable and willing to give us total freedom, justice, and equality? Even clearly they're not.
No.
One is that we are a unique people. It's about restoration. We had our identity taken. We had our humanity destroyed. So it's about restoration. Neither Canada nor America can restore us as a people. Only we can do that. So regardless of who wins the election, we still are responsible for self-determination and creating we are responsible for our own destination. America can't do that for us. We must do it for ourselves, regardless of who's elected.
So I know that you pretty much said that you think African Americans should receive reparations. So let me preference it this way. Why? Because a lot of people say, "Oh, that's nobody who was enslaved is alive now, so why should I give money to people who haven't actually suffered the harm?"
Uh-huh.
Because we're always tying reparations just to slavery. But there are a number of other atrocities that happen to us as a nation of people. So, can you speak to that as to why we should receive reparations outside of the enslavement, chattel slavery bit?
Okay. Well, it's really not about reparations. It's about self-determination. So reparations in itself, I hear many of our people say, cut us a check. Well, we just recently got cut a check in the stimulus, and look where we're at right now, still trying to come together as a people. So it's really not about reparations itself. It's about restoration. And that is done through identity. It's done through self-determination, and reparations will help us achieve that. So reparations, self-identity, identity, and self-determination goes hand in hand. And when you look at self-determination, that includes self-governance, economic independence, cultural sovereignty. We can create our own culture. We can do that outside of European influence or any other nation influence. We can do that ourselves. We have to separate from those perpetuating systems that have been oppressing us. And that is the only way that we will achieve true self-determination and restoration. So it really isn't about reparations itself. It's much bigger than reparations. Reparations will help enable us to our own self-determination, to determine our own destiny. And I ask a question, Sister Cody, not to you, but just to the listening audience and in general. What is wrong with self-determination? Every other people, every other nation, they're able to self-determine. Why can't we? We've had people determine our destiny for hundreds of years. So we deserve it. We've earned it. Why not have the right to self-determination? Everybody else does, and it's our time.
Right now, not today. Right now, no.
Right now, right now.
Right now. So, you talked about a lot about identity. So, can you stress how important it is that we unify behind an identity, embracing all of
Yes,
our differences,
yes.
but we have to embrace all of our differences, understanding that all of those differences come underneath one nation of people, multi-talented,
Absolutely,
multicultural
absolutely.
people. So speak to that in identity and tied into self-determination.
Well, see, Afrodescendant is our global political documented identity. You can be a Christian Afrodescendant. You can be a Muslim Afrodescendant. You can be a Hebrew Israelite Afrodescendant. Afrodescendant covers all those boundaries because it's our shared experience that makes us Afrodescendant. So that is our legal global identity. And not only is that here in America, it's in the Americas. To my understanding, I think Brazil may have 1.5 to 2 times more Afro-descendants than we have. So they've already adopted that. And so now, and for us to be in solidarity with them and for us to be properly represented in the UN, which is where this has been documented and established, this is our global political identity.
So, you've answered all of my questions already. Like, goodness gracious.
Well, I have a couple of more things I can add. Okay.
Just feel free because
Okay.
Guess what? You know, we are asking individuals to join the Afro-Descendant Nation. So, like any intelligent person, the first thing they're going to say, okay, yeah, join your organization. What's in it for me? So why should they embrace us as a family, as the nation, and why should they want to be an Afro descendant? What's with Afro descendant? What's that all about?
Because it is our vehicle for total freedom, justice, and equality. It is the strategy for us to achieve freedom, justice, and equality. We've established it, we've been recognized, and now we need to come together collectively because there's strength in numbers, and not only that, there's talent in numbers, there's resources in numbers, and we all have that in common. Afro-descendant is the glue that holds us all together, and we've never come together before as a people under one umbrella for one cause, and now we have that, Afro-descendant. And while I'm answering that question, there's something else I wanted to touch on that's a sore spot with some of our people. In terms of self-determination, you also need separation. Now, some people might not take too well with separation, but let's look at the Jewish people. You have Jewish people that live in Israel, their homeland. You have some that live in the United States. You have them that live in Germany. They live all over the planet, all over the world. However, they have the option of going to their homeland. Why can't we have that option? Whether you want to go or not, it'd be nice to have the option. We deserve that option. We've been without a land that we can call our own for hundreds of years. We've earned the right to have a land of our own. We deserve it. So for those that have an issue with separation, will it be whenever you decide to choose your option to come to a land of your own, we'll be there with open arms welcoming you. We deserve that.
Yeah, after all this time, and I just can't fathom.
I can barely hear you.
Let's see. Did I turn my mic off over here? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you better. Yes.
Okay. I cannot believe when I hear some of our people say that we shouldn't get reparations. That's interesting to me because, I'm a firm believer that a debt owed, including, let's just say there is no statute of limitation on murder, right?
Okay.
How many lives, how many of our people have lost ancestors through the hands of violence at the hands of our oppressors? Not only just going back to child enslavement, but even right now today, as an innocent civilian being gunned down in the street at the hands of people who are supposed to be here to protect and serve. Just that is enough to say that we deserve some type of reparatory justice. And even the UN has said that. They've taken a close look at the atrocities that has happened to us here in America and said, yes, America, hey, you guys are on the hook for this. So how can you speak to how the UN plays a part in this, if at all?
Well, I can't necessarily speak to the role that the UN plays. I'm not an international attorney. We do have people with us that could better answer that particular question. But I can speak to some of the injustices that we've gone through. This is the benefit of having separation. I think Brother Shahid read those bullet points earlier. He talked about autonomy and control. See, if we're controlling our own society, then we're away from those the violence and the other things that are inflicted upon us. We talk about safety and empowerment. Then we can provide safety for our own people, and we can empower our own people to do what is best for us. This is where the benefit of separation comes in. Because if you're not separated and you're under the same system that oppressed you, then how are you going to build a society, for your benefit as a people? It's impossible. So for those that don't want to separate, I'll go back to that. It's nice to have the option. But we want self-determination. We want to determine our own destiny. We want to build our own nation. And just to kind of wrap this up and put it in perspective, we can do this, Cody. We can build our nation. We are experts at building nations. We built this nation, and we continue to build it. And to even put it in a greater perspective of Cody, we as a people were reduced to the lowest level of humanity that one could imagine. In that state of our lowest level of humanity, we created the greatest industrial nation on the planet. In that state, if we can create the greatest industrial nation on the planet at our lowest level of humanity, imagine what we can do now.
That totally speaks to our resiliency and our will to survive. And I think that if we have survived this long, we definitely can thrive and strive in a nation of our own. So I do believe that now is our time, and I do think that it's not just going to be the Afro-descendant nation that's going to have to put boots on the ground and garner all of the troops together, so to speak. How can we reach other organizations to bring them in under the Afro-descendant nation with them maintaining some sense of autonomy?
I think one of the most important things we need to do at this point is grab the low-hanging fruit. Do those things that are easy. And one of the easiest things we can do is help people understand benefit of being Afro-descendant, understanding that it is our global political identity. And not just tell them that it is, helping them understand why. Having them to understand that this is the glue that holds us together. Now, there are many, many things we can do to further ourselves as a people, because this battle that we're fighting for total freedom, justice, and equality is fought on many fronts. So there are a lot of things, but some of the low-hanging fruit, some of the things that are easy to do, is help people understand why we are Afro-descendant and let them know that it is inclusive. I'm not saying that you aren't a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not saying that you aren't ADOS. I'm not saying that you aren't whatever it is that you choose to be. You're just that an Afro-descendant, because we've shared that same experience. The talking points, I think that Brother Shahid read those. We can put them on the website. Let people download them. Take a screenshot and use them, and use those as ammunition when explaining to people why we are who we are and the benefit of doing that. That's the first thing I would do. That's one of the things I strongly recommend that we do. Because ultimately, we have to come together as a people. And I don't know of anything else, Cody, and listening audience, that has bound us together globally other than this experience that we've gone through.
Yes.
So, to say all that, this is our nation. As I said, we built this nation in our lowest state. We did. Imagine what we can do now. If we just make up our minds, Cody, that we want to build this nation, this will be a world wonder, a sight to behold. And probably, in my opinion, for many other nations to follow, because this will be a first.
Yes,
and it
sir.
took us to do it. It's our time.
Yes, sir. And we can do it again. We can do it again. We have the greatest minds in our young people today, so innovative and motivated to contribute. We just have to get them all together in one place, under one nation, under one identity, with sovereignty.
Yes. So I want to thank you, for your time, and also I wanted to give a special thanks to the Honorable Silas Muhammad and Queen Mashaki Muhammad for getting us to this point, for leading their leadership and guidance, and taking the forefront, and getting us here. And also thank the listening audience. Hopefully, audience will get to speak again. I've enjoyed it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister of Foreign Affairs. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our beautiful, our wonderful, our blessed Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Rashawn Shabazz. Have a good one, my brother. Thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
So, as continuing, the Election Day Marathon is continuing. I am Okoti Tamar, Chief of Staff of the President of the Afro-Descendant Nation. We are kind of sort of halfway through. Not quite. 5 o'clock will be halfway through. I'm just trying to make believe, but I am having fun and enjoying myself listening to all of these beautiful people speak on the Afro-descendant nation, speak on self-determination, speak on Afro-descendant identity. That's what we're on today in this hour. And if I'm just going to say, please join us in that effort. Text the word reparations to 1-877-506-2184. 1-877-506-2184. Text the word reparations. Take the plebiscite survey. Let us know how you're feeling in this hour. Earlier I asked a question, and I don't know if some of you probably have already left the stream, but how many questions are on the survey, on the plebiscite survey? Did anyone get the right answer from those of you all who've already taken it? Put a fist in the chat if you've already taken the plebiscite vote. Let's see. I just want to gauge how many people are really interested in finding out what the plebiscite vote is all about. Now, we have to invest in ourselves. That way we can improve ourselves. It's going to take all of us, not just one of us. So we can't be out here willy-nilly. And that's why I'm so happy to see our sister Shirley Baker in the chat. Thank you, Mecca, for the fist. Our sister Mecca in the chat. Malakia? Oh, salute, sister. Another human rights policy officer coming through, enjoying this Election Day plebiscite reparations vote marathon with the Afro-Descendant Nation here at National Reparations Convention. If you have not given us a thumbs up, please do so. Share the video with your family. Let them know that, hey, there's another vote you can take today other than the one they got going on in the outside world. That's what we were talking about, being set apart, being separate, right? We're doing something separate over here. They're doing their thing over there. And hey, listen, if you feel like it's your civic duty to participate in the U.S. election, please feel free to do so. I'm just saying, when you're done over there, come over here. And it's easy. Just fill out the survey, couple of questions. No obligations to do so after you do so. We're not trying to sell you anything or anything like that. But you do have the opportunity to go ahead and, apply for membership. How about we do this? Let's go ahead and share the website. I don't think I've shared the website today. So let me go ahead and move my big old face, right? I'm going to lose my face just for a second just so I can share the video, share the website with you all. Let's do that. Let's go to the website. Let's do that. Just one moment. There it is. There we go. So that's what it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Afro-Descendants, Afro-Descendants, right? I like that song. Y'all know I'm going to play that song again before we leave out of here. So anyway, so here we are on the website. Information tab. Here's About Us. Here's where you can read our mission. What is an Afro-Descendant? This was written by Salis Muhammad. So I want to read just a little bit of that. I learned from several forums in the United Nations that a large contingency of our people, mainly Latin Americans from the slavery diaspora, were calling themselves Afro-descendant as early as 2000 in Santiago, Chile. The term was first heard at the United Nations Forum. And I do remember Queen Mishaki mentioning that in that piece that we played earlier today. So, as stated before, here's the working definition of Afro-descendant. if you identify with any of these phrases or sentences here, then you're an Afro descendant. Don't be afraid. Don't be ashamed to declare that you are an Afro descendant, right? You can't deny what the definition is. I mean, it is what it is. But you don't have to lose being a Hebrew Israelite or a Muslim or a Christian or a Baptist or a Catholic, a Kemetic brother or sister, hotel. I'm with you with that. Black power, black power. At the same time, we're saying, come and be a family with us at the Afro-Descendant Nation. So the blueprint is here as well. This is where I want you to go today. Start here with the plebiscite. And it's going to tell you why you should vote. You've heard our Minister of Foreign Affairs speak to why you should vote. You've heard Brother Jabbar speak to why you should vote. You heard especially our brother Shahid, because he went through these talking points already. So it's important that you vote. It's not just a passing phase we're going to go through. No, this is permanent for our nation. This is what we have to do for our nation. So here's where you cast your vote, because we don't want to do to you what the United States did to our ancestors, which is denied them the right to self-determine how they want to live, what culture they want to adopt, what they want to eat, what religion they want to practice. Our forefathers was denied all of that, right? And they just told us, oh, you're Negro, you're colored, you're black, you're African American, and it just changed at the whim of whatever political advantage they wanted to use us for. So now we're saying, cast your vote for reparations. And your choice to be self-determined. Like, you make a vote and we tally up the vote. And if we collect all these votes and nobody wants to be Afro-descendant, which I doubt that's gonna be the results, but it's the process, right? So here's where you need to participate in the process on the website, or like I said, you can text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. Now the next thing is membership. Membership to the Afro-Descendant Nation involves it's an application. It's a literal application process, right? So I completed my application. I received an email. Email saying that I was accepted, and it was quite easy. Everything's done electronically, and that's how I ended here behind the microphone speaking on behalf of the president of the Afro-Descendant Nation. It's just that simple. We do need more individuals in government, and we do need volunteer, just everyday members, right? That's going to help push this message forward that we are the Afro-Descendant Nation. We have claimed the Afro-Descendant identity, and we want to accept all of our brothers and sisters who are victims, who are descendants of those who were forcibly taken, forcibly deprived of their right to self-determination. That's what this marathon is all about. We're getting close to our next segment, which is mic check. Where are you in the diaspora? Mic check. Where are you in the diaspora? So I have to go to the chat. Everybody in the chat, I need you to do me a solid, if you would. I need you to go ahead And let me know where you are in these United States, or if you're out of the country tuning in as well, let me know that. If you would, that would be great. So while I switch over, going over to the chat, let me go ahead and play my song again. How about that? All right. So we are back. I am back. Let's get me back on the Zoom here. How y'all doing? How are y'all doing? Let's talk to the chat. How are y'all doing? Where y'all from? Let's go. Philadelphia in the house. Jacksonville, Florida. Raleigh, North Carolina. Alexi say, I would say for them to sit down somewhere and let the rest of us have their reparations for the ones who don't think we should have reparations. Okay, sister. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Like, and how about the ones that say, don't give them reparations because they ain't gonna do nothing but throw it away? Well, okay. I'm gonna say speak for yourself, because I got a list of things that I would like to do for myself and my people. Granted, right? So I don't understand that concept either, Alexi. I'm with you on that. Mecca says, cast your vote for the future of our children for self-determination. That is so right, my sister. Hold on, let's see. Can y'all hear me? I didn't see they can't see me. Uh-oh. There we go. There I am. Hi. Okay, so what, I've been going live for about, I don't know, I can't even count the hours now because I've been woke longer than that. But so here we go. Thank you for that, Madam President. I did not know you couldn't see me, but I'm here. I done lost my train of thought. But we're talking about reparations. We're talking about voting. I think I was reading the chat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was saying like, yeah, they're saying they don't know what they're gonna do with their money. They ain't gonna do nothing but waste it. Well, okay, so let them waste theirs, and then you get yours, and you do something better. That's what I'm saying. And it's just not all about money, like Minister of Foreign Affairs said. It's not always just about money. It's about the freedom to move about without being subjected to these criminal laws and a lot of these civil laws that was either put in place to put us back in slavery, i.e., lock us up in prison and jail, or build civil laws built to extract money from us, right? They pay us low wages, pay us underneath our white counterparts, less than our white counterparts still to this day. That's why they've made it a law, or unwritten law that you can't discuss how much you work on the job because of us. Believe me when I tell you that. That's one of them rules, regulations they do to try to curtail us from finding out that they're still abusing us at every turn. And even for that, we don't want to go through civil law or anything like that, but we're on to human rights, right? And Sister Shirley Baker can definitely attest to this, and Malakia can definitely attest to this. We're not on the civil thing no more. We're done asking you to behave civilly. But if you go ahead and do that commission, that would be great. Let's talk about that letter that we sent to President Biden. Let's talk about that. So, we sent it to Kamala Harris, and she's supposed to get it to Biden to urge him to go ahead and do HR 40. How long has HR 40 been in existence? How long has we been talking about HR 40? No, not necessarily we want another study, but hey, how about we just collect all the studies that we have and present that to Joe Biden maybe? How about if we help him establish that commission? Right? These are some things that we can do for ourselves, and that would be exercising our right to self-determination. Just like with the Afro-Descendant Nation. I came in just as a member and really not understanding that this is a government that's trying to form, trying to shape, and they're writing laws that's going to benefit you, all Afro-descendants. So when you hear politicians say they're not going to do anything particularly for black people, African Americans, Afro-descendants, well, the Afro-descendant nation is saying, we're over here in this government writing laws that's going to change your life, literally change your life and better your life. And we're not talking about just for right now, like we say reparations now. We're talking about for generations to come. We're talking about generational wealth building. We're talking about taking back our culture. We're talking about loving on ourselves, since the other nations don't want to love us. Love yourselves if they don't want to love you, right? That's the best love, is self-love. So with that being said, we have to continue to push the number 1-877-506-2184. Text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. The more people we have voting, the bigger our collective is. And when we return to the UN, we'll have those numbers say, hey, we have a nation. I mean, let me ask y'all this question. If we had 1 million people, could 1 million people effectively run a nation? Having a fully equipped government, you have people who know about running infrastructure, that's building bridges, building highways, installing communications, installing satellites, building hospitals, nurses, doctors, lawyers, chiefs, Indians. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we have all of those parts that already make up a nation. Right here, we have teachers, beauticians, estheticians, you know, you name it, rappers, football players, basketball. We have a nation. Everything is right here just for our taking. We just have to say, okay, yes, we are a nation of people representative of all these different types of, I don't know, what do you say, ethnicities? I don't know, because we are the ethnicity, right? We are a common ethnicity, right? So, you know, whatever your self-identification is welcome here. We love you, we embrace you, we want you here. Adding that protection, I say, you know, I want to be mobbed up when I go somewhere. You know what I mean? And that's going to be very important too, that we should not be, you know, scattered. If anything takes place, then we're all across the nation. I think we should mob up. That's just my humble opinion, but you know. But just like the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, you can have a choice. Vote in the plebiscite. So you can have a choice whether or not you want to stay or you want to go. At least you have a choice. That's called having a right to self-determination. Literally, that's the right to self-determination. So with that being said, let me see. Somebody is mixing. Okay, so Bro Richard is in the house. Malakia is in Egypt. Right. Malakia is in Egypt. Who else we have? Yeah. Thank y'all for tuning in. This is wonderful. This is great. So what we're going to do now is ask everyone in the chat to make sure that you hit the thumbs up button on your way in. Share the video. Everyone should share this video to at least 2-3 people in your contacts. It's so easy. Just hit the share button, hit copy, go back to the text message. Boom. Just that simple. Just that simple. We have some more things lined up for you all. Let me go ahead and share that with you all in case you have to go and take care of some business and you want to come back. I don't want you to go nowhere. You could take me with you on your mobile device. We will be streaming until 10 p.m. today. This is our Election Day Plebiscite Reparations Vote Marathon. And so coming up next, we have to look forward to at 5 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and get that. You know what? While I'm running my mouth, I'm still going to look for that other video. Remember Dr. Molina, vice presidential candidate, because she had some very interesting things to say about self-determination and reparations. You know, not too many politicians want to support reparations and get on mic saying it. So she did, and so I'm going to run through that as well. Dr. Cornel West is coming up at 5. We have New Era Nation going to be in the house today. Representatives from the New Era Nation, as well as our dear sister Chelsea of Magnificent Travel and Marketing. Also, we have a pre-recorded video from our dear brother, Human Rights Policy Officer Ramzu Yunus. We haven't heard from him in a while, and he blessed me with an interview, and I was so grateful for that. It wasn't an interview, it was more like a discussion, but you know how Brother Ramzu, if you don't know, you're about to find out today. He's coming up at 6:25, and then of course, the highlight of our day, prime time, is going to be our very own President, Dr. Akila Mukaram, at 7 o'clock. She is going to give an address to the Afrodescendants. You don't want to miss that. It's powerful. I read it, and yes, Madam President really touched me, but I'm not going to give it away. You got to come back at 7 o'clock to hear what she has to say. And then we'll have our mic check again, and we will be joined by two talented musical artists. We'll have our dear sister Sharman C. And some of you may be familiar with our brother Questman. He's going to come in and give us some time and share a couple of pieces with us as well. And I heard he got a new album coming out, so that's going to be great. Also joining us tonight is our brother Glenn Kyle Jones of the Feather Fun NOLA. He was the host of our 8 o'clock premiere video called Slander of the Black Man in High Places throughout the diaspora. And so he's going to join me at the 7:20 segment hour just to talk about Feather Fun NOLA, talk about the two artists that we're going to have on, since he and I share a history in music production and whatnot. And then we're going to talk about a brief introduction to the premiere of that video I mentioned, Slander of the Black Man in High Places throughout the diaspora. And then tonight, we will hear from our very own Governor General Mukarram and kind of wrap it up. See how our chat is going, see how people are feeling, see if we are one day closer to freedom and participating in this plebiscite vote today. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the programming. I am going to put on some music for you all while I look for that video again. So y'all be patient with me. I really need like an engineer guy. You know, I really do. But since I don't have an engineer, I'm gonna rock it solo dolo. I'm doing it solo dolo, y'all. I hope I'm doing a good job. And I hope you guys are being entertained. Oh, I don't think I played this one. Let's get this sister on. Did I play that one? All right. I am Afrodescendant. I like the way that sounds. I truly do. I don't know about y'all, but I'm proud to be an Afro-descendant. Let's go back to the chat. What are y'all doing in the chat? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Wouldn't it be lovely for us to have our own little space somewhere cut out just for us? Yes, yes, Sister Shirley Raker, we have every profession we need. We surely do. But guess what? We have the professions, but we're out here working for them, right? We're not keeping that dollar circulating within our, our organizations, and that might be a problem, right? So we gotta get out here and do the work, but we gotta get out here and do the work collectively as a people and not be afraid of our people. We have to learn how to meet them where they at and talk their language, right? And so that's why I just love being a part of the Afro-Descendant Nation, because they're all embracing, right? It's not about religion, and it's not about what you believe. It's about the commonalities that we're all descendants of ancestors who were wronged, and we're recognizing that our ancestors weren't given a chance to decide whether or not we wanted to stay here or go abroad or do whatever. We just wasn't given, we're not given that option. And so that's what this is all about today. So with that being said, let's take a listen to this song.
Creates a spirit of resentment in every neighborhood. They think they're living in a police state and they're becoming hostile towards the policeman. They think that the policeman is there to be against you rather than to protect them. And these thoughts, these frustrations, these apprehensions are the battlefield sufficient to make these Negroes begin to form means and ways to protect themselves in case the police themselves get too far.
Old tree, same storm, but new news, bloodshed cause blood ties, blood blues, vampire killer for true blood, got my blood true. Strange food, smelling food for the farms of the earth. Yeah, the cold eating us with the worms in the dirt. Some birds still burger, they ain't tough from the curse. I've been in need for 8 hours and they burn with the church. They don't divine, they turn the race, and I stay they united, but I raise amazing redemption for them. With the in the sky, no bird, no plane, it's much of the same them. Let me take you to dignity, yeah. Just now for the triple D, yeah. When they say things have changed, but things are the same, they memorialize in a hanging tree. They still rally in the city cause triple K in your city blood. The judges and police, the politician, government ranks be hanging us.
All right, all right, all right, all right. I said all right. You know what? That was so good. I wanted to hear it again, but I ain't gonna do that to y'all. I'm gonna move on to the next video that I want to share with y'all. Man, let's just keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going with the next video. Now, this video had me dancing in my seat all weekend as well. That's the beauty of being able to putting shows together like this. You get to hear everything beforehand and make a decision. So I hope that this was a good decision that I made. I really like this song, and I pray that you like it as well. So let's go. Uh-oh. My bad, y'all. There we go. Yet. No. That was just a little teaser. Y'all can't hear that one yet. That's not gonna play now. No, sorry. No. I am saving that for later. And that one was a good one too. Yeah, so I am back. Welcome back again. I'm back. How did y'all like that song? Did y'all like my new hip hop song? Cause they think I'm playing out here. I ain't playing out here. Are we playing? Are we playing with them? We're not playing with them out here. We're not playing with them. So back to the election day, plebiscite, reparations, vote, marathon. We're not playing about self-identifying as Afro-descendant. We're not playing about telling these folks that we want to be separate and exercise our right to self-determination. We are not playing. How y'all doing in the chat? Let me pull my chat back up and see what's going on as this is shots out to us in the diaspora. You were just listening to the sounds of, let me get the brother's name, give credit as I am supposed to do. Thank you very much for that. My little angel in my ear that reminded me of that. Okay, so that song, We Ain't Playing, that is written and performed by Kivo Wavy. Kivo Wavy. He is part of the ABJ Civic Arts Center. You saw him there in my theme song, Afrodescendant, Afrodescendant, right? So yeah, that's the same hymn. And then you all remember I played this video that was very much educating. And it was a nice production as well. I was really impressed with the production. What did I do with it? Oh, I know what I did with it. It's over here. Give me one moment. Reparations. Yeah, here it is. Let me share that. Mute it. And share my screen. All right, y'all remember that video from earlier today? Well, that video, that was done by our sister. You see her name there, Nakichi Taifa. Please go over there and subscribe. Hit the notification bell so that you will be alerted when she uploads a new video or goes live. That was some great artwork, some very great content creation video. That I want to learn how to do that. I want to be just like her when I grow up. And the voice on there. Let's go ahead and take a quick listen in because it was quite profound. It kind of wraps up everything that that we're talking about today. We'll take a quick listen in right there at that minute mark.
For those who have suffered gross human rights abuses. However, there have been missed opportunities to provide repair and amends to Black people. Reparations were paid when chattel slavery was abolished in the nation's capital in 1862, but the reparations were not paid to the newly freed Black people. The reparations went to their former white enslavers. Similarly, the British government paid reparations when it abolished slavery in 1833, again, not to its formerly enslaved, but to the former white enslavers. And those reparation payments continued for centuries after both the enslaved and enslavers were dead, all the way up through 2015. At the end of the Civil War, newly freed Black leaders helped develop Special Field Order 15, where Black families were able to claim up to 40 acres of land. However, the reparations provision was stripped before it could become actualized, and the empty promise of 40 acres and a mule has echoed ever since. But Black people have never stopped advocating for reparations. Beginning in 1783, Belinda, kidnapped from Africa at age 12 and enslaved by the wealthy royal family in Boston for 50 years, submitted court petitions for payment for her enslavement and was granted 15 pounds per year. In 1870, Henrietta Wood petitioned the court for and was granted $2,500 for the years stolen from her life. To date, that sum, although a pittance, is the largest on record to be granted by a U.S. court for enslavement. In 1898, Callie House helped spearhead the first mass-based reparations movement in the United States, whose mission was to organize mutual aid and pass federal pension legislation to compensate formerly enslaved persons. She was wrongfully convicted and imprisoned for her organizing. A follower of the early 20th century Marcus Garvey movement, later to be known as Queen Mother Audley Moore, championed the cause of reparations throughout the century, inspiring leaders in both the civil rights and Black Power movements. These movements inspired Japanese Americans, resulting in the 1988 passage of the Civil Liberties Act, which granted them reparations for unjust incarceration during World War II. Spurred by Black reparation activists, Congressman John Conyers introduced H.R. 40 in 1989 to establish a federal commission to examine slavery and discrimination and recommend remedies. After the 2020 George Floyd murder, millions protested for Black lives, and a multitude of organizations dedicated to reparations emerged. Cities nationwide began establishing reparation commissions and task forces, and California established the first statewide reparations task force. Academic and religious institutions began publicly supporting reparations. Traumatic massacres in Rosewood, Tulsa, Elaine, Wilmington, and more were publicized, along with revelations that Georgetown University stands because of the enslaved peoples that were sold to keep the school financially stable. But some people don't believe that people alive today should have to pay for something they personally were not responsible for. We all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. Although today's whites may be innocent of past harms, many stand in privileged positions because of the past and benefit from a society immersed in white supremacy. There is no statute of limitations on addressing human rights violations. Some people feel that reparations is only about the money. Reparations is more than the cutting of a check. A reparations settlement can be fashioned in as many ways as necessary to equitably address the countless manifestations of injury sustained from chattel slavery and its continuing vestiges. It's a new day with new energy and new possibilities. Reparations can be a vehicle for transformative change. Indeed, reparations may be the only policy that comprehensively addresses the very crux of racism and inequity, the harms from the enslavement era that still manifest today in nearly every aspect of life. The fruit we see now emanated from historic seeds that were planted and watered for generations. Reparations are no longer a stretch of the imagination or an unobtainable goal, but very likely a reality and achievable in our lifetime.
All right, there was once again, and our dear sister here, she just pretty much summed it up. I'm going to go ahead and put that up once again so you all can snatch that YouTube channel, subscribe, Nakichi Taifa, subscribe to her channel. Beautiful work, and well said. Just pretty much summarized everything that we have said and heard since we started streaming at 10 o'clock. Again, this is the Afrodescendant Nation Election Day. Plebiscite Reparations Vote Marathon, streaming from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Nothing but education on self-determination and how we can get those reparations. That is the tall order of the hour. So let me go back to the chat let's get back to the chat. See what's going on in the chat. See how our chat feeling about what we have presented so far. If did we leave anything out, family, we want to hear from you. This is your time, your opportunity. I'll take any questions. Put your questions in the chat. Once again, text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. Just want to make sure everything is good everywhere. Okay. Back to the chat. What we got going on? We ain't playing, we ain't playing, we ain't playing. Yes, right. Shirley Worker said, we ain't playing. You're going to have that song in your head, like, all night. And Afrodescendant. Y'all know I'm going to play that one again, too, before we get out of here. For sure. Once I like a song, I just grab onto it and just hold it. So, back to the business at hand. Text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. Also, visit the website, afrodescendant.org. Select the tab that says membership. Complete the application. It doesn't take long. Then go over to the tab that says plebiscite and take the plebiscite. Cast your vote for reparations. That's why we're here today. Or you can do it vice versa. However you want to do it. Just do it. That's why you're here today. That's why we're going to be streaming until 10 o'clock to let you know that we're here as a nation for you. We want you here. We need you here. There's room for you here. Just as you are. You don't have to change anything, and we're not going to change your identity every 10 years or whenever we feel like it. Right. We have decided that Afrodescendant is a suitable name for our identity based on the definition that's being what we call the working definition. And so you all can help us finalize that. If you say that Afrodescendant in its current definition is good with you, you rock with it, it resonates with your spirit, we moving with that. You see, once you put it in the atmosphere, then it becomes ours. We're trendsetters anyway, so everybody's saying, if everybody starts saying Afrodescendant, then it's going to catch on just like FBA did. And all those other terms that we placed on ourselves and then others placed on us. So that's the whole point, establishing the Afro-descendant identity and moving forward together as a people, doing positive things, building, nation building. It's nation building time. That's what it is. That's where we at. That's what we want to do. That's what we aspire to do. Questions in the chat. I'll take them now. Yes, Sister Shirley, that was very profound. No questions. Again, the website is afrodescendant.org. You can do the plebiscite vote there. You can also apply for membership to the Afro-Descendant Nation. Or you can text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. It's simple as that. Next up in my repertoire of things for you to partake in. Let's see here. Let's go to the web. I had something pulled up on the web. Let's go to the web. Let's listen to our president. We're going to hear from our president later today at 7 o'clock. But this was an address that was done at the state of the, when President Dr. Akila Mukaram did the State of the Afro-Descendant Nation address back in 2022. So we're going to take a brief listen. We're not going to listen to the whole thing, but I'm going to let you listen to enough so you can understand our progress, right? So, you can't understand where you're going until you understand your past, right? So let's get some overstanding, right? So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can watch this video together. Oh no, not that screen. Bear with me. While I find it in my selection here. I may have too many tabs open, family. Hold on one second. There we go. Just like that. All right, here we go.
But then there's so many others, countless others that do not. Something's wrong with that. I'm tired of that. I think you're tired of that as well. So why not self-determination? It's our time. Civil rights has really, really helped us in what it was supposed to do for us, but it can't help us without our human rights. So we're just getting, it reminds me of the story of Lazarus begging at the rich man's table. So we're still suffering from the pain in this updated oppressive system in America. There's no way you can achieve true civil rights if you don't have human rights. That's basic. That's a basic necessity. You are human and you should have your human rights. We have been through so much as a people. It's time for the civil rights leaders, those leaders of the civil rights movement, to join the Honorable Salas Muhammad in this movement for self-determination, to help restore our human rights and dignity as Afro-descendants. We want our dignity restored as a people. There will be a self-determination summit in October of this year, October 2022, the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Please save the dates. Information will be forthcoming. So why not self-determination? The Jewish people did it, and they stole our birthright, claiming that they were the 400-year-old slaves, while we were kept from reading for 300 of the 400 years that we were here in slavery. We're 400 plus years now. They slipped it right past us. Clearly we can see that today, that the Jewish people did not serve 400 years in slavery. They did spend approximately 12 years in the concentration camps. So concentration camps. I empathize with the Jews, the Jewish people, excuse me. No one deserves to be treated the way that they were treated. It's inhumane. Keep in mind, though, that the Jewish people were never stripped of their culture, language, and religion. We Afro-descendants were. Now it's time for us to reclaim our birthright. The Jewish people have a country. They have a seat in the United Nations. We should have one too. In fact, we want the 194th seat. They claim to be the 400-year-old slaves. Can the Jewish people and the people around the world who have true freedom, justice, and equality, who have a sovereign government, can you have some empathy for the Afro-descendants who have suffered a mega Holocaust and are still suffering the lingering effects of it, the lingering effects of plantation slavery? Our Afro-descendants, the state that we're in, let's share a few statistics. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, Black people, Afro-descendants in the U.S. spent $1.3 trillion in 2019. Wow. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit that we can utilize to build our nation. Our collective GDP, gross domestic product, would place us in 14th out of over 190 nations between Australia and Mexico. I'm just picturing it now. The Afro-descendant nation, 14th with our collective GDP. Our $1.3 trillion is greater than the top 3 economies in Africa: Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa combined. Theirs is $1.16 trillion. According to Inc.com, Black women are the most educated demographic in America when looking at the number of associate's degrees and bachelor's degrees. According to Thought.com, Black women are the most educated group in the U.S. Our Black women are powerful, and I just happen to be one. We are really working hard. We have rocked every nation as a Black woman. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that a nation rises no higher than its woman. Keep that in mind. And the Black woman is on the rise. So we want a nation for us, a Black nation of Afro-descendants. We want a nation that we can call our own. We experienced this during the time of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, where we were practicing nation building and raised up over an $88 million nation. We had your supermarket and grocery stores across the country, farmlands in Alabama, Georgia, and Michigan, clothing stores, bakeries, etc. We imported fish in from Peru. We even had a plane. Under the leadership and guidance of the Honorable Salas Muhammad, we continued that practice of building a nation. And we now have begun to operate our own government. The Afro-Descendant nation is our government. We wanted to be the 194th recognized nation in the United Nations. There are 193 now. We want that 194th seat. Can we do that for ourselves? Can we help ourselves achieve that?
Hey, let's stop it right there. I want to stop it right there because that is a good question, Madam President. That is a good question for people in the chat. That is a very good question. You know, can we achieve it for ourselves? President Dr. Akila laid it out. Can we achieve it for ourselves? That is the question. That is definitely the question, ladies and gentlemen. So, I don't know about you, but I think we could do it. I think we can do it. Okay? I don't know why my Zoom room not coming in. Interesting. So anyways, look like my screen is frozen, you guys. So I'm gonna have to go there. For some reason I can't get my Zoom screen up, but you guys get the point. Y'all know what I look like, right? Can I be heard? Can you all still hear me? If I can be heard, put a 44 in the chat if I could be heard, please and thank you. Something just happened with my Zoom. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant. And so let's go ahead and move on. You just heard President Dr. Akila Mukarram, and she asked, can we build that nation with all of the talents that we have? With all the talents that we have in the nation, can we build that nation? Let's go back to the chat. Let's see what the chat has to say. Pull my chat up. It says, inspiration, Shirley said, teachable moments, Afrodescendant nation, nation time. That's for sure. From civil rights to human rights, 2024. I like that. I like that. 2024 and beyond. Yes. Yes, yes. That's right. Take notes, take notes. Let's see. That's right. Please like and share this video. Yeah, the blueprint is right within us. The blueprint is right within us. We just got to, you know, get up and what? Do the work. We have to do the work. And we can't give up. We can't give up. We can't be lax about it. That's why, if you have not used your phone to text reparations to 1-877-506-2184, shame on you if you have not done that. Do so now. Do so now. Text reparations to 1-877-506-2184. 506-2184. You can go to the website at afrodescendant.org, join the website, join the nation, that is, join the Afro-Descendant Nation by clicking on the tab that says membership. Or go to the website, afrodescendant.org, and click on the tab that says plebiscite. Scroll down after you read all the information, because you should always read before you apply for something, right? So read the information. It's probably going to be pretty much everything we said here today. If you've been tuning in, and cast your vote. Let us know what you want in your exercising your right to self-determination. Becoming a member is easy, simple application, and we're waiting on you all to apply. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you anything. We always go on these different websites, right? And sometimes they say, oh, well, we need your email address for you to proceed. And you give up that email address to total strangers, right? And then next thing you know, your email box is flooded with a whole bunch of spam mail and junk mail that you don't even want. You don't even know these people. Where did they come from? They even sold your information, sold your email address. We're not into that business. We're not trying to do all of that. There is an application process. So apply, go online and see what it's all about. See what type of questions we're asking you on the application. Nothing beats a failure but the try. No pressure though. No pressure, however. No pressure. Just want to give you some covering in this hour where you can be amongst people who want you and desire to help you, desire to see you do good, do better. So with that being said, we are at the 4:39 mark. Let's see what's next on my agenda for you all. I'm enjoying myself talking to you all. It's been a while since I've been on the microphone. Goodness gracious. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to the next video we have coming up in about 21 minutes. We're going to be listening to Dr. Cornel West. He's running for president. If you don't know, if you didn't know, he's running as an independent candidate. And this is no way endorsing him one way or the other here on the National Reparations Convention channel. I'm just letting you know that we sat down and we had a conversation, not about politics, but about self-determination and reparations. Like I said before, it is rare that you see politicians stand up and really voice their position and support of reparations for us, and not just more studies or a commission to study. We're talking about like really wanting us to have it, and rightfully so, of course. He will get a check too. I mean, that's a no-brainer. But at the same time, there's so many of us who don't want it. But I'm glad that you all here want it. And the more that you all spread the message about the Afro-Descendant Nation and our Afro-Descendant identity, is going to become a household name. It starts with us. We're the trendsetters. And everybody follows what the so-called African American in the United States does. We do something, then they do it too. So let's be that trendsetter. Actually, we are behind. We're behind 19 other nation countries that have said that they're Afro-descendants. 19 other countries. And then, like you heard Madam President say, that, once we become that nation, we can go to the UN and sit down and have a seat at the table. Like my dear sister Pamela Moses said at a press conference she did just recently. Or actually, it was a debate that she disrupted, but then that's a whole other story. But at the same time, it's about having a seat at the table. No longer will we allow the United States to decide what they want to do with our lives. on the global stage, and we not know. Sometimes they're there and they're having those conferences and those meetings, conventions at the UN, and we have no idea what they're discussing. But lo and behold, they're discussing us. And they're discussing us as an Afro-descendant nation. Discussing us as Afro-descendants. So, the choice is yours. You do have a choice now, right? As opposed to not having a choice before. So, in all things, let's get some understanding. So let me see if my Zoom is now working. No, Zoom's still not working. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Don't know why that's happening. But we're not going to let the technical difficulties stop us. You all know what I look like, so we're going to continue to proceed with our show flyer. So, like I said before, next coming up is going to be Dr. Cornell West. I promise you, I have to apologize to Vice Presidential candidate Melina Abdullah for not being able to cue that video up on time. But I promise I will set that video as a premiere. So look out for that, you all. It's going to be never seen before discussion with VP hopeful Melina Abdullah. After today, it's probably going to just be, we're saying it may be Vice President Melina Abdullah, or it would just be Dr. Melina Abdullah, whichever way it turns out tonight. On tomorrow, I will definitely set that as a premiere for you all to see, because she had some profound things to say in regards to self-determination and reparations. And just like Brother Israel said, after it's all said and done, we still have to keep up this fight regardless to who's in the White House. So just keep that in mind. Don't be mad at your brothers and sisters if they choose to participate or not. The point is they have choices, right? And so that's the way I look at that. So as we are preparing for our premiere that we're going to make sure we do on time at 5 o'clock, we're going to continue the discussion on self-determination and reparations. Once I find that show, okay, here we go. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the letter that was written to Vice President Kamala Harris. So you guys can see what we're doing as an Afro-descendant nation. It was 30 different organizations, reparations activists, advocates, organizations came together and to talk about what they were going to do in regards to targeting Biden and pressuring him to do something before he leaves office. I think it would be good for his legacy if he go ahead and sign the executive order to establish a commission to study slavery and plan for giving us reparations. I think that would be a very good idea. I'm sure most of you probably are of the understanding that we don't need any more studies, and I'm with you. I get it, but like I said before, we have to start somewhere, and you have to. I believe, my humble opinion, you have to exhaust all of your avenues. And once they tell you no, 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 then of course you do some other things. And so we do have some other things in mind that we would like to do, but we need your help. We definitely need your help. So what we're doing, moving to our next phase of this campaign, is spreading the word about the letter that we sent, and we're using the hashtag Stand With Us VP Kamala Harris, because regardless to what happens today, on tomorrow she still will be VP Kamala Harris. And so she received that letter on, I believe, Monday, or yeah, I believe she received that letter on Monday or Friday. And so she has it. And so definitely we want to make sure that we put the pressure on her. How can we do that? We can do that via social media by using the hashtag Stand With Us VP Kamala Harris. You know, I'm trying to find the letter here. Nothing is popping up when you want it. But I did have a system crash last night, so it was horrible. I had a horrible storm come through and crashed everything. So at any rate, when I pull it up, you'll see it. If you go to my social media page of Cody Speaks on Instagram, you'll see the letter posted there. You can share that one, download the picture, and share it to your own social media site, and create your own post. We ask that you use the hashtag Stand With Us VP Kamala Harris. Let's get that in the algorithm so that it's not about trying to shame her or anything. We just want to encourage her to encourage her boss to, you know, kind of improve his. This would help us most definitely if he go ahead and get that started. But then it would also help him with his legacy. I'm sure, you know, he doesn't want to go out as the only thing that he did for black people was the 84 crime bill. Or was it the 94 crime bill? 94 crime bill? One of those years. I know that as a result of that, too many of us are incarcerated. So that's the lasting impression I have of President Biden. So maybe if he did take a listen and go ahead and put that Pence executive order, sign it, and get this commission going, you know, his maybe he'll have somewhat of a decent reputation heading out the door. How many of y'all agree with me with that? And give me a thumbs up if you agree with me on that. Once again, you are tuning in to the Afrodescendant Nation Election Day Plebiscite Reparations Vote Marathon, streaming here on National Reparations Convention YouTube channel. Thank you for joining me. If you haven't already, give us a thumbs up, share the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so that you are notified the next time we post or go live. That I greatly appreciate that. Well, you know, somebody is real busy. They don't want me to find that letter. So we're going to move on to something else. As we're getting close to that time where we play that video of Dr. Cornel West. So I'm not going to hold us up any longer on that. But I do want to start that on time. Let me see something. Let me see if this will come up, because it's saved in my file as a internet doc. Oh, that is not even it. Okay. All right, y'all. So we're going to go ahead and get ready to listen to Dr. Cornel West. You all can also participate in spreading the message about Afrodescendant You could create your own video, such as the one I played earlier. This clip here, I thought that was really cute. I'm gonna play it again, just cause I can. Here we go.
Peace and blessings. My name is Michaela Dawson, Afro-descendant and proud member of the Afro-descendant nation. Peace.
Yeah. So that is Michaela. She's one of our newest members to the Afro-descendant nation. Yes. So that's an example of what you can do yourselves. Don't know why or what's going on. All right, folks. Let's go in the chat. Okay, let's get back to the chat. The chat says, we got Willa Williams. Thank you, Willa Williams, for tuning in. She says, thank you, Akoti Tamor, for an excellent job. You are single-handedly doing the longest marathon that I have seen. Very informative. I am inspired and motivated for the future of our children. Well, thank you so much, Queen. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's a labor of love for me. I just want to make sure that our people understand that, you know, we are Afro descendants. We have something that is for us and by us. And I don't want to keep it to myself. I want to spread it as far and wide as I possibly can. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for tuning in. And stay with us, because we got some more stuff online. Cornel West coming up at 5 o'clock, and then we have the slander of the black man and in the diaspora. In high, wait, was it the slander of the black man in high places in the diaspora? That's a lot. That's a mouthful. But because we have been so downtrodden as a people, when we speak out, we have a lot to say. So thus the title, right? So I'm looking forward to that coming up at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. So all right. So in 5 minutes, we'll have Dr. Cornel West coming on the screen. A pre-recorded video, but yet never heard. The information that's going to be conveyed in the upcoming video. It's never been heard before. And you're probably going to want to take some screen recordings of what he's saying here. And I just want to alert you without saying too much, without giving it away. But that's all I'm gonna say. And that's all I got to say. I'm gonna leave that right there for right now. Let's go ahead and make sure that video is queued up, if y'all will give me that time to do that. So we have been streaming live since 10 a.m. and I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. I ought to do this more often. Nah, just kidding. Just kidding. I could not do this on a regular basis. I just could not. You know what we should have done? I should have played our sponsor. Our sponsor is, let me pull him up. Our sponsor, I'll just talk about it just for a little bit. Let me get our sponsor. Our sponsor for this event is Blessed Melanated.
Greetings to all the Black Melanated.
Okay, so I got that queued up. Now I just need to share my screen. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. So this next video is I'm just gonna play a little bit of it. But he talks about a great fundraising opportunity for members of the Afro-Descendant Nation. Let's see if it would play. Oh my goodness, everything is gone messed up here. That's not what I want. So y'all bear with me just a second because Zoom meeting is not working properly. There we go. All right, you all. Let's press play.
That's the music video full screen. I'm Keith Anderson, wood graduate and writer, and whatever else they need to survive in this precarious and computational world we're all trapped in. My ultimate goal in life is indeed Black socioeconomic independence, which is why I founded theblessedmelanated.com. The Blessed Melanated, or TBM, is an organization still in development at the time this video was being made. It is, as you can guess, dedicated to Black economy, with the slogan being the brand for Black economy, whereby you can actually access the program via thebrandforblaceconomy.com. Yes, I bought that domain. TBM will have various projects for Black advancement, allowing our people to work collectively for individual and collective benefit. Multiple projects will be free to join and will require only our dedicated cooperation to succeed. All will be geared toward allowing the Black melanated to work as independently as possible to achieve step after step in the road to our total self-control, whereby piece by piece we build our own social economic structure for survival. TBM will also establish its Fund for Black Advancement, which will allot grants to worthy Black entities serving our people, as well as no-interest loans to Black entrepreneurs. Its mission will be to strategically invest funds toward Black entities in such a manner as to build that aforementioned Black-controlled socio-economic support structure. 30% of all TBM profits will be contributed to its FDA. One of those projects is the TBM Planner. See TBMPlanner.com. This project is active now and can now help Black entities beneficial to our people raise funds on a perpetual annual basis. The planner will feature the standard planner content such as dates, days, holidays, and spaces for writing daily notes, but will also include important historical events.
All right, you guys, it's that time to get into our premiere video. That's what we want to do here today. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you for tuning in once again. Like I said, we are on the brink of watching something very great. If the computer will allow me. Yes, there we go. Enjoy, enjoy.
Welcome once again to the National Reparations Convention channel. I am Makoti Singleton, Chief of Staff of the Afrodescendant Nation. regarding self-determination and reparations. Dr. Cornell West, go ahead and introduce yourself again and tell the people how you're doing today.
First, I want to say that it is a blessing to be in conversation with you. And I salute you and the work that you've already done in your life, are doing now, and will continue to do. And that I'm here to learn, here to listen, and here to reflect, but most importantly, here to keep the focus on the self-determination and need for reparations of the great black people.
Thank you for that, Cornell West. Dr. Cornell West, when I first met you in Washington, D.C., you mentioned reparations, and that just made my heart sing. So a lot of people do not know that we need to move towards self-determination in order to achieve reparations. So how do you define self-determination in the context of the African American community?
Then let me just recall. Now, this was in Washington, D.C. with Brother Malik.
Yes, sir. At the
and the Honorable Silas Muhammad.
That's it. That's
oh, yes. No, those are very golden memories. Those are precious memories. The first time I had a chance to meet my dear brother, Honorable Silas Muhammad, we had a magnificent time with his brilliant and lovely wife, and we created just a beautiful bond together, actually. He gave me a magnificent gift that means so much to me, and we've reflected on his history. And of course, I go back to Malik when he was a student at Howard, both undergrad and Howard Law. Was with him in Mississippi last year, right before his magnificent victory of making sure there's accountability of policemen brutalizing black folk and murdering black folk down there. So that I just wanted to recall that was the gathering that we had there, National Press Club. We had a wonderful time. So how do I define self-determination? Well, I mean, you could imagine, I define it in the tradition of those who came before, who talk about self-respect, self-defense, and self-determination of black people being able to lift our voices, which is the anthem of black people, to lift our voices in such a way that we could shape and determine our destiny and be able to live lives of decency and dignity.
Wow, that's to be able to lift our heads up and walk proudly with dignity. That is one of the main key things. So can you point to something or some examples of how self-determination has been already manifested in our communities?
I think in many ways, self-determination is most manifest in our music. That you see a black love, a black joy, a black self-confidence, a black self-trust in the music that we create, that creates such deep connection with ourselves, our past, and our future. And so that's a kind of artistic self-determination. Now, once it moves into the larger society, then of course the musicians still don't have self-determination in terms of where they can actually play, what record labels they have access to. So as soon as you have to deal with economics, as soon as you have to deal with power and politics, we don't have black self-determination. But in terms of the sounds that we create, the way in which Aretha sings a song, and the way in which Luther Vandross is able to shape a sound, or John Coltrane on the saxophone, any jazz musician, the way in which they're able to lift their voices through an instrument or without an instrument, Sarah Vaughan, that's a self-determination that goes directly to the heart of a black love, a black joy, a black self-respect, and a kind of spiritual self-determination. But we don't have it economically, we don't have it politically, we don't have it socially, but we do have it artistically. You see it in the spirituals under the vicious barbaric enslavement of Africans for 244 years, that when our ancestors stole away in those ring shouts on the side of the creek and lifted their voices and sang "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot," that was a form of sonic self-determination, beautiful sounds that the rest of the world will forever be appreciative of. But they were still enslaved, subjugated, exploited, demeaned, and degraded. So that, for me, that's one place to begin. The same would be true in terms of the best of Black religion. That if you have a relationship with God, a relationship to Allah, no matter what the society tells you, that society can never snuff out your spirit, never snuff out your yearning for freedom, your yearning for love. And your relation to God is something that it can never completely eliminate, no matter how much they socially, economically, and politically dominate you. That's the kind of self-determination I'm talking about. But what we need is precisely that level of unbelievable courage and unbelievable compassion to be manifest in our organizational capacity, in our institutional capacity, so that the same freedom that we feel when we hear Aretha Franklin sing a song would be manifest in our economics, our access to resources, our politics, our access to political power, our social standing, our access to tremendous power at the societal level.
So when we think about all those things that you just named, and historically we have been a resilient people, but now when we look back over history, we have seen systematically how when we have exercised our right to self-determination, picked ourselves up by our bootstraps, per se, right? Per se. We have been met with opposition from the other nations, for lack of better terms, or even opposition from the government.
Absolutely.
For example, what's going on with People Who Agree right now.
That's right.
And the charges that they're facing just because they dare to try to be self-determined. So what type of specific policy would you advocate or promote to advocate for self-determination among African Americans, and how could you measure the success of those same policies?
No, I appreciate that question. I think one would be looking at the world through a qualitatively different lens than what we ordinarily do, especially politicians. Because politicians do not look at the world through the lens of the kind of concerns that Brother Amali and Uhuru 3 have. They're looking at the world through the lens of Black people, poor people, working people. And because they're willing to raise their voices and have such a critique and indictment of the status quo of the establishment, that establishment and status quo comes at them. And we do not know of a wave of courageous and loving Black people who hate white supremacy and who love Black people, who raise their voices. We don't know of a group who was not either assassinated or incarcerated or subordinated or marginalized. See, so it's almost a compliment when the establishment comes at a Black man or woman who is fighting on behalf of Black, poor, and working people. This is true for Martin and Malcolm. We can go across Fannie Lou Hamer, Ella Baker, Stokely Carmichael, Huey Newton. We can go on, Marcus Garvey. The line is so long. Ida B. Wells Barnett, with a bounty on her head. Frederick Douglass, a bounty on his head. They had to leave the country. It's hard to find any free Black man or woman who raised their voices in a powerful way and was not repressed, because the status quo is very, very sensitive to keep track of those voices and movements that are trying to bring serious change. And so the question then becomes, well, how do we look at the world through the lens of Brother O'Malley and others and say, okay, what is their program? Well, they want to make sure Black people are not poor. They want to make sure Black workers have access to resources. They want to make sure that Black people have self-determination economically, politically, socially. And for someone like myself who comes out of that tradition, that when I run for an office, I teach a class, I give a lecture, or even sing a song, even though, I need to stay in the choir, in the bathroom, sing my songs rather than on stage. I'm not in Kendrick. But I like to say, but whatever I do, I want to reflect a black self-respect, a black self-defense, and a black self-determination. Whatever form it takes, whatever form it takes.
So, imagining or envisioning policies that you could actually speak to that can empower our communities. What type of policy or what would that policy look like? Would it be in education? Would it be in the financing sector, housing? What can you point to as a policy that you could create for African Americans to feel empowered to be self-determined?
Well, these are wonderful questions about this. So, thank you. That, see, I'm an abolitionist, so I believe in the abolition of poverty. I believe in the abolition of homelessness and unhousedness. I believe in the abolition of gentrification. And in addition to abolition, I'm also a strong defender of reparations. But you see, reparations and abolition for me overlap but not identical. That is to say, I want the abolition of poverty before reparations. I want the abolition of homelessness before reparations. I don't want it in place of reparations. Reparations is something that is owed black people, not because black people are citizens. I think citizens per se should never be poor. There ought to be a right to a house, a right to a living wage, a right to health care. But reparations deals with the black people, the very black people, who were never full citizens, so that any commitment to truth and justice and love has to require reparation that goes beyond simply black people being citizens. Every citizen, no matter what color, ought to have a right to a house, health care, food, and quality education, with that education tied to some community control, so that people have a sense of being able to raise their voices and shape what the education is about. So you don't have alien models of education imposed on people. But citizens ought to do that. But then black people who have always been less than citizens deserve reparations. And reparations has to do with dealing with the massive damage and forms of repair that speak to that damage. Economic damage, political damage, psychic damage, spiritual damage, and then speaking to that damage, what is also they call tort law. You find out what the damage is, and you see what's the nature of the repair. And the repair is the reparations. It is, in fact, the forms of repair that speak to the forms of damage that have been inflicted on black folk as a result of very ugly white supremacist practice.
So, Dr. West, a lot of us believe that reparations should in fact be more than some monetary figure. A lot of us believe that you should have possession of some land here in the Americas, since a lot of the lands were taken from indigenous Aboriginal people that were here prior to the Europeans coming. And so we are echoing the sentiment that reparations should be more than just cash payments. What are your thoughts on creating policies around, for lack of better terms, reparations through economic empowerment zones, where you empower the people in cities that are majority populated by African Americans, set aside funds through grant programs for them to do empowerment zones, creating jobs, creating safe places for worship, creating recreation, and all of those things that a self-determined people need in order to be successful in life. If you had an opportunity to do such
I love that idea. I really do. And again, I would reiterate the point that I think this needs to be done alongside reparations. That is to say, something like this needs to be done even prior to getting to reparations. Because when you look at all the monies that are spent on wars, all the monies that are spent on military equipment and build up, so much of those resources, so many dollars there, can be spent on precisely the kind of opportunity zones that you're talking about, a massive reinvestment in communities, in people, in healthcare, in education. Now, reparations for me is in addition to that, here comes reparations just for these black people. And that is distinctively targeted. These dignified black folk who have been taught to hate themselves, who have been bombarded with white supremacist practices, told they're less beautiful, less intelligent, less moral, and ensure that black people are able to take in their own hands their own destiny, economic, politically, and so forth. This is what I mean by community overseen, community control. And so, again, part of our dialogue here is one in which we're talking about what people are owed as citizens. It's what I've always talked about in terms of my campaign. And then what black people are owed. Just distinctively black people. Now, it's true that when you raise that crucial issue about indigenous brothers and sisters and the kinds of reparations that they also are owed, then I agree with that in principle and so forth. It's just that my own participation in the reparations movement, going back to Queen Mother Moore, feet are set. I'm in Harlem right now, living on 125th Street right now. I can still see her, because she was mayor of Harlem for so many years. And she was one of the great leaders of the reparation movement. Randall Robinson, founder of Trans-Africa. I was blessed to be part of that board for almost 10, 15 years with Charles Ogletree and a whole host of others. And he wrote that book, The Debt, part of the reparations movement. The Cobra movement, who was part and parcel of that. There's so many others who are part of this movement now. And in that movement, it's specifically black people. And that doesn't mean I'm against indigenous people receiving reparations. I just have not been a central part of the reparations movement for indigenous peoples in the same way I've been in the reparations movement for black people.
Then some would say that the indigenous people are black, but maybe that's a conversation for us.
Ooh, that's a fascinating point.
Yeah, the fascinating.
That's a fascinating point. I hear you. Absolutely.
So, you kind of mentioned opposition, and there are a lot of our brothers and sisters of the other persuasion, of the benevolent persuasion, like you like to say, that are basically critics. I mean, arguing against reparations for indigenous, aboriginals, freedmen, FBA, ADOS,
right?
Right? African Americans. They argue against it. So, how would you respond to those critics and let them know that this is something that's fair and feasible?
I think the crucial point you make about it being fair, that they have to show that our argument for reparations, given the unbelievably atrocious and vicious forms of oppression of black people, they have to show that our argument is not based on fairness and justice. Now, if they have no commitment to fairness and justice, then that's something else. Just tell them. Because from the very beginning, if you're not interested in fairness and justice, that's like saying not interested in truth. If not interested in truth, then you don't really have a conversation partner. But if you are interested in fairness and justice, and and we make a claim that reparations for black people is based on fairness and justice, then you have to give a kind of argument. Now, their kind of argument might be, well, we know that your people caught hell and were mistreated and lynched and enslaved and sexually violated, but that was then. This is now. I was not there. I didn't do it. That's the kind of dominant response you get. Why do we have to pay? We didn't do it. It was our ancestors that did it. You say, well, then you argue, but there are benefits that have been transferred from one generation to the next, and you have benefited from those, from the fruits of that oppression, the fruits of that exploitation, the wealth that is in your pocket. It has something to do with the wealth that is not in our pocket because of that history. So you may not have individually been there doing slavery or doing neo-slavery, which is Jim Crow, 100 years, or redlining events, or the GI Bill that excluded agricultural laborers and domestic maids. Domestic maids was my grandmother. I was over 75% of black sisters, black women working in white households, raising white children. And agricultural laborers, that was my grandfather. He was an agricultural laborer. Those are the two groups that were excluded by the GI, by Social Security. So Social Security was apartheid segregationist legislation. It was very positive for white folks because it generated unbelievable benefits, but was not extended to most of us. It was a few of black folk got in on it, but most of us didn't. Why? Because you had Southern white supremacist politicians that wrote in the bill white supremacist policy to make sure we didn't benefit. Well, that's also an issue of reparations too, because our taxes are going in to pay for that. And all of black money's paying taxes, black people paying taxes into that and not getting the benefits, and the benefits going on the vanilla side of town, on the white side of the town. Hey, that's unjust. That's not fair. Reparations is required. And so that's how the argument for me would go back and forth.
So, in considering that, our vanilla brothers and sisters may consider that the long-term effects of killing African Americans may benefit them as well. Could you speak to how that is possible?
If we receive reparations?
Yes, sir.
Ooh, wow. I hadn't really thought about that question. That's a wonderful, wonderful question. The fact that white folk could actually benefit from we black folk receiving reparations because it would be a more fair and just society, and that therefore their humanity would be able to be more manifest in such a fair and just society.
I think of it like this, Dr. West.
That's beautiful.
When we have, problems here with the economy, the government issue out what we call stimulus checks. And it goes out to all taxpayers. So,
right.
In order to what? Stimulate the economy. So if you give reparations to the greatest consumers in the country, which would happen to be the African American community, wouldn't that then in fact stimulate their economy?
Oh, that's exactly right. That is a powerful point. And that's a point I actually have not thought about too much. So I appreciate you teaching me and teaching the audience on this, because that again has repercussions far beyond black folk. That helps the larger society and what could argue even the world in ways that we don't even get a chance to examine. I think you are very, very right about that. Very, very much so. I think anytime you do something to make things more fair and more just and more right, that it has effects and consequences that go far beyond any single community.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I think that's the whole mission for me receiving reparations, is to make it better for not just myself and my immediate family, but everybody around me. Because when everybody around is winning, I'm winning too. We all win at the
We
same
all
time.
win at the same time.
You know, considering that, how can we get the youth more involved? What role do you see for the young African Americans advocating for self-determination and reparation?
Yeah, I think that our precious young people who live in a culture of stimulation and titillation, in which is all about money and status and spectacle, and it is driven by distraction and addiction. So in such a culture, it's very difficult for young people to be in contact with the best of their history, because the culture of titillation, stimulation, distraction, and addiction is one that's focused only on the present and the repetition of the present. The present is over and over again. Pleasure, 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 more pleasure. Pleasure, pleasure, pleasure. Money, 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 more money. So you don't gain access to the best of what grandmama had. You don't gain access to the best of what your people produced in the past. It's all about an obsession with the present. And it means then that the future can only look like the present. The future can't look that radically different than the present, because the forms of addiction and stimulation and distraction and addiction are all about the present, mainly about just making money and pleasure. And so we got young people who live in the most monetarized, commodified, commercialized, marketized culture in the history of the world. And it's all about buying and selling, buying and selling. That's why when they talk about who they are, they say, this is my brain. This is your brain. They come up to me, Brother West, what's your brain? I ain't got a brain, I got a cause. I got a cause I'm willing to live or die for. A brain is a market status.
Right.
That we came here. I'm just saying that we, so many of our ancestors came here with a brand on them, on slave ships, taking slave auctions and slave plantations under slave conditions. So that while our young folk, we gotta say, you gotta break the spell of a culture that tries to disconnect you from the best of your past. And the best of your past is a group of people and organizations that talk about self-determination, that talk about self-respect, that talk about self-defense, you see. And if your only conception of self-determination is your individual agenda for money-making, then all your life is about narrow success. It's not about connecting with the greatness of your people. And the greatness of your people is about self-determination. It has to do with what? A love of the people, a service to the people, sacrifice for the people, a connection with the best of the people. And I think that, what you have always done in your courageous and compassionate work is try to build on the best of our history, to intervene in the present, and to make sure that self-determination and self-respect and self-defense are at the center of who we are, which is Black people at our best.
Yes, sir. And if you can leave our audience with one key message about self-determination and reparations, what would that be?
It would be that we got to make sure that reparations is on the agenda of any public conversation, precisely because it means then that Black humanity, that Black creativity, that Black genius, Black talent, Black joy, and Black love is integral, essential for any conception of the future.
That's beautiful, Dr. West. So you did promise me another interview around about November 1st?
Anytime you call, I come running, my dear sister. You know that. Absolutely. you see Brother Malik and Honorable Silas Muhammad and his lovely wife, you give them a hug for me.
I sure will do that. Until next time, Dr. West, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so, so very much for this time.
Thank you very much. Look forward to the next one now.
Yes, sir. Yes,
God
sir.
bless you. God bless
Powerful
you.
people.
Absolutely.
I just defend myself.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're back. And I have an echo. Let's figure that out. Did that echo go away? I am still echoing. Goodness gracious, what is going on? Did the echo go away? Still got a little echo. And my Zoom is not. There we go. Got it. We got it now. Hey, now listen up, family. We got another important segment coming up. You just witnessed Dr. Cornell West, and that was a quite profound interview we had, discussion we had. Wishing him much success in his presidential bid on today. But we have to move on. The party goes on. We are heading into this next segment with our beautiful sister from New Era Nation. I believe she's in the building. I thought I seen her come in. Miss Chelsea Mack. We're gonna go ahead and unmute her and let her come up here and introduce herself.
Hello.
Hey there, my beautiful sister. How are you today?
I am well. I am well. How are you?
Wait, sister, let me figure out this echo, because that's gonna really annoy me.
Okay.
Do y'all hear those gunshots? Do you hear the gunshots?
Mm-mm.
That's good. They're literally shooting outside.
Like guns or fireworks?
No, guns. I live in the country, so, you know, I live out here in the country, so they just go out and start, what do you call it? Target practicing at any point.
There you go.
Let's see. That's still not good. Still not good. I'm trying to make it happen for us so there's not an echo. Okay. Maybe if we do that. Do that. How's that? Not too good. Still not good. Let's go ahead, sister, because we're getting behind time. I'm gonna have to deal with that echo a little bit later.
Okay.
As long as you can hear me, you're fine. It's on my end. Go ahead, sister. Introduce yourself. I'm sorry about that, family. This is Miss Chelsea Mack. Chelsea, let everybody know what you got going on, please.
Yes. Hello, world. Hello, viewers, wherever you are. My name is Chelsea Mack, or some people call me, well, the nation, Sister Chelsea. And I am a mom. I am a business owner. I do a lot of things, but I am definitely for the community, for the people. And I focus a lot on health and wellness, which is another niche of mine. But yes, I am here to talk about business and all things travel. No, you want me to click on that link that you sent? Yeah, I have my cell phone. You want me to get on my cell phone? Oh, I don't have the YouTube. Yeah, I don't have the YouTube. I'm on Zoom. Yep. Okay. Yes. And I'm not gonna keep you guys long. I'm gonna get straight to it because we all have many things to do today. We know it's an important day today. But yes, to talk about all the things travel in regards to what I have going on as a business owner, I just want to share just a little bit of information about that because we know a lot of people, and not even so much a lot of people, just a lot of people are not always aware about certain things. And when they do, of course, they want more information. So I actually have my own travel business. It's called Magnificent Travel and Marketing. I've been doing it for 4 years and I love what I do. I actually do insurance as well, but the travel is basically wrapped up with all the things that I've done from corporate America to allow me to have my time back with friends and family and being able to do more community work. So I actually started this business, like I said, 4 years ago. I was introduced to it by my cousin. I actually reside in Dallas, Texas, DFW area and I've been here for about 4 years. It actually be 4 years this month on the 11th. And I originally from New Orleans, and I moved from New Orleans to Birmingham, and now I'm in Dallas. So I've been a little bit everywhere, but Dallas is home now for me. And so when I got here, or actually right before I got here, that's when I started the business. And if you do the math, that was when COVID started. So people were like, "Why did you start a travel business during COVID?" Great question. So I wanted to do that because I wanted to do something different outside of my 9 to 5. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get that time back in regards to doing that 9 to 5 job, as I mentioned, to be able to spend more time with my friends and family. And if you guys heard me at the beginning of the call, I'm actually a mom. And so I love my son. It's my only son. He's 12, going to be 13 this year. And I just know I wanted to do things differently from my parents in regards to just being able to have long-term wealth, being able to have, once again, that financial freedom and then that time freedom again. So when I started the business, I was able to do all of those things. Initially, I wasn't thinking about it, but I was just like, hey, I knew I wanted to have something outside of my 9 to 5. Because I knew once again, my 9 to 5 wasn't going to always pay me the way that it should. And then I always wanted to have a contingency plan. So once I joined the business, I was like, okay, hey, this is pretty straightforward. It was something I was already doing anyway. But once again, why do it during COVID? And as you guys know, during COVID, a lot of things was changing. People were losing their jobs. People were getting sick, obviously. And yeah, just a lot of changes, right? And a lot of awakening as well. So that was my awakening period where I was like, okay, this is my time to step out on faith and just literally do something different. So that was my different, traveling and doing all the things. And people like, you traveling, people, travel was slowing down. Well, it was slowing down for other people, but not for me. I was traveling more places than I can imagine during the years of 2020 and 2022. But what I didn't realize was my business was not just a travel agency. It was actually a travel business where I was able to share the same opportunity with other people, similar to a franchise. So it was giving people the opportunity to do the same thing that I'm doing, but also able to have a legacy plan and have residual and leverage income instead of a linear income. And a lot of people don't talk about residual and leverage income, especially in the Black community. And this is how you create wealth. So if you guys remember, once again, the 9 to 5 isn't going to do that. You're going to continue working for someone, making someone else rich. And it's just like, no, that's not the name of my game. And that's not going to be the name of my story. So through the business and through me traveling and talking to my other business partners, I was able to find out those other streams of income. So as I'm traveling, I'm also talking to individuals who are traveling and let them know about the opportunity to see if they actually want to join. So in me doing that, I was able to have or empower basically 20 other families doing this business. And I always say I'm a millennial because I always see young people my age traveling and, just doing all the things. But I'm like, they don't know that they could be getting paid for this. Most of the time when you see people traveling, maybe like older people, older couples or families, and they may have that wealth or that income to do so. But for my generation, I feel like it's important for me to share with them and even obviously any other generation, but more so for our generation because we're coming up behind those baby boomers to let them know 9 to 5 is not the only way. And we all know that you have to invest in order to make your money grow, right? And that's part of that financial freedom. So once again, as I'm growing my business, I'm sharing it with the other people. I'm seeing how people mindsets are, and I'm just seeing that it's not the best in regards to how they look at business and how they look at money, right? And as I'm growing in my business, I'm learning as well. So anything that I learn, I always like to share and pay it forward with others so they can know, for themselves. And like I said, once you know, you may inquire and ask more questions. So once again, I'm on this journey of just continue to grow my business, grow my wealth, helping others while I'm on the way. And it's all through travel. So that is what Magnificent Travel and Marketing is all about. I always say it's like a personal development plan with obviously business attached to it because it helps you personally, but also mentally and financially, of course. And then once again, you're having fun while doing it. I say it's an adult recess. So that's what I do. And once again, if anybody is interested in doing all things travel, especially if you know people who travel already, it's like, hey, let's take a look at this opportunity, see how you can benefit off of it. It is 2 debt-free businesses. And once again, it's a tax write-off. And anybody who's a business owner would know that. So it is a 1099 and definitely would love to share it with anyone who's interested because we want to see more people like us traveling all over the world. So that is what Magnificent Travel and Marketing is all about. And yeah, if anyone's interested, you can share or reach out to me. I'm on all things social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and it's Magnificent Travel and Marketing. So if you see my name on here, it's Chelsea Mack. So it's spelled like Mac, Mack, and then Nificent, and then Travel and Marketing. But that's how you can find me. And my logo, I can probably send that. I know Tamara probably had that, but you can also identify me with my logo as well. That's my branding.
All right. All right, all right, all right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so that helped with the echoing a little bit. I put my headphones on. So, hey, okay, so
Elijah.
Say it again.
Nelijah.
Nelijah.
Yes.
Welcome,
Yes.
sister.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. So, should we wait for the other comrade to come on, Travis?
Yeah, just wait a second. I'm trying to reach out to him. See where he's at.
Okay, so what y'all are witnessing right here are 2 sisters that are members of the New Era Nation. And if you had not heard about New Era Nation, man, you've probably been living under a rock. You need to come out from under that rock. New Era Nation, I am not going to speak on it. I'm going to let these ladies and Travis coming in, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, what are we gonna do? Why don't you introduce yourself, Nelijah?
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead, my sister.
So, peace and love, everyone. My name is Nalaja Alonzo. I'm the executive assistant of New Era Nation. I kind of handle all things New Era, from new volunteers to any projects that we have going on. I kind of came across New Era. I'm originally from New York City. I was born and raised in the Nation of Islam. So a lot of what the brothers and sisters are saying on here, I resonate with. and as well as growing up knowing about Brother Silas Muhammad and some other people. But I came across New Era when I first moved to Detroit, and when I was looking for something to be a part of, see, to be really a boots on the ground kind of organization. And so I think I came across a video of them doing some work in the community and going up into a church. And from that, I kind of, started following them and kind of saw that a lot of things they do align with what I was taught growing up in the nation about doing for self and doing for your community. So because it's our hood, it's our job, right? And so, that's what I've always taught in the nation, that we have to do for self. That's number one. So, like I said, I just started coming out and got aligned with it, and I've loved being here and doing the work for our people in our communities. New Era has over 14 programs to address the needs of our communities, and we stand on principles of accountability. First is self-accountability, then household, community, economic, and political. And knowing all these things, once you hold yourself accountable, you hold yourself accountable, then you want to hold the people around you accountable, and that makes them better. And then once you do that, you reach out to your community, which makes them better. And then, economically, we support Black-owned businesses. We support and hold accountable the businesses that are in our community for providing safe spaces for us. And in addition, political, knowing who to vote for, know what to vote for, and understand the topics and what really, really affects our community. So we're a mud roots organization. We on the ground. We don't have a lot of meetings. We just do the work. That's what I always say.
So that is beautiful, my sister. What I would like for y'all to do, you two ladies, because I know that you guys have been boots on the ground, go ahead, take this time to explain to the listening audience the type of programs you all have set up within New Era Nation.
Well, one of our main programs is our community engagement program called Hood to Hood. And that's where we go door to door and we provide resources to the community, because we found that some of the crime and some of the things that happen in the community is because we just don't have the resources that we need. We kind of go out to rob and steal because we just don't have the basic things that we need. So we go into the communities, we go door to door, we provide different resources. And at first it was just a sheet of paper telling about programs and things in the city that go on and they may not know about. And this is a program that all across the nation, we have over 14, almost 14 different chapters, part of New Era, that do the same type of work, So we kind of moved up once we get, more donations doing for self. We, offered food, we offered sneakers, we've offered, we've partnered with other people in a community to give hot food. We partnered, give groceries, whatever is needed. So, Chelsea can also talk about some of our programs as well.
Yeah, so I like to focus on what I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the call was about health and wellness. So we actually have that program where we do different things. Like for instance, in Detroit, they have a walk that they do. I want to say it's third or fourth Wednesdays. And they do that very frequently, and they go out, have the community come out, women, children, whoever, and then they're just fellowshipping with everyone, gathering the community together. So that's one thing to get people, just active. And once again, it's a holistic approach. As Elijah was stating, you want to make sure, their mental is, great, their physical, obviously from an economical standpoint. And then of course, financially, right? So just all of those different aspects. But that's one thing that I like to focus on heavily because that's my lifestyle. That's what I do. I'm a mixed fit instructor. So I actually go to gyms and I'm doing classes in regards to a lot of cardio, in regards to making sure people are putting that as a priority in their life. So I just have that resonate over into the community. So it just works hand in hand for me in regards to something that I am passionate about to bring that to my community in regards to health and wellness and making sure that we take care of ourselves as a people for longevity. So yes.
Absolutely. And like I said, like she was saying, here's Brother Travis. He's on the line as well. We were talking about just the different programs for New Era and the different chapters. We have chapters in Cleveland, Las Vegas, Dayton, Ohio. We have Atlanta. And these are just because people have reached out to us and said, we want to do how you do. Each city is different, although we all catch a hell in the same way, in the same communities. It's pretty much the same with what's going on. But, sometimes it's a little bit of different focus, like Chelsea was saying. So sometimes the health and wellness is, what they focus more on, just depending on what's going on in the community at that time. And so we like to focus on whatever is needed in the community. And Travis can kind of talk about one of our main programs, which is the Safe Zone program and some of the patrols that they do in the community.
Hello, everybody. This is Travis Stafford from New Era Elite. Like Elijah was saying, one of our programs is the safety aspect of it. We partner up with maybe over 60 different establishments as far as grocery stores, liquor stores, gas stations, beauty salons, so forth and so on. And it's pretty much asking for their partnership to keep the community safe. So we know that the black dollar goes powerful, is very powerful. So if different races inside our neighborhood and we spend the money with them, they have a obligation to help keep the community safe. So with our safe zone, people can be able, if they feel unwanted, they can be able to come inside there and seek refuge until either we get there, a New Era, or the police officers get there to assist them on whatever's going on. So we also hand out resources throughout our safe zone, people who do need help getting a job, mental health, healthcare, whatever's going on with their personal life. They just need a little bit of assistance. So that's what our safe zone is about. And that's why we go out there, because we understand that in the urban communities, it's a lack of everything. People don't have jobs, they don't have housing, they lack of the mental health. So we provide everything that could just make their life a little bit more easier.
Yes, like you're saying, we provide those resources. We personally don't have all the resources, but we use the city resources. We use different organizations that do have resources to help provide these things that our community needs. And so they also do just regular patrols, just in the nighttime to help keep the community safe. And the main thing is to change the culture, right? We want to make the culture where it's usually only a few people causing havoc in the community, but many people in the community are standing and doing more to change that culture. So it's not seen as, oh, Black people do this, or this is a few people. But if we come up and we change the culture, change the mind frame, change the thinking, and that's why we do a lot of things with children. We try to, engage with them, let them know that people are out here to help them. People that they don't just see the entertainers, they don't just see the sports players, but they see Black men in the community that stand up for them. And that's what it's about with self-determination, which we're making our own way. We're doing for self. And so having, like I said, these type of programs help us to engage with the community, because that's the big thing, engaging with the community and letting them know there's people here. Because sometimes you see, people come out, they give turkeys here, they might come around Christmas time, different things. So, but we want to be consistent, and that's what our people need, is consistency. And so they see people and see Black men, especially, standing up and doing for themselves and doing for the community, and our protectors, and in that role, which we know they should be in and they are in. So.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Yes, so it's Magnificent Travel. It's just like my last name. It's MACKNIFICENT and then travel. And that's on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok.
Magnificent.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. And then if Nalaja, if you would go next with your social media platform.
So I'm representing New Era. So it's New Era World, New Era Detroit, New Era World, New Era Nation, New Era Detroit, New Era Houston, New Era Dallas. Any one of those you put in wherever city you close to, that's what you get. But the main, it's our 10-year anniversary too. But New Era Detroit is the official site for the main organization. So follow us there and see what work we do.
Great, great. And Brother Travis, your social media, you want to add to what?
Well, same thing as New Era Detroit, same as Nanaja just said. Yes.
And New Era Elite. That's another one of our social media on platforms. And we want to thank you, sis, for putting this together. I've been on and off since this morning. So you are amazing. I don't know how you doing this, but this is wonderful. And adding this all together, and I see why you were on us, but this is a wonderful, wonderful program and definitely needed, and people can take note of this. So it's awesome.
Thank you so much for agreeing to be here out of your busy schedule, and keep up the good work. I'm the solo member of New Era Nation here in San Antonio. So whenever y'all come back to Texas, help me out with building up that chapter. So we can get from San Antonio to Dallas, right? From Houston.
We'll be in
Antonio,
Houston this weekend. We'll be in Houston this weekend where they're doing a brunch in the streets.
Yes.
So check out the Instagram. They'll be in Houston this weekend. So make sure to check out New Era World, New Era Houston. They'll definitely be out that way. The nation will be out that way.
Did y'all hear that for y'all in the chat that lives in the Houston area? Tell them one more time, sister.
It's going to be a brunch in the streets. So they're going to have serving breakfast to the community. We have the address and everything. Once again, it's on IG, Instagram. You could check it out either on New Era Dallas page or New Era Houston, or once again, New Era World. And they'll have the flyer and the address for people to attend who are in the Houston, Texas area.
All right. Solid, solid, solid. New Era Nation. Live on here on the Election Day Plebiscite Reparations Vote Marathon with the Afrodescendant Nation. How about that, y'all? All right. Thank y'all so much once again. I'm going to let y'all get back to y'all night, and, we'll be in touch most definitely.
Y'all take care.
Peace and love, everyone.
Thank you. Peace, y'all.
All right. Now we're winding it down. Hey there, my brother. I finally get a chance to put a face to a name. Look at that. How are you, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I am hanging in there, feeling fired up and still ready to go. We got about, 4 more hours to go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we do. And so it's going to be a pleasure speaking with you. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself properly?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Senator Ahmed Sadiq, and I am a senator in the Afro-Descendant Nation.
All right, then. So when you got the call to join me here today on this very important plebiscite reparations vote, what went through your mind, sir?
Can you say it one more time? I kind of lost you there.
Okay, so when you got the call to come and join me today on this very important day, our plebiscite reparations vote, and they called you and asked you, come on the show and show your support for what we got going on. I know y'all very busy over there in the Senate. This is a real senator over here in the ADN government, right? So what went through your mind?
I was elated. I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, to see that we have our people's ear and that you are interested in bringing justice to our people is magnificent. I mean, we need more people like you to get involved, to spread the information about the Afro-Descendant government and to let them know that they do have a choice and or an option as opposed to just the United States of America. So yes, I was elated, and thank you once again for doing it and for being a super trooper.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I'm
4 more
to
hours.
winning. So let me ask you this. I've asked everybody who came on today, how do you define self-determination?
Well, I believe the word in and of itself is to a degree self-explanatory. It's when the people get together, a society gets together, a group of men for one common cause, and we determine what's best for us. As Martin Luther King stated before, he said that no Lincolnian emancipation proclamation can do this for us. If we are to be men, then we have to come together and decide and determine what we're going to do as a nation of people.
Yes, yes, yes. And the time is now. From what I've been hearing all day today, the time is now. It seems like we're moving towards being on one accord throughout the diaspora. At least when I say the diaspora, I'm talking about these 50 states, right? That's our little immediate diaspora, right? So it seems like we are coming together, but what do you think is going to be that aha, got you moment for all of us?
Well, I'm one that's of the mindset that when oppression reaches its apex, then freedom is inevitable. And I believe that that's where we're at here in the United States of America. We have done all that we can do for the United States of America. 400 years of plantation slavery, where we have been totally dehumanized, according to one of their scholars or one of their behavioral scientists. And there's a debate as to whether or not he exists or not, but we can say he did exist based on our lives, who was Willie Lynch. When we've closed every avenue through by which light may enter into the slave mind, and we have one step to go, and they'll be on the same level as the beast in the field. So the premeditated thought was to dehumanize us. Even after being dehumanized, we still show love, honor, and respect to our slave master. Even after being able to read and write, after being kept from reading and writing intentionally by the government of the United States of America, we're still showing loyalty to the government. And the thanks for that is the uptake and hangings throughout the South now. They're starting to hang black people again in Mississippi, in Texas. Now, just imagine this now. We have been more loyal to the United States of America than we have been to ourselves. In some cases and instances, we have been more loyal to the United States of America than America has been to themselves. And the thanks for that is to shoot an unarmed black woman in the head, the police that did that. All she said was, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." And he said, "You better not," and shot her in the head. So that's what I mean by when oppression has reached its apex, we can't take anymore. I mean, even with George Floyd, we can't take anymore. And that's how I will go on the limb to say, some of the most effective governments and or nations were born out of that, out of oppression. That's why we're in the United States of America, because of the Patrick Henrys and the Thomas Jeffersons and the Hamiltons that said, enough is enough. So we are in an identical situation and or position. And now it is our time to embrace our manifest destiny. That's what they used to call manifest destiny.
Well, Senator, I want you to do me a favor, and I want you to speak to the people about life in the Afro-descendant nation and also life working in government. Speak to the people about that, because we live here in the United States, and we know we have our Congress and we have our President Biden and VP, but speak to what is life like in the Afro-descendant nation and what is life like in our Senate. And I'm gonna give you the mic.
Yes. So life in the Afro-descendant nation, and as much as we are a baby nation, we are a budding nation, it's not really too much different. We already currently commingle and or coexist with one another when we go to our jobs. We coexist with different religious backgrounds, different levels of education. Um, it's no different. I don't want people to think that the Afro-Descendant Nation is something that they would have to make a drastic and or dramatic change to be a part of the Afro-Descendant Nation. No, you're already a part of the Afro-Descendant Nation. And as we begin to emerge on the world stage, what we're saying to the rest of the world is that we are that baby. We are these babies, this baby nation that was born, for lack of a better word, as some biblical scholars would say, we were born like Jesus, in a manger. And as much as we are this baby bud nation, we're reaching out to the rest of the civilized world, asking them to come to our aid and help us. And it's a real simple conversation and or even a more simpler request, and as much as it has already been done before. The Senate of the Afro-Descendant government and or lost found peoples, as we were wrestling with that term back and forth, and then ultimately we decided on Afro-Descendant government. The Senate of the Afro-Descendant government, again, is born out of oppression. And we look to see, as we're putting the Senate together, as we're galvanizing the support of people throughout the slavery diaspora, we look to see what situation could possibly mirror our situation the best. And what we came up with is the Jews situation. The Jews are the very archetype for reparations and for what it is that we are requesting that the rest of the world, the civilized world, helps and come to our aid. It took some strategic partners in order for it to take place for the Jewish people. And that's what we're looking to establish now, strategic partnership with the right people to bring our voice to the forefront of the world. The Senate of the Afro-Descendant Nation is a Senate that is developing, and we are looking to solicit the help of our people who may be senators in the United States of America, who may have political experience, to help us to fortify the Senate. But just like everything else, just like even the plane when it starts off, even though it starts off kind of slow, you'll see we'll gain momentum and we'll be flying here shortly.
That is for sure. That is solid. So everybody out there listening, you heard our senator say, "Hey, they're looking for more great minds to help form this nation." You get a chance to help write laws that's going to help govern us when we are at that moment of true self-determination, which we have deemed true freedom. Wouldn't you say, brother? True freedom. What does true freedom look like to you?
Well, that in and of itself is like a oxymoron and or a play on words, because if it's freedom, it's freedom. To say true freedom and not be real freedom, I mean, it's not freedom.
Well, when we have some Negroes that think they're not in captivity right now, so.
And therein lies part of the problem. That's the reason why I want to take my time and kind of sort of elaborate on certain things so we can look at what transpired historically and how people that emerge from devastating situations, I mean nations of people, how did they emerge? Like, how did the Jews end up where they're at? What took place? Well, first off, we had Great Britain that assisted the Jewish people. There's a gentleman by the name of William Balfour, the Balfour Declaration. Now, William Balfour came together with also a king from Saudi Arabia, and he also came together with a president from the United States of America. Now, think about this. They didn't go to the average Jewish person and ask them, okay, well, what do you think you guys need? They went to some of the greatest minds in the world. And Great Britain, we have the most experienced monarch on the earth because she colonized just about all of the earth, has a vast amount of experience. And the king from Arabia, they're at the fountain of scripture. So we're dealing with people who understand both Bible and Quran. Then they went to the United States of America, who is the most powerful government on earth. They came together and told the Jewish people, listen, You don't know what it is that you need to establish and start a government. You don't know what it is to begin all over again. We're going to put this together for you. And when we get done, your children's children will never want again. So with that being said, having that kind of understanding, we would be crazy not to go down the same path. You know, we want reparations. We want restitution. And we want indemnification. That's the exact same thing that the Jewish government, the demand that they placed on Germany. And when those three great powerful nations came together, that's exactly what they received. So for our people who are in the mindset that they are free, or in the mindset that they are part owners of the United States of America, that in and of itself says that that's a part of the lingering effects of plantation slavery, and that psychologically and or mentally, we're not sound. We need to be repaired. I'll use this as an example because I too ran into a situation like that where I was talking to a brother, and he was telling me about, you know, what he owned in America, so on and so forth, and how America's ours because we helped to build it. And then I said to the brother, well, reach in your pocket and pull out a dollar that has a black face on it. You can't do that. Well, this is our land, because you know the immigrants came over, especially here in Chicago where I'm at. Immigrants came over and they received X amount of dollars. They were staying in hotels downtown. They even got some of the homes in the black community that our people paid for 30 or 40 years and lost the taxes. They gave these homes to the immigrants. And then we had a slew of people complain about it. And I would say to them, well, if it's yours, then why don't they go through you? If it belongs to you. You sitting back complaining about a decision that another man made. That lets you know how delusional we are into thinking that we own some of the United States of America.
That is profound. That is absolutely profound. It's almost like being in a bad relationship. You know the guy really don't love you, but you just stay there anyways. Huh?
You know what? I'm smiling inside and out because I want to say as recent as 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was exposing that to the audience, and the term for that is called Stockholm Syndrome, where the victim takes up for the person that's actually victimizing them. That's a psychological sickness that takes place, and that's exactly what we are doing. We in some cases take up for the very same people that's putting us in a situation to where we're living worse than they are in third world countries.
Right, and that's
the infant mortality rate for black women is worse than it is in third world countries. Not all women in the United States of America, but for black women, we lose more children and women than they do in third world countries. In fact, in the city of Chicago, they call it Chirac because the murder rate is so high. More young black men or black people have been killed in the city of Chicago than killed in the war in Iraq. When all this can be, these are choices and or decisions that's made by the government of the United States of America that allow these things to persist in the black community. I'm in Chicago. If right across the street from where I stay on the west side, there's a suburb called Oak Park. Now, if you look at the crime rate in Chicago, it's astronomical. Oak Park is literally across the street. You probably don't even have to walk 100 feet across the street. And it's one of the top 5 suburbs in the United States of America with almost 8 or 7% crime rate. So that lets me know that this is intentionally done. If you can stop it from happening in Oak Park, then you can stop it from happening in the city of Chicago.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
You know, there's 2 Chicagos that exist. For white people, it's called the Magnificent Mile, but for black people, it's called Chirac. Both in the same city. And it's a difference between day and night. So the Afro-descendant government is born out of that. It's born out of our people being oppressed. It's born out of, I'm from the city of Chicago, born and raised in the city of Chicago, and growing up, I would wonder why Caucasian people have so much more than what we had. You know, why did we have to put tape around the windows with plastic in the wintertime and then stand by the space heater because the gas was off? You know, why we had to plug into the light socket in the hallway because the lights was off. Why do we have government cheese and powdered milk? Why do we have hand-me-downs and holes in our clothes? I mean, if God loved us all the same, then why are we going through this and our Caucasian counterparts not? So that's one of the things that was very intriguing to me about the Afro-descendant government, but is that it answered these questions for me. As senators, some of us are kind of not really biblically and or scripturally inclined. But I grew up in a saved, sanctified church. We saved, sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost. That's how my mother was. So I got introduced to some scriptures early on in life, and at that age. And as I began to become Afro-descendant senator, we were told that we're not to really use religion, so to speak, because it's a touchy subject, because some of us have different religious persuasions. And as recent as last week, I saw where an opportunity for us to do what they're doing, and when I say they, I mean the Jews. Well, I saw a golden opportunity for us to use the same book that they're using, because Benjamin Netanyahu, as recent as last week, said the Bible gives them the right and the divine claim to have Israel and claim all of Israel and not even name it Palestine. He used biblical references. Now, using that as a premises for our argument, do we have any biblical references? Is there anything in there concerning you and I? Is there something said about you and I inside of these holy books? So once we can get our head wrapped around the concept that the Afro-descendant nation is a divine nation, this is a divine mission. Once we can get our head wrapped around it, then we won't hesitate to move. We're almost like those children, and this is the part I was getting to in the Bible, when the Red Sea opened up, they were kind of hesitant to go through because they were so used to Pharaoh being so powerful, so big, and so strong. And they looked and was like, I mean, we know we've been done wrong. We know Pharaoh's a murderer. You know he's killing us. As they said, he killed off the men and left the women and the children. We know the Tuskegee experiment. We know how we fared when COVID came by, how it hurt us more than anybody else. We know that they're telling us that mass incarceration and Jim Crow law, we're aware of all of this. We can read and comprehend. We know. So what's stopping us from moving? What are we hesitating for? Now that we're at this particular point, we're at this particular junction, it's incumbent upon us to move first. That's when the insistence will come. My daughter, she's a big fan of Hamilton, a play called Hamilton. Okay. And it's part of the history of the United States of America. And one of the things that America had to do in order for France to help them, America had to move first. They had to initiate the process. Likewise, it is with you and I. There's other nations out there that's looking at this baby nation. We're babies. We don't have a military. We can't fight against the United States of America. We don't have the economic power to fight against the United States of America. Even this platform that we're using right now is their platform, their Zoom platform. We're babies. We're that little small child that has been abandoned and or orphaned, left out in the cold, saying to the rest of the civilized world, will you help us? With our heart of hearts, asking the rest of the world, will you help us? You help the Jews. You help the Japanese. You help the Indians. Will you help us? Nobody's suffering remotely compares to our suffering. Nobody's suffering lasts as long as our suffering. No one has lost more than what we have lost. According to scholars in the United Nations, you have lost an incalculable loss. They say we can't even put a price on it. We can't start you over. Your ancestral culture is gone. Your ancestral religion is gone. Your mother tongue is gone. It's been wiped clean. You have to undergo ethnogenesis. You have to start all over again. And that's how the Afro-descendant nation became born, out of our very suffering.
And this is an ethnogenesis, and we are a new nation, the Afro-descendant nation. And you know, it's right that we should go ahead and just self-identify, considering everything that you said, Senator. It's just like a why not, you know. It's almost like Donald Trump saying, "What else you got to lose? What else did you have to lose?" And I mean, I'd rather be with my family than out here alone.
Yes.
And then you notice that when you said the Jews and the Kurds, one thing they have in common, they recognize themselves as a nation of people. What are we, the
Yes.
blacks?
Hmm.
Are we the African Americans, two continents?
Hmm.
You know,
Hmm.
I think there's 56 countries in Africa. Which one are you from? Pick one. Anyone. I don't know. Will that work? How does that restore your native language? Do you know? There's thousands of languages in Africa.
Yes.
So Senator, we're talking about not just um it's have to be a total do over, like reform from the ground up, like you said, and we're gonna need people who are newly coming in, who have these great ideas that can sit down and work with senators such as yourself and the others to map out what our nation and our rules and our government is going to look like. They have that opportunity now, do they? Do they not?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do, definitely. And the other thing that I want to put emphasis on, as I mentioned it before, and sometimes I can talk a little fast because I get a little excited. I got a whole lot going on at the same time. So I want to slow down and just put emphasis on this point. When the Jews received what they received, they had scholars, some of the best minds from around the world to put together the program for the Jewish people because they knew that the Jewish people did not understand the magnitude of what was taking place. They had William Balfour, who's a scholar from England. They had King Hassan, who is a king from Saudi Arabia. They had Truman, who was a president from the United States of America. These people came together and told them, this is what you need. Likewise, it is with us. You can't ask a person on the corner of the west side of Chicago what you want for reparations. They'll say, I'll give you $10,000. You know what he's going to say? I'll take it. Just like they're playing games now when they're saying, oh, well, the state of California, they want to give each resident in California $1 million or whatever for reparations. That's a one-item purchase. It's one and done. $1 million, you buy a house, now your house broke. But we will accept those things because we don't know. So they know that that's a game and that they're playing with children. And they're treating us like children. That's the reason why we say let the professionals do their job. Let the Honorable Silas Muhammad do his job. Let Mashaki Muhammad do her job. Let the professionals. I'll give you another case in point. I had a situation where I'm also into the construction industry, and while I was on a particular project, a dog bit me. And the neighbor saw her dog bite. So at that particular point in time, I couldn't. I didn't feel that it was bad enough for me to go to the hospital. So, but after the fact, I was told go to the hospital. If the dog has rabies, then you're gonna get sick. So ultimately, I went to the hospital, and the neighbor told me, she said, "I'll pay the hospital bills." So, I mean, that's all I really wanted out of it. I wasn't trying to be rapacious or anything of that nature. Right. So when I came to her with the hospital bill, she said, "I'm not paying." She said to me, "The owner said that the dog was on our property, even though it jumped up over the fence and bit you. I don't have to pay you because the dog was on our property." So now I just so happen to have a friend of mine that's a lawyer. And when I was mentioning this to a friend of mine that was a lawyer, she said, in Illinois, there's something called the dog bite laws. She said, when I get done putting together this dog bite lawyer, she gonna hurry up and pay you. The dog bite laws state that if the dog bit me and tastes human blood, the dog had to be euthanized. The laws also state that there's a reoccurring compensation for me because now I'm psychologically affected by it. Not only do you got to pay for my hospital bills, you got to pay for my clothes. You got to pay for my time off work. So when the professional got involved, she hurried up and paid me that money. Do you hear me? I could have requested that the dog is put down and everything. Likewise, it is in our case. Once the professionals get involved, they'll hurry up and give us reparations because they know what's due to you. So if I may, I just want to give you an example, give our people an example of what the Jews received. The Jews received from the German supplies, they received railways, telephones, dock installation, irrigation plants, whole areas of industries, agriculture would not be where they are today without the reparations from Germany. That's what we're asking for. We're not just asking for you to, okay, well, let me give you $1 million. That's a game. We need whole areas of industry. We need dock installations. We need railroad. We need seagoing, airborne equipment. And this comes from, that's why I say the Jews are the original example for us. You don't have to do anything different for us than what you did for them. The only difference is that the land that we're going to will be welcomed with open arms.
Right.
As opposed, yeah, they sent in the military prior to the Jews going into Palestine. They sent their military in. Then they gave them all a nuclear deterrent to whether you don't know whether they got a nuclear weapon or not. Those true people, the true chosen people of God.
No. The scriptures doesn't say they move like that, so I'm not. It's still up in the air. Yes, my brother, it has been a pleasure speaking to you. You and I must do this again. I mean, I think you and I could just have the whole 2-3 hours by ourselves talking, going back and forth. It has been a pleasure, Senator. Thank you so much for blessing me with your presence tonight.
Oh, you are more than welcome, sister. And definitely, let's do it again. I'm with you.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to get on what the Senate's doing over there in the legislative branch. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Keep up the good work, sir.
Yes, ma'am. You're more than welcome, sister. Thank you.
Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings.
All right, now. Goodness. We're getting to that hour where we have to switch gears and get with our next segment. Our next segment, we're going to be featuring the one, the only, the king of self-determination, Brother Ramzu Yunus. Brother Ramzu Yunus is going to bless us in just a second, as soon as I get it tuned up. You know, next time we go live, your sister going to have this set up way better than what I'm working with right now. But, you know, I'm back at it like I ain't going to say it. But y'all know, we on right now, Afrodescendant Nation presents Election Day Plebiscite Reparations Vote Marathon. You are about to witness the king of self-determination, Brother Ramzu Yunus, coming to us from by way of Sudan, I believe he was when we did this interview. So let's take a listen. Get your popcorns, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Y'all saying there's no sound, or we don't have any sound coming from the desktop? Okay. Thank y'all for letting me know that. Thank you for letting me know that. Here we go. We're going to start that over again because I want to hear this. Here we go. Let's go.
He's coming to visit with us to talk about self-determination and reparations. This brother has been down deep in the reparations movement, fighting for self-determination. He's a human rights officer, human rights policy officer, human rights activist. Brother Ramzul Yunus, welcome back again. It's a privilege to speak with you every time I get a chance to speak with you. So for our listening audience who may not have heard you speak before, tell them a little bit about who you are and how you came to be involved in the self-determination movement.
Thanks for having me on your show, Comrade Tamar. Of course, as you just said, my name is Ramzul Yunus. How did I come to be in the self-determination and reparations movement? It's actually a natural evolution of consciousness. Once you become conscious of course, who you are as a black person, conscious of what's going on, the oppression that we suffer from, automatically you want to become an activist, or anybody with any natural sensibilities wants to become an activist and resist oppression and try to improve the conditions of his or her people. So I followed that natural evolution. During that evolution, as oftentimes happens amongst many people, whether it be us, the black people in America, or Africa, or any other struggle, Asia, even Europe, even the founding fathers of America itself, you go through a growth period where you don't really know what you're doing. You just want to speak out against what's going on. You take certain actions, and then you realize that those actions are not going to net any results. Matter of fact, those actions, when you look at them, principally, they're not even designed to net any results. They're just designed to be a so-called rebel rouser, if you want to call it that. So I went through those motions and didn't know what I was doing as a youngster in this movement. That I became conscious, by the way, I call it the Malcolm X route. I went to prison as a teenager. That's where I gained my consciousness at. When I got out of prison, I came out gung-ho, full of knowledge and awareness, ready to fight the power, so to speak. But I didn't see anything happening besides talking. Some great speeches, which actually helped my enlightenment out, but I didn't see any actions, and I didn't know what to do, really. And so as a youngster at 21 years old, I decided to just leave and go to Africa, where I saw action at. I saw action in Zimbabwe, so I moved to Zimbabwe, actually, and I spent most of my adulthood in Zimbabwe up until around 2014. I decided to return to the struggle in America with the knowledge that I had gained by being amongst revolutionaries in Zimbabwe, the president himself and others, and even in other countries. And I decided that I'm going back to America with the struggle for independence of black people. And I found myself in Detroit. I didn't find myself in Detroit. I was just looking for somewhere that it would be more conducive for such a struggle. And that ended up being Detroit. So I went to Detroit. And in Detroit, we launched the Black Independence Movement, where we held some votes, actually, with thousands of people, tens of thousands of people actually attending, and that led to trouble with the system, lawful trouble, but we know the system of oppression doesn't really allow or want self-determination of those whom they oppress. Matter of fact, self-determination is the most feared right by oppressors. So that landed me into a so-called world of trouble, but here we go still today, organizing the people, rallying the people, trying to build capacity, actually, because at the end of the day, we're going to have capacity to assert the right of self-determination. So that's who I am, and that's where we are at this point.
And with that historical background that you have, with all of the experiences that you have traveling basically the world, based on your experiences, well, how have your experiences influenced your understanding of self-determination within the Afro-descendant community?
Well, my experience, number one, you learn that we're not aware. Nobody knows that they have a right of self-determination. If we knew we had a right of self-determination, the struggle would look completely different. Actions would be completely different. We wouldn't be protesting. We wouldn't be marching. We wouldn't be voting inside of someone else's system. We would be organizing to hold our own vote and then enforce that vote. But I realized immediately that no one knows about the right of self-determination, even though it's the most fundamental and powerful right that we have as a collective. And it's just, that's just the missing thing in our struggle. So that's why we are here today, even on this call, trying to enlighten our people about this right and the fact that we can simply have our own vote. So that's the main thing that struck me and what made the mission even more, I can't say, interesting, but not interesting. We had to become more work actually involved, trying to enlighten people, then organize them once they are enlightened and aware of that right.
So with that, coupling with your experiences, and how it influenced your life, can you give us your definition of a right to self-determination, and why is it particularly important for the Afro-descendant communities?
Well, I'm going to give the same definition, the legal definition of it, the international law definition of self-determination. And I don't want people to get self-determination confused. That's why I like to put right of self-determination in front of it, because oftentimes we will get it confused with the Kwanzaa definition of self-determination, which is an impotent definition, meaning a definition of self-determination. When I say self-determination, it's as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights describes. It says all peoples have the right of self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. So to me, self-determination means us choosing our political status, whether we want to be part of the system or if we want to be independent. So of course, when people talk about or people struggle for self-determination, they don't struggle to remain under oppression. They struggle to use their option of self-determination to be independent and control their own system, have their own government, and control the territory they live upon. So self-determination to me is that lawful definition, but in layman's terms is us being able or choosing to govern ourselves and be independent of the system that has oppressed us.
Most definitely. I do agree that it's time for us to rise above the status quo of how we've been operating. We have to move to something greater or something bigger. So we're here amongst the oppressor, and like they label us minority, not quite sure if those numbers are correct, but as far as the populace goes, how can we get the help from the international community? How can an international community help support our efforts in our right to self-determination here in the Americas?
Well, first we have to assert it ourselves. And according to international law, when people are trying to assert their right of self-determination, if they are forcibly denied, then other actors, whether it be other governments or even militant groups that are not governments or militaries of other nations, they have a right to assist us. But first we have to exhaust ourselves in trying to assert that right of self-determination. No one can come for us and say, here, you all are governing yourself. You all are independent. We have to assert. We have to stand up, hold a vote. If the people say yes, then we say, look, we govern this part where the people have voted to be independent at. And now if they try to oppose that, then we enter what's called a resistance or a struggle, or you can call it a war. And then others can come to the assistance of us. No one can just make you enjoy your right. You have to assert your right first. That's what many of us err at, when we think that someone else, whether it be the United Nations or any other entity or another nation, is going to come and help us enjoy our right of self-determination. It's something that we have to struggle and try to assert. And if it's denied, then others can come and assist us in that.
Well, you said two things. You mentioned the justice system, and then you mentioned the right to self-determination. At some point in time, they have to intersect. So how can we bring together or collaborate with those that are on the civil rights side to get them to understand that it's not just civil rights, it's actually a human right, and that human right is the right to self-determination? What would you say to them to try to persuade them to get them to understand that message?
Well, I'd like to point everybody in the civil rights struggle to go back to the transcript of a meeting that Dr. King had in 1967 in Frogmore, South Carolina. He had a strategy meeting with his organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. In that strategy meeting, he said, number one, we've moved from civil rights to human rights. Also, he said, after Selma, after the Voting Rights Act, we moved into a new era, which must be an era of revolution. I think we must see the great distinction between the reform movement and the revolutionary movement. Now, those are Dr. King's words. Talking to the leaders, his fellow organization members, which were the leaders of that struggle at the time, the civil rights struggle, he said, it has to be human rights. So civil rights should under their jurisdiction. It's up to them to make that civil choice, local choice. Human rights is an internationally recognized right, even by the United States, and it's not under their jurisdiction to say, okay, we will respect this or not. No, you must respect it. And human rights gives us that right. Number one, human right, the foundation of the human rights system is the right of self-determination, so we can govern ourselves. So when Dr. King said we must see a distinction between the reform movement and the civil rights movement, also during that transcript, he said we were trying to reform this government. He acknowledged that he made a mistake trying to reform something that seemingly can't be reformed. So instead of wasting time trying to reform it, let's go ahead and engage in a revolution against it. And a revolution doesn't mean bloody. It can be violent and bloody, but it also can be a non-violent revolution. But it means taking power and having power ourselves away from our oppressor. And the only right that allows that is the right of self-determination. So we have to have a distinction. We can't collaborate with those in the civil rights struggle because they are doing something totally different. They're in left field, we're in right field. They either have to come our way or we compromise and go that way, then we destroy the revolution by doing that. So the civil rights struggle, as Dr. King himself, the premier leader, when you think about civil rights, everyone thinks about Dr. King. He said we must leave civil rights alone and move to human rights. He said we can't reform this, we should go into the era of revolution. So I don't believe in collaborating. You can't collaborate with everybody because everybody's not on the same page and going in the same direction. So they have to come our way, or we just say we don't want to have our own nation. We don't want to have our own power. We want to submit as minorities under white power and go the civil rights activist direction. So I would tell civil rights activists, if you want to see a change, if you want to see a guaranteed change, you have to take matters into your own hands. Civil rights puts matters in their hands to make that decision under their jurisdiction. Human rights mean we have a right to have that power ourselves. So it's either or. It's not both working together.
So with Martin Luther King, he had the strategy of, like you say, working through the civil rights movement, going to the oppressor, asking them for basic civil rights, for basically asking the other nations to behave civilly towards us. And then now with self-determination is more geared towards
civil rights activists
human rights. And so the intersectionality comes with that understanding that your civil right is part of your human right, I would think. So with that, what type of, because we've seen Martin Luther King in the civil rights strategy, what type of strategies can you give to the Afro-Descendant community to help foster a stronger sense of self-determination, will to have that self-determination as a collective?
Yeah, mind you, as I was just saying, Dr. King switched strategies, but they killed him immediately after he changed strategies. That meeting is there. Everyone look up the meeting in Frogmore, South Carolina in 1967. It's a strategy meeting with the SCLC where he said, we're leaving the civil rights struggle and going to a human rights struggle. We're leaving trying to reform this government and going into revolution. Those are Dr. King's words. If you can even look up the Poor People's Campaign on Google and you'll find the Wikipedia page on the Poor People's Campaign, and it speaks about this meeting that he had in Frogmore, South Carolina, which his fellow members of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, John Lewis, Andrew Young, and all of them, Jesse Jackson, they didn't agree with King's new move to human rights and to revolution. So that's why when they killed King, the Revolutionary King, his comrades didn't continue his new struggle of human rights that he had started to engage in, and they went back to civil rights. So my strategy would not be a different strategy than King or others. The new King, not the King that they killed and fed us the civil rights King. I'm talking about the King that they killed, not the King that they present to us after they killed the real Dr. King who moved to human rights. It would be his same strategy of massive action of the people, which is the same strategy of all peoples around the world, including the founding fathers of the United States of America. The strategy is, if the people agree, and even our organizations such as the Republic of New Africa, the same strategy that they said in their, what they call their Malcolm X doctrine. Have a vote, get the will of the people behind your self-determination, then declare independence and start governing where you live. Say, look, we are independent, rerun this. And if there's any opposition, then you have to engage in resistance against that opposition. That's the strategy of self-determination. That's the international template of asserting the right of self-determination. It's not a strategy that I made up. It's a strategy that all follow if they want to progress within that right or utilizing that right.
Now, you mentioned the vote, so speak to the plebiscite.
Okay, plebiscite, or some call it referendum. I like the term referendum. But plebiscite is simply having a vote, asking the people, do you want to be independent? When you look up the right of self-determination, you look up how to assert that right of self-determination. It will read in international law. You can assert that right of self-determination by establishing one way of utilizing the right of self-determination. The most powerful way is to simply establish your own independent nation. Now, how do you do that? What's the procedures to establish an independent nation? You ask and it doesn't have to require you to move off somewhere on some piece of land. You can become an independent nation where you live. If where black people live is a majority, for instance, Detroit is a majority black city, the people in Detroit can simply hold a vote, have their own ballots in. Do you want to be independent and control Detroit? If the people say yes, then those who are leaders of that government holding that plebiscite or referendum, they have a right to seize control of that city and put forth their own military, police force, governor, mayor, whatever they want to call the positions of government. They have a right to put that in place and begin running that city, whether it be even a part of a city, south side Chicago, or east side this city, west side this city, north side, south side, or even 6 blocks, whatever you deem necessary that you want to govern. The people say, that's black, that's Afrodescendants, decide they want to be independent of the current system, they have a right to hold that vote. If the majority says yes, they just begin operating as the new controllers of that territory.
How does the youth fit into all this? We talk about our, predecessors. We talk about what we're doing in the movement. How do you see the youth getting involved in the movement and understanding self-determination? How can we empower them?
Okay, of course, most movements, revolutions, is the youth, or the youth play a large part, if not the majority, role in those revolutions. Just like the adults in this situation we find ourselves in, the youth have to become aware. I know when I was a youngster, even when I was a teenager, if I knew that I had a right of self-determination and I could control my city as a black person, as black people, I would have been working to organize us to take over our city. But I didn't know that. So I wasn't equipped with anything to power my energy or to give guidance to the energy that I have. Now, if we let the youth know, the youth are very energetic, they're very rebellious, but they are rebels without a cause. So if you give them a cause, say, look, if you know you really can control your city. You can control your neighborhood. I know you don't like police brutality. I know you hate the police. You want to become your own police and run your own police force? Let's assert our right of self-determination. You want to escape growing up in poverty and being in a perpetual position of poverty as a black collector forever? You want to do that, or you want to be prosperous and own your neighborhood? Of course, they would say, yes, we want to be prosperous. We want to be wealthy. Okay, assert the right of determination. Let's organize it. But first, the youth just have to be equipped, just like the adults, or just like the elders. We have to be equipped with information. So the first point is, let the youth know. If you all want a better life, it's as simple as standing up and asserting your right of self-determination. We can't fool them. They're going to be empowered by going to college, by voting as a 14% majority
Recording
in a white,
in progress.
14% minority in a white majority system. We can't fool them with those illusions that we have been fooled with.
Okay, so you've said a lot. We've talked about the global perspective, and your understanding is that we can't even reach out to our partners out there in the rest of the world until we get our house together here in the Americas. Right now, you know that it's important that we identify as something as a united people, a nation of people, and the international, 19 other countries in the international diaspora has self-identified as the Afro-descendant. So do you think that is the first step into showing that identifying and coming together collective as a nation is the right step in a possible vision for our future?
Yeah, indeed. And I'd like to give thanks and honor to the Honorable Silas Muhammad and his wife for being instrumental in that process of having us recognize us in the diaspora as a peoples, and that peoples, the title that they, the name they chose as a group, they democratically chose, was Afro-Descendants. So the most fundamental thing we have to do, of course, is realize who we are. The right of self-determination, as spoken of in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, says all peoples have the right of self-determination. Okay, so what people are you that deserve the right of self-determination? We are Afro-descendants, which is defined as those who are descended from slaves and went through that experience in the diaspora. So number one, as you just said, we identify ourselves. What peoples are we? We are Afro-descendants. Even if some of us want to say we're Moorish, we're this, we're that, according to the international standards of what we are as people, or what internationally the community calls us, the legal international law community, they call us Afro-descendants.
That's correct, and that is my understanding. That's why I say I am a Coty Singleton and a proud member of the Afro-Descendant Nation, and I am an Afro-descendant. Would you agree, Brother Ramsey?
I'm an Afro-descendant, member of the Afro-Descendant Nation as well.
Thank you so much, Brother Ramsey. Thank you again for being with me. Is there anything else you want the people to know about what you got going on right now, or when you will be blessing us with your presence once again in person?
Yes, ma'am. As some of you, nobody, well, not many people know, I am in Sudan at the moment. And we'll hopefully be in America at some point in time. I can't say when, but we're on a critical mission here in Sudan and Egypt. We will be unveiling what's really going on with the actions that we are taking over here in the very short future, God willing. But my message is to everybody there in America to stay strong, but get on the right course. Get on the right course. The right course is the struggle for self-determination. That's the right course. Any other course is ineffective, is irrelevant right now. We have to realize, like all other peoples who are now free nations realize, at some point in their struggle, they realize that the only thing to guarantee us the justice that we seek is by becoming our own nation. The only way to become our own nation, legitimately become our own nation, and to be recognized by others, is simply asserting the most powerful human right there is, and that's the right of self-determination. If you don't know what the right of self-determination is, Please take time to learn what it is. It's your most powerful weapon that you have as a people. And I'm talking to Afro-descendants in America. So thank you for having me on this show, Sister Okoti, Tamar. Keep doing the great work. Salute and give my greetings to the President of the Afro-descendant nation, the King and Queen, the leaders and founders of the Afro-descendant nation, Honorable Silas Muhammad and his Queen, and all of those who have been laboring in this movement for quite some time now. Victory is definitely near.
You are absolutely right. Thank you. I will make sure that you send your well wishes to the President and the Honorable Salis Muhammad, as well as Queen Mishaki. Thank you once again. On this very special day, we are moving forward with our plebiscite vote 2024, and we have the blessings from the Self-Determination King, dear brother Ramzu Yunus. Thank you so much again, my brother. Salute.
Salute.
Have a good one.
Welcome, Governor General.
Greetings to you, and thank you for the welcome.
You have the mic, sir.
Okay, it is my honor and privilege to introduce the next speaker, the president of the Afro-Descendant Nation. Just a little bit of warm up before she comes to present a message that she has spent a number of hours detailing for the listening audience and the viewing audience. Really excited, always excited to be speaking before my fellow countrymen and countrywomen. And I don't mean those members of the United States as my fellow countrymen and countrywomen, but those members of the Afro-Descendant Nation. Uh, this work is near and dear to me. Uh, I want to spend a little bit of time explaining to you how we got here, myself and President Akila Mukaram. Uh, Years ago, we were both students, engineering students at Tuskegee University in the mid to late 1980s. And while there, we heard the message of the Honorable Silas Muhammad. And during those years, we began driving to Atlanta, Georgia, to go through what we call orientation into a new concept and a new mindset of belief in the ability that Black men and Black women could unite and come together under one common cause. Uh, During that time, we became members of the Lost and Found Nation of Islam, and we both were given the privilege to do some traveling abroad, traveling to speak on behalf of our people for a united cause. As I heard the brother who preceded me, Brother Ramzu, say, the calls for self-determination. And that is our mission today. You have two critical choices in this hour. You could either choose self-determination and reparations, or you can choose ethnocide and genocide. There's only two choices. There is no melting pot for us in America. We've tried it. It has not worked. It's time now for us to be a self-determining people. And so the president, Akila Mukaram, she picked up the banner. The Honorable Silas Muhammad and Queen Mashaki Muhammad had spent years and years out in the international community trying to establish our identity. We were a lost people, lost from our original language, culture, and religion. And as a result, we went out there seeking human rights, which are far superior than civil rights. And part of what we learned out in the UN, as President Aquila would come and tell you later, is that we had the right to be a self-determining people. The most recent meeting in the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, occurred this year. And President Aquila, along with Governor General Ishmael Abdul Salam and Dr. Tahita Bronner, they went out there representing the Afro-Descendant Nation and making sure that our mission stays alive. Our mission toward justice, freedom, justice, and equality, and inside of a message of self-determination, the willingness to do for ourselves. And, you know, you hear people say all the time, if it be the will of God. Well, what does that mean, the will? The will is simple, just a relentless determination to see a mission done. And President Aquila has that kind of will. a relentless push for right, a relentless push for us to be recognized as a people, a relentless push for us to be known as a Afro-descendant people, a people who have decided that we collectively, 250 million of us, want to be brought back into the human family and restored as human beings with human rights. And so she has this in her heart. I watch her, you've heard the term a labor of love. Well, I know it's a lot of labor. And inside of the smile that she presents after doing these laborious hours, she's still smiling. And so I know it's love as well. So she does have a labor of love for Black people, for Afro-descendant people. And she has, for the past 34 years, been pushing for us first as a member of the Lost Found Nation of Islam, and now more recently as a citizen of the Afro-descendant nation, and farther yet, as president of the Afro-descendant nation. She has been pushing for us to be a recognized people, not just recognized here in the United States of America, but recognized globally. And so that's why she spends the time venturing out to the United Nations. And I know there is a meeting coming up in December in the United Nations here in the States in New York City. People of African descent, they will put on another uh, working group activity for us. And she plans to be there during the month of December, representing us. And it's not like it's not costly to go, but it's more costly not to go. Let me give you a little bit about her background, and then I won't tarry much longer. Uh, she is a well-educated woman. I met her, as I said, at Tuskegee University in mid 1980s. She has a degree in chemical engineering. She has a master's in education, has another master's in leadership, and she also has a doctorate degree in education. So a very well-versed and studious person who now takes her brain power and she puts it toward this mission to see our people rise up and be recognized internationally as a Afro-descendant. And that term Afro-descendant is key because it's a name that we have chosen to represent us, not the names that were given to us. Uh, we didn't choose to be called Negro, colored, uh, African American, but we've chosen to be called Afro-descendant. And there's a definition that goes along with that. I won't spend that time defining that for you, but once you hear that definition, and you can go on the United Nations website and get a comprehensive definition of the word Afro-descendant. It does bring us together collectively as a people. As you hear the term indigenous people, that collects people under the term indigenous. Likewise, does Afro-descendant collects us under a international identity and helps us have strength and power to move forward. So President Akila has been working hard for you. As I said, the most recent visit to Geneva, Switzerland, she was able to give an intervention where she talked about Afro-descendants and the definition and what we want from the United Nations. The United Nations has lost some of its momentum because the United States didn't want to see them hold these working group sessions because we were gaining momentum. President Aquila will tell you what we need to do now uh, as a collective, bringing us together under one term and one banner. Afro-descendant. Doesn't matter. I am a Afro-descendant who is also a member of the Lost Found Nation of Islam. You can be a Christian who's also a member of the Afro-descendant nation, a citizen. And we want a collective consciousness going forward. So President Akila is well-versed. She studies. She works countless hours for you to bring you to the forefront, not just here in the United States of America, but abroad. And so with that, I'd like you to welcome and introduce you to the president of the Afro-Descendant Nation, President Akila Mukarram. Because we are sharing the same platform, I'm going to pause here just for a moment and then give her a chance to transition. But clear your mind, clear your hearts, and hear the message that she has to present for you on this election night. Thank you for giving me this time. Peace be unto you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum and greetings, everyone. Our greetings of peace to all of you in our viewing audience and on our panel. I want to start off by thanking Cody, my chief of staff. She is amazing. She's doing a great work for all of us. And she's been by my side since we started. I'm gonna go as far as saying night and day. So, Cody, I appreciate you so much. And she is working diligently to bring this program this evening, well, all day for 12 hours, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. To bring to you. So thank you, thank you, thank you, Cody. So today, we stand at a pivotal moment in our history, one that's filled with potential and promise. As we gather here, I want you to envision a world where we, as Afro-descendants, unite under our own forming of a vibrant, thriving nation, one that's recognized on the global stage. Just picture that in your mind. Look at the United States as to how they parade around as being the superpower. And they're just a superpower because we're here and holding them up. Look at China. Look at Israel. Look at Mecca. Now envision our Afro-descendant nation in your mind being greater than all of those together. Our Afro-descendant nation will be built on principles of self-determination, empowerment, and legacy. It's a chance for us to redefine who we are and how we see ourselves, not as individuals, but as a collective with shared history and purpose. Let's start by exploring what we mean by a sovereign nation. Simply put, sovereignty means having the power and the authority to govern ourselves. Let me repeat that. Sovereignty means having the power and authority to govern ourselves. It's about establishing our own rules, our own identity, which we have done. Afro-descendant is our identity, and our own destiny. Imagine a place where we make our own decisions that affect our lives, where our voices are heard loud and clear, and our culture, history, and aspirations are honored and celebrated. I can picture that in my mind right now. Just picture that, how we are celebrating us, our own, our culture, our history, and our aspirations. We're honoring them. We don't have to beg the United States of America or these other countries to honor us and celebrate us. We're doing it ourselves because sovereignty means we have that power and authority to do for ourselves. Let's take a moment to paint a mental picture of what our Afro-descendant nation could look like. Picture vibrant cities filled with thriving businesses owned by us, where our artists, our musicians, and our thinkers are supported and showcased. Again, not begging like Lazarus did at the rich man's table. Again, a sovereign nation with the power, and authority to do for ourselves, to chart our own destiny. Envision communities where education is rooted in our history, where our children not just only, they won't just learn from textbooks, but from our rich experiences, the tapestry of experiences that we have to offer. Imagine a nation where healthcare is accessible and equitable, where we uplift one another, ensuring that no one is left behind. Like here in America, our people are in poverty, living in poverty. It's rampant here. And America is supposed to be the superpower parading around. Why are you not taking care of your people? Because they don't really consider us their people. They didn't ask us if we wanted to be their people anyway. So we have our own identity that 19 countries in the slavery diaspora decided in La Ceiba, Honduras, back in 2002, that we would be an Afro-descendant people. That's what we are. And we don't want any of our Afro-descendant people left behind. This vision is not just a dream, it's a possibility. And it's within our grasp. But realize this, we must accept our identity as Afro-descendants. People of African descent who share a unique heritage that connects us across borders. Again, we are Afro-descendant people. We are people of African descent who share a unique heritage that connects us across borders. So please don't let people just say that you are a person of African descent. Say that you are a person of African descent who is an Afro-descendant, because the Afro-descendant is a new people. And we're a diverse people. We're no longer truly the African that came over here, that was brought over here and enslaved through chattel slavery. We're no longer that African. We've been mixed. The white people have mixed their blood with us, the slave masters. So we are new, a new people. And we are connected to all our other people in the slavery diaspora. Our history is marked by resilience. We are a resilient people. It's marked by strength and creativity. And it's time we recognize this and stand together as a powerful force. You haven't seen anything yet. You will see it once we unite together and stand together as an Afro-descendant people. A powerful force. It's going to shake up the world. Now let's talk about reparations. You might wonder how this connects to our vision of a sovereign Afro-descendant nation. Reparations are not just about financial compensation. They are about acknowledging the injustices of the past and laying a foundation for a just and equitable future. Inspired by successful models like the Jewish community's materials claim against Germany, we can pursue reparations that include both financial support and the allocation of land. The Jewish people received land, and they didn't receive land in Germany. They received other land based on saying that they were the chosen people of God. Okay, we can deal with that at another time. So we know that our birthright has been stolen. We suffered. We were afflicted for 400, I'm going to say 400 plus years, because it's more now. We're still being afflicted. And as you heard earlier, they're going back to lynching us. Although just a few years ago, President Joe Biden signed an anti-lynching law. But do they care? No, they don't. And this country, the leaders in this country are not working on making that not happen. So how many times do we have to continue going through these atrocities, suffering? Why do we always have to go through it and then beg? I mean, literally beg for our human rights, beg to have reparations even be passed for us in Congress. I hope you're fed up with that, and I hope you're not going to beg anymore. We are demanding at this point. So again, using the Jewish community's materials claim against Germany, they receive both financial support and they receive land, a land that they could put their country on, their nation, their Jewish nation, Israel. Land is essential for creating sustainable communities and economic opportunities, allowing us to build an infrastructure for our nation. Look at what the Jewish people did. Let's use that materials claim against Germany as a framework. We take what we can use from it for our own. This is the way you go for reparations for people. So identify as an Afro-descendant people. When we advocate for reparations, we're not just seeking restitution. We're demanding the resources to uplift our communities and ensure a thriving future for Afro-descendants everywhere, globally. Imagine what reparations could do for us. to fund our educational institutions. It can create scholarships for our youth, support our entrepreneurs, revitalize our neighborhoods. And I think I heard our brother Jabbar say earlier that J. Cole realized that he could go back into his neighborhood and do just that with his fame and fortune. Because when he went to the rich white neighborhood, his home was raided like he was some type of terrorist. Aren't you tired of that? Aren't you tired of hearing that our people are going through things like that, those injustices? I mean, how does that make you feel? Well, I'm telling you, it bothers me. And it's time out for that. So again, these resources from reparations would enable us to build an infrastructure for our nation, a nation where every individual has the tools and the support to thrive. That sounds good, doesn't it? Keep picturing that in your mind. It's a possibility that's within our grasp. As we pursue reparations, we must also focus on self-identification. It's time for us to self-identify as Afro-descendants. As a matter of fact, it is crucial that we embrace the term Afro-descendant and wear it as a badge of honor. This identity is a powerful affirmation of our shared history, our struggles, and our aspirations. By embracing it, we take ownership of our narrative, defining who we are on our own terms. That's what we should do, right? As a self-determining people, don't you want that? When we collectively identify as Afro-descendants, we strengthen our community bonds and we create a unified front that can advocate for our needs and our rights. A unified front, that power, the power of a people, being a people, an Afro-descendant people. We can create that unified bond and advocate for our needs and rights. Keep that mental picture going. Afro-descendant people, our nation, our Afro-descendant nation thriving. All of our people having the tools and supports from reparations for us to thrive. We can already see glimpses of our unity emerging. Across the globe, Afro-descendant communities are organizing, raising their voices, and demanding recognition and respect. It's all about that. Being recognized as an Afro-descendant and receiving our respect as a people and making our mark here on this earth? Why should we continue to be under the rule of white people? Yes, we have our Afro-descendants or Black people in the in Congress, in the Senate. We've had well, okay, running for president. Okay. I don't think well, Black people. I'll just say that, Black people. Okay? Because I'm still, it's out to, the jury is out on whether those two have been Afro-descendant. So, aren't you tired of always having white people over you, ruling you, deciding what you need to do or what you should do? And they're pretty much making demands on that. Overtaxing us. Our ancestors built this country. We're still holding it up because we haven't unified as a people and realized that we are a nation inside of another nation. The government, people in the government of this country did not ask us if we wanted to be here as citizens. The great emancipator, Abraham Lincoln, said, let's keep them here as underlings. And my goodness, they have been doing that ever since. They say they're going to give us something, the land, the 40 acres and a mule, and then come in and take that. Affirmative action has been in, it taken that. So we always have to struggle. Always. You know what? It's a good thing we're resilient people. Because guess what? We got a fight on our hands. Because there's no way that we are not supposed to have our own land. We have been stripped. Our ancestors were stripped, dignity broken, stripped of everything. And we have been called some of everything. We've been degraded purposefully, intentionally. And it's by this country. It's by this country. Look at how it came into play, this country. So again, they're taking and stealing. And then, I tell you, they're crafty. They do a Thanksgiving. We're thankful. Yes, they're thankful. But you push people out of their own land, their own space. You take it, then you give them reparations and healthcare and education. And you don't really replace their land that they can be owners of. But you are still in there, this government of the country, of America, still in there, bothering people. They can't have any peace. And America knows that's wrong, but they don't care because we're underlings. And the people that she stole this country from, this land, don't matter to her. And I'm saying this country's government. So again, we're demanding across the globe, our Afro-descendant communities are demanding recognition and respect. We're not alone in this journey. We have a vast network of allies and advocates who recognize the importance of our fight. Together, we can push for policies that acknowledge our identity. It's time for that. Push for that. Accept your identity, Afro-descendant. Policies that acknowledge our identity, address our historical grievances, and pave the way for our future as a sovereign nation, the Afro-descendant nation. Let's consider some practical steps we can take to build this vision, to have it come into fruition. Start by educating yourselves and your peers about our history and our contributions as Afro-descendants around the world. Engage in conversations that elevate our narrative and challenge stereotypes. Support local Black-owned businesses and initiatives that align with our goals. We want self-determination. We want to be recognized as Afro-descendant people. We want to be recognized as a nation inside of another nation. We want land and we want resources. Use social media to amplify our voices. Share our stories and connect with others who share our vision. We must actively participate in the process, particularly around our Afro-descendant nation plebiscite reparations vote. This vote is not just a formality. It's a powerful tool for shaping a future as a self-identifying Afro-descendant nation with Afro-descendant people. By looking to successful models, again, such as the Jewish community's materials claim against Germany, we can pursue reparations that include not only financial compensation, but as I said before, an allocation of land. It's essential for it's an essential resource for building sustainable communities and economic opportunities for our Afro-descendant nation. By casting your ballots, We assert ourselves in a collective voice, and we demand reparations that recognize our historical injustices and support our sovereignty, our power and authority to make our own decisions. Every vote counts. And when we stand together, we amplify, we rev it up our demands for injustice, for justice and recognition. No more injustices. No more not recognizing us. Recognize us as an Afro-descendant people. Let us make our voices heard. Our vote is our power. Our vote in the plebiscite, the Afro-descendant nations plebiscite reparations vote. That is our power. Affirm that you are Afro-descendant. Imagine the power of a collective voice that speaks for millions of Afro-descendants around the world. When we come together, we become a force that cannot be ignored. Powerful, resilient people. We have the ability to reshape our future, not just for ourselves, but for generations to come. I don't want my children, my children's children, and so forth to have to be under the rule of white people. I don't want that. I don't want them to feel what we've been feeling here. Feeling like they're not enough. Just almost a life just sucked out of us. Having to change when you leave your house and then changing kind of who you are because you got to fit in to white society. No more of that. There's a lot of talk now about equity. Equity, if you really after equity, recognize us as an Afro-descendant people. Recognize us as a nation, an Afro-descendant nation within a nation, within this United States, excuse me, of America's nation. So I urge each of you that are in this viewing audience to accept this call to action. Embrace your identity as an Afro-descendant and commit to building a nation that reflects our dreams, our values, and our aspirations. Together, we can create a legacy that honors our past while boldly stepping into the future. Self-determination. As we embrace the Afro-descendant identity, become a self-determining people, I want to acknowledge that some of us may feel hesitant, and that's just real. That's reality. It's new. We're new people. However, it's essential to understand that by accepting and adopting our new identity of Afro-descendant, it doesn't erase or diminish your current affiliations or identities, however you identify yourself right now. Whether you identify yourself as Black, as African American, as Christian, as freedman, as indigenous, as ADOS, or any other designation, it only enhances our collective identity, bringing us together under a shared heritage and purpose. Just think, you would be an ADOS, Afro-descendant, an indigenous Afro-descendant, a freedman Afro-descendant, a Christian Afro-descendant, an African American Afro-descendant, a Black Afro-descendant, a Muslim Afro-descendant, a Lost Foundation of Islam Muslim Afro-descendant, a Nation of Islam Muslim Afro-descendant, a Hebrew Israelite Afro-descendant. And I can continue to go on and on and on. A Brazilian Afro-descendant. We are around the globe. We're global Afro-descendants. Accept your identity. It enhances our collective identity. Let's just imagine a tapestry. Each thread represents our unique backgrounds, experiences, and our contributions. By identifying as Afro-descendants, we're not unraveling those threads of our individual identities. Our individual identities make us who we are today. So keep those. We're weaving them into a more vibrant and powerful fabric when we take on, accept, wrap ourselves up in our identity of Afro-descendant. It's our great unifier. We haven't unified around anything as of yet as a people. Let's unify around our identity, Afro-descendant. This shared identity allows us to celebrate our diversity while uniting in our common history and aspirations. We're connected. Our commonalities, our history, and our aspirations. We want to be free. We want to be a dignified people. For all of us. We want our children to be proud, to have their heads held high and live free, not running around and being afraid of white people. It's time to stop that now. Embrace your fears, get over them. And let's do what we need to do to put our Afro-descendant nation in place, a sustainable one for our future generations. When we come together as Afro-descendants, again, we amplify our voices and strengthen our advocacy for justice, reparations, self-determination, and recognition on a global scale. It's more than just here nationally in the United States of America. This is on a global scale. This is for a people, an Afro-descendant people globally. This identity serves as a foundation upon which we can build a sovereign nation that honors all of our stories and enriches our experiences. Picture that. As we rally for our future, I encourage each of you to take immediate action. If you haven't already, texted the word reparations to our plebiscite number 1-877-506-2184 to make your voice count in our Afro-Descendant Nation plebiscite reparations vote. Do it now. Run and do it. This is your opportunity to advocate for the reparations we deserve. Again, that number is 1-877-506-2184. Let your voices be heard. America has not given us a chance to let our voices be heard on this type of scale. So the Afro-Descendant Nation has this for you. Again, for the reparations that we deserve, let your voices be heard at 1-877-506-2184. Text the word reparations to that number. And if you're ready to join our movement and become a member of the Afro-Descendant Nation, or if you'd like to support us in our efforts through a donation, please visit our website at afrodescendant.org. Afrodescendant.org. You can complete your application there, and you can also contribute to our initiatives if you choose to. Every action you take helps us advance our mission of justice, recognition, self-determination, and empowerment. So in closing, let's remember that the journey to sovereignty starts with us. We can do this. Again, we are a resilient people. And when we come together and unify, we are powerful. Each small action contributes to a larger movement. Let's be the architects of our own destiny. And let our dreams for an Afro-descendant nation be realized. Let it come to fruition. The time for action is now. Let's seize this moment. Let's seize it together. Become an Afro-descendant today. Accept your identity. Accept that you are an Afro-descendant people. Accept your nation, the Afro-descendant nation. Again, Act now. Let's seize this moment, this opportunity that we have, and let's seize it together, unified. I appreciate your attention. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of the evening and night. Thank you.
Hello, hi. Hello, hi.
We ain't playing. We ain't playing. We ain't playing. We ain't
Recording
playing. Yes, yes, yes. We are back. Let me see. Who we got in the building?
Oh, am I talking to myself or somebody?
Okay, yeah.
Recording.
Hey now.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back to the Zoom room, family. Yes, yes, yes. I know y'all enjoyed that speech from the president. Wasn't that amazing? Come on. Put some mighty, mighty sevens in the chat for President Dr. Akila Mukaram. Let's put some mighty sevens in the chat for a job well done. Incomplete. That's why we drop in the sevens for completion. That was truly powerful. So we are quickly moving into our next segment. We have the beautiful Sister Charmin in the building. Shalom, my sister. How are you this evening? You're muted. Unmute yourself.
Oh, I'm so
And
sorry, everyone.
hey,
I'm sorry. I'm doing really excellent. All thanks to the Most High. How is everybody on the panel?
turn your volume up just a little bit for me. Yeah. And then down below we got our brother Glenn Kyle Jones. Salute. Shalom, my brother. How are you?
Outstanding. Y'all doing a great job.
Okay. Glad to see both of you here joining me in this hour again. I am a Coty Singleton, Chief of Staff to the President of the Afro-Descendant Nation. You just heard from our President on this very important Election Day plebiscite reparation vote marathon. You heard how important it is that we participate today. And so, our sister Charmin is here. So, I want you to introduce yourself, my sister, and bless us with some beautiful music after hearing such a powerful speech from our president. Say hello to everyone. Let everybody know, get familiar with you.
Can you hear me better now? A little bit better?
Not quite.
I have my sound completely up. Is there? I know that there's something on Zoom that you're supposed to be able to do in order to get your sound a little bit better. I don't know what that is, but I just seen that it was
It may be behind your microphone. Use the arrow next to your microphone. And maybe it's your speakers or your mic level.
Go on to my previous. The only reason why I thought this might not work is because for music stage. Is it a little bit better here? Or a little bit better here? I don't know what to do with this here.
Yeah. Let me ask the chat. It may be me. How does she sound? Can we hear Sister Sharma? Put a 1 in the chat if we can hear Sister Sharman. We're waiting. While we're waiting, let's test your mic, Brother Kyle. Can you be heard?
Shalom, shalom.
Okay, your volume is good. So, why Sister Sharman can adjust her volume, Brother Kyle, go ahead and introduce yourself and let everybody know how you're doing today and what you got going on. Don't give them too much because you know we gotta save a little bit until after we get this entertainment done, right? I was looking for Brother Crustman as well. I don't see him in here. But go ahead, brother. You got the mic.
Shalom, my name is Glenn Yell Jones. I'm hailing out of my company is my company specifies focuses on the indigenous culture here, and which many know as the Mardi Gras Indians. Have renamed that to the African or Black American Indians. So we focus on historical connections to Poverty Point here, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site that predates the pyramids of Egypt by 1,500 years. So we focus on that fundraising for that community to keep our traditions going here, and that's some of the things that.
So, my brother, let me ask you something. What volume level do you have your mic on? Because they're telling me that the volume is low. But they're turned all the way up on my system.
I can speak louder. That may help.
Yeah, that may help. Speak again, brother.
Glenn Kyle Jones with Feather Fun Nola.
Yes. That is much better. And we lost Sister Charmin. Maybe she's gonna come back in. I don't know what happened, but that was much better. Okay. Don't know where Brother Questman is, but the show must go on. Let's see who. Okay, that's Sister coming back in. Let's give her a moment to come back in because she's supposed to bless us with the music. Night would not be complete without live music. I mean, this is like one of the moments I've been waiting for. She's coming in here soon. Just let her in. So, what'd you think about our president's speech, Brother?
It was outstanding and definitely made it clear the need for the organization, the need for people coming together and putting aside religious belief systems or anything else that has been used to separate our community here in America, or the United States, and to understand that in order for us to come together as many of the other communities in the same community, Indians to Vietnamese to Jewish to the Hispanic community, all seem to have a way of rallying together and moving their community together as a whole. So I definitely understand what you're saying and the need for it, and I believe I'm here.
All right, that's beautiful. That's solid and perfect. Sister Charmin, are we ready?
Well, I'm good to test if you can hear me this time. If you can't hear me this time, then I'll just use my phone.
Oh no, that's my. It's way better. I hear you
Oh, it
nice
is?
and clear.
Okay.
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 Go ahead, my sister.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Well, my name is Charmin. My artist name is Charmin C. I didn't get to see a lot of the speech, but I did come in and watch a little bit of the speech, and it was powerful. And I do understand the premises of coming together as a people was most definitely. I'm sorry, most definitely. So I didn't get a lot of information, so I'll really have to research it a little bit more. But what I did hear, it was really powerful.
Great. Now, sister, are you ready to give us some beautiful music to kind of break? Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate with some good music. Let's do that. You have the mic, my sister.
I don't think because of the way it's set up now, I don't think anything is going to run freely. So I'm going to try my best. Tell me if you can hear this. Can you hear that?
Yes.
If I hear that?
Yes.
Okay. This song is called "The Struggle Is Real." I think it's kind of appropriate for the platform and the mission. So I really hope you all enjoy it, and I really hope you can hear it. Most of all, this is called "The Struggle Is Real." Tell me if it's too loud. You can stop me so I can adjust it. Can you hear it?
Struggle is real. Living in a land that's not our own. One like we never has no home. Took a long time for me to see. God was free. Without you, I knew that I would certainly die. I've got hard inside. I've got hard, but so wide. Without you, I knew that I would certainly die. I knew that I would die. struggle is real. I'm not broken. The struggle is real, but I'm not strong. The struggle is real, but I'm not broken. The struggle is real, but I'm not strong. Trying to learn the master plan, written in the palm of righteous hands. It took a long time for me to see. He only wanted us to believe. I was so wise. Without you, I knew that I would certainly die. I fought hard against pride. I thought I was so wise. Without you, I knew that I would certainly die. I knew that I would die. I knew that I would die. Struggle is real, that I'm not broken. The struggle is real. I'm certainly not discerned. The struggle is real. I'm not broken. Oh no. Although I'm in captivity, surrounded by my enemies, for whom some that's free is free indeed. Yeah. Very important. Tired of hearing the same old song. Wonder why my life seems so darn hard. Took a long time for me to see before you lied with me. But I was so wise. Without you, I knew that I would certainly die. I fought hard against pride. I thought I was so wise. Without you, I knew that I would certainly die. Knew that I would die. I knew that I would die. The struggle is real, the struggle is real, and I'm not broken. The struggle is real, I'm certainly not destroyed. The struggle is real, and I'm not broken. The struggle was real, but when the sun sets free is free indeed. Oh, the sun sets free is free indeed. Let me stop that. I want to thank you for that. And I want to do a little bit of explaining. That song is really important to me, and I would have preferred to sing it without the music, but my computer and everything isn't going to go together properly. Because I'm looking at your mission, and it's to bring everybody together in an Afrocentric sort of way. So as a people to come together, you know, it's all of our struggle. It's not just a struggle for the Black people who are here in America, or the Black people who are in Australia or in Mexico. It's as a whole, it's a group of people who come from the shores of Africa that were scattered throughout the entire diaspora. So to me, when I wrote that song, the struggle is real, but we're not broken. We're people who are gonna persevere. It's gonna take some time, and it is gonna take unity. And I think a lot of our people, I think we get messed up with the demographics of where we are, you know, the different places where we are. So, and, you know, we think about our own plights, and we don't think about the plights of everybody as a whole, that we're all going through the same thing. So the struggle is real, is really a struggle for us all. The other song I wanted to do, and I really, really do feel bad that I can't do these, you know, with just instrumentals, but
I can't do them with instrumentals because I can't get my computer to sing along with this one. The other song that I'm gonna sing, it's one that I wrote, and it's very important to me because it talks about wisdom. So just for us to be a wise people too, or at least my situation, I know that I want to be wise. So let me set this up. Please give me a minute and excuse me. I'm sorry about that. I was prepared, but not prepared, I guess, well enough. This song is Make Me Wise, and this will be my last song, but it's for me to sit back and think about wisdom with everything that's going on in the world. So it's called Make Me Wise.
Will you make me wise so I can understand the thoughts you give my mind? So I can understand the power of your hand. So when you make me wise, so I can understand the power of your hand. I want to know everything. How you make the stars and the reason why you decided grass be green. God has settled it in my heart. I want to know fully who you are. Tell me everything. I want to know everything, everything. Make me wise so I can understand the thoughts you give my mind. That I can understand the power of your hands. So you make me wise, so I can understand the power of your hands. Teach me how to walk in your ways. Make my life floating on your vessel of praise. You said if we ask it through Yeshua, you do. Make me wise, I'm asking you. Won't you make me wise, so I can understand? Oh, with you, make me wise. I want to understand the power of your hand. The power of your hand. The power of your hand. Power of your hands.
Before I go, I just want to tell your audience this. I know that as Afro people, that we are all coming from different backgrounds, that, you know, I personally will identify as an Israelite. There's somebody who's going to identify as a Muslim. There's going to be some that identify as nothing. But as a people, there's going to come a day anyhow where we have to unify together. And sometimes I guess we do have to put some things down so that we can come together, so that we can be a bigger force. And that's basically all I wanted to say. And I apologize, I couldn't get the instrumentals to work, so I have to go along with the track. I apologize for that.
No, sis, no problem, my sister. I appreciate you taking time out and blessing us this evening. That was absolutely beautiful. Tell the people where they can listen to more of your music.
Well, my name is Charmin C, and I'm on all platforms, Spotify, Apple, YouTube, everywhere, everywhere. So you can find me everywhere, but you can find me underneath Charmin Castillo, where some of my songs and my books are, or you can find me under Charmin C, where my music is. But I appreciate this platform. I appreciate you asking. This was an honor for me, and it's wonderful to come together and see the brethren come together like this.
Great. I'm glad you're committed because I'm going to call you again. All right, my sister, you do have a blessed evening.
I will, and you all too, and I will continue watching.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shalom, my sister. All right, my brother, you got it. Yes, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Here we go. Election Day plebiscite reparations vote marathon. We're in the final stretch, and this is our final sponsor for the evening. This is Glenn Cliel Jones with Feather Fun NOLA. Take it away, my brother. Tell the people all about you and Feather Fun NOLA.
First, I want to give you a shout out for the amount of work you have put in this marathon. You are, how many hours are you in? What, 10? In the 10th hour? I guess you went.
Oh, wait, what did you say? Say it again.
I said you're in the 10th hour. How long have you been going with this broadcast?
I started at 10 and we will end at 10. 12 hours. Yes, brother.
We are in the 10th, 10 and a half at 8:30. And I just want to salute you for all your efforts and all your work and being so diligent to get this thing done. I mean, truly, this was a lot of work to be done for any person to do. So, team, all of you guys, salute to have a marathon. It was outstanding. But as we get to, and let me say, I'm thankful to be a sponsor of this event. Um, our company, featherfunnola.com, is as I stated earlier, is our nonprofit. Our for-profit company is LA Curatives, which you can find us online as well at lacuratives.com. That's CURATIV as in Victor ES.com. So between our two companies, we are about bringing a history to about New Orleans that most people don't know. We're about connecting the true story of the people here. New Orleans has always been a 60 to 65% melanated city, all the way back to their first census when the French were here. Prior to the French was the Spanish, and prior to the Spanish were us. So from Florida all the way to Louisiana is the melanated indigenous or aboriginal community. There is no Bureau of Indian Affairs in the southeast of North America for that very reason. There are many injustices that have been done to our people that span before civil rights movement and up until now. We had a thing called the Trail of Tears. We've had many things that have happened here, including the 1763 French and Indian Wars, which is a misnomer because the French, the Spanish, and the Indians fought together against the President of the United States, or soon to be United States, the British at that moment. So connecting our people to this city before any Europeans came and how we had evolved in this European captivity of our area, of our land. It has been a pleasure to bring that history out, to connect us to the UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is Poverty Point. I urge all of you guys to Google Poverty Point. This UNESCO site connects the people here, the inhabitants that have always been here before any Europeans and Spanish first coming in the 1500s. The mound builders of the Americas. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is 2 hours north of New Orleans on the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. This site has an animal effigy mounds, which means that the mounds were built in the form of animals, and we have one that's a bird in the form of a bird. It's 72 feet tall, and it predates the pyramids in Egypt, about 1,500 years. So we're talking about a rich cultural history here that spans far before the French of 1718 being a part of this region. So bringing that history and helping our community to know who we are by documenting this by, we have documentaries on YouTube right now, the Black Magic Inyan spelled INJUNS. So you can check out our documentaries on the culture here, connecting us to this land, as well as our festivals that we've done, as well as the cultural guide that we're about to unveil in the new year. So our efforts have been multifaceted to bring awareness, to bring some type of funding to this community to keep it going. So that's pretty much what LA Curatives and Testify NOLA is steeped in. And we're thankful to be a part of this program of reparations because not only is there a reparations due, but there's also over 500 treaties that have not been, the community of the indigenous community like to not say that they're broken treaties, but they're treaties that are not honored. However you want to crack that egg, right? But there's over 500 treaties that allows the United States to be on the land that are up. So as there are reparations that are due, there are treaties that were healed with the indigenous people that need to be honored, and they're not being represented in this area because the Bureau of Indian Affairs represents a different grouping of indigenous people. So that's another story that we can get into later. But for tonight, in reparations, we are in full support of this because we are amalgamated communities, meaning that we have mixed with the Africans that were here way before any Europeans came. Because truth be told, the Africans were sailing across the world even by early as the Phoenicians. So, even though our history here tells us that Europeans discovered everything, that's not the case. So the people here from Florida all the way to Texas really are an amalgamation of indigenous as well as African, and always has been that before the European came. So the plight of the 500 treaties as well as our reparations are all really symbiotic. They're all really all part of the same colonialism that we've been fighting. So in order to change things, you have to have a collective, you have to have a movement, you have to have a people self-identifying for their rights. So that's what I see this opportunity to support this program to be.
Roger that, my brother. Thank you so much for giving us the history. Now, I heard some time ago that if it was ever going to be a revolution amongst so-called black people, it was going to start in Louisiana, particularly with the Inyans in New Orleans. They have that fighting spirit. So, and it comes from their ancestors, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, part of this land. When we look at slavevoyages.org, that actually gives you the numbers of the transatlantic slave trade during the time of the British, because obviously there was slave trade prior, but during the transatlantic slave trade, we only received about 4% of Africans to North America, specifically the Eastern Seaboard and the South. So they put that around 90,000, give it take 100,000 actual African slaves to come. So when you realize that we are amalgamation, we have been brought together to breeding through chattel slavery, through our own decisions, to come together. My family, my father's side comes from the south of France, but before that in the interior of Africa in our history. Then came here fleeing in the 1400s from the persecution of the Christians, right? So And then my mother's side is all indigenous to this land, the Abovis tribe. So when we look at these, when we look at the reality of who we are as a people, we have to put aside a lot of the things that we think separate us. You being this, me being that. We all have collectively gone through this oppression. We've all collectively gone through this Jim Crow, all according to our skin color. So yeah, yeah.
So that's basically where we are with it. And, you know, I'm proud to say that we actually know people that stem from that lineage with that fighting warrior spirit. And, you know, no umbao, right, brother?
Wow means not so powerful. Yeah, the spirit is the false slave revolt that we've had here, the warrior mentality and spirit here is because this is our land. You know, when you come to New Orleans and you see the Indians in their garb, they are showing you what this place was before the Europeans came. They are calling upon those ancestors. They're calling upon that spirit of we're not known by. So we practice it every year. It takes them a whole year to sew their suits together. So you have men in that warrior mind frame of knowing that this is our land, that this is our place, that we had a culture and a civilization and a federation under the Choctaw Federation, now Choctaw Ola. You have, we know here, we know where we come from, and we know whose land this is. So in this process of that year-long putting your suits together, they are embodying that warrior spirit. So it definitely has not left yet. When you speak of New Orleans being the place where they all go down, well, this is kind of where it all started to go down. When you know the history here of how the 1763 war was and the French and how this, you know, we are dealing with a proxy war in Ukraine right now where all the nations are fighting. It looks like it's only Russia and Ukraine, but China supporting Russia, Iran is supporting Russia. You have all the G7 and the UN supporting Ukraine. That's the same thing that happened here in the 1700s. That's how they took this land over. So this was a proxy war between the Dutch and the Portuguese. Everybody was fighting on who was going to be in control, and unfortunately, and which really brings us to the point tonight. At that time, we lost this land because some tribes wanted to go with the Spanish, some tribes wanted to go with the French, some tribes wanted to go with the English, some tribes wanted to go with the Dutch, some with the Portuguese, because they had been trading with them for 300 to 400 years. We were split since the 1700s in that proxy war, and we've never come back together again. Through this organization, if we can use this as a vehicle to have that solidarity, then we can affect change.
Oh, brother, that part right there. And speaking of coming together in that same spirit, you hosted a panel discussion with a group of brothers. And the one thing that I still remember from that was the end when you all was like, oh man, I gotta hook up with you and we gotta keep this thing going. That's that brotherhood, that's that camaraderie that we all need to feel under the Afrodescendant nation. So I wanna say salute to you, my brother, for sticking with the Feather Fund NOLA. It's a nonprofit, and anyone that's running a nonprofit already know how that goes, you know. But the work continues because it's not about the dollar, it's about the cause. And I salute your commitment to helping our Indian brothers in New Orleans continue to sow. All praises to the Most High for that, my brother. So we're going to go ahead and play that that video of that panel discussion. You're welcome to stick around backstage or go in the chat, but we're definitely going to get this in because you all dropped some nuggets and it was sincere and heartfelt and just real. So y'all going to be in for another treat. This is a Coty, Chief of Staff of the President to the Afro-Descendant Nation. We're in our final stretch. If you have not texted reparations to 1-877-506-2184, do that now. You still have time. Also, visit our website at afrodescendant.org. There you'll find all the information about who we are and what we stand for, as well as apply for membership. So my brother, before we get into this video, tell the people where they can find you on social media.
On Instagram, you can find me at Aboriginal Carnival_Yin. You can also find us online on our website, featherfunloaded.com, and LA Curative, that's AURATIVES.com. And also, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I do a YouTube channel just speaking on what is the Hebrew. So it's Hebrew State of Being on YouTube. That's the way to get that.
All right, my brother. So what you gonna do? You gonna join us or you gonna? All right. Oh my God. I was just talking away. Sorry, brother. You gonna stay in and do some commentary after the video, or are you gonna fall back in the chat?
You can do a little bit. Join.
I can't hear you. Say that again.
During you can do a little commentary during the.
Yes, yes, perfect. So let's get that cracking. All right, my brother. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
One moment while we get that popping for us. Let me make sure I get the right video. Yep, that's the right one. Okay. Y'all kick back and enjoy the show. This is our premiere video for the night. I do hope y'all enjoy. These brothers spoke some serious game that you can grow from. We all can learn from these brothers as well. Let's get it.
I guess we can get started with the rest of the people start coming on in. First, I want to welcome everybody on behalf of Afro-Descendant Nation. This is a discussion on, or rather, a conversation on the slander.
Hold up. Hold up, y'all. We gotta run that back. I never changed the screen. It's getting late, apparently. I know, don't quit my day job. I know I can't sing, y'all. But here we go. This time for real.
guess we can get started and get the rest of the people start coming on in. First, I want to welcome everybody on behalf of Afro-Descendant Nation. This is a discussion on, or rather, a conversation on the slander of Black men in high places in the diaspora. Obviously, the diaspora is not just North America, it is also South America and the Caribbean, as well as Africa and the European nations. We're going to focus tonight on North America. We will bring in some of the Caribbean through our history so we can understand how we've gotten here. It is extremely impossible to start such a conversation and not bring history and to understand how we got here, to not deal with things in a hyperbole manner as of today. So things we're going to discuss tonight, statistics and context, mass incarceration. The highest statistics showing that the disproportionate rates of incarceration among Black men. For example, Black men are increased at 5 times more than white men. Also, we want to discuss the impact on the families and communities of this mass incarceration. Also, we're going to deal with cancel culture. We're going to examine how cancel culture disproportionately affects Black men, particularly those in high-profile positions. And 2, share examples of public figures who face backlash for expressing dissenting opinions or engaging in activism, and also stereotypes. We're going to discuss the pervasive stereotypes surrounding Black masculinity, especially the portrayal of Black men as aggressive or untrustworthy. Also, we're going to explore how these stereotypes affect public perception and the opportunities available to Black men. So we're going to start off with first dealing with the incarceration and 5 times more than the Caucasian counterpart, and of course it would be even lower when it comes to any other community in North America, as these are the 2 largest communities. So on our first question for tonight, gentlemen, whoever wants to take it first, what do you believe are the reasons that we are incarcerated at such a higher rate than any other community?
I'll go first. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, the answer in one way is simple, but it's also complex. And I'm speaking from America, from the United States of America. It's their way of keeping us slaves to the system. And the 13th Amendment basically tells you that when you read it. It's one of the simplest amendments when you read it. Their ability to criminalize our behavior is what leads us back to be slaves for their system. And in one way, it's just that simple.
Absolutely. Anyone else want to chime in on the reason that we are being 5 times more incarcerated than any other community?
You know, I place it. I want to start from first from the context that we are people who are warred upon. I think that's the context I would like to frame. You know, and that we've been warred upon from you know our beginning in this, and the incarceration process. You know, or in relationship to extract labor over, especially Black men, has been an integral part of the legal process as a means of just disciplining or containing, right? But I think that in relationship to the 5 times at this period, I want to place it from the period of Ronald Reagan. Because I think, if we place it in me placing it in the context of Ronald Reagan, we know that Reagan, one of the major things that he started was because of the fear of Black men demonstrating, and in California, in Oakland, in the organization of, specifically of the Panthers, and the growth of Black men, taking control of the agency of their identity, their political and their identity and their territory, and protecting their environment. That was a threat. And from that point on, there's been a major push to contain that momentum of self-organizing as Black men who are taking control, or I call sovereign thinking, in that moment of time. And we can, I guess as the discussion go on, we can, add other layers to how this war campaign that they imposed and how that number got to increase by the 90s, in the 80s and 90s.
So let me, now we got a couple more people in. Let me announce who we have on the panel thus far. We have Mr. Kenneth Hanky. We have Mr. Shahid Ali, who's running our engineering for us on this. Mr. Lloyd Ford has just come in and just speaking with Mr. Bobby Worth. And I believe that a He Speaks, the organizer of this, is in, and Mr. Richard. I'm sorry, Mr. Richard, I didn't get your last name.
It's white, but I'm representing Time for Awakening, the internet radio program.
Awesome. So to kind of piggyback on what both gentlemen said, Richard, I believe that was speaking. No, Mr. Bobby, that was just speaking. Our 5 times incarceration is due to the industrial capitalism system that we're a part of. We came out of Jim Crow. We came out.
You went on mute.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Back on mute.
1, 2, 1, 2. So coming out of slavery and the Jim Crow, they changed our democracy, or so-called the way that we were paid, and turned it into minimum wage. That created a void in labor for the industrial complex we know as the United States. And in that, in the Constitution, it states that if you are convicted of a crime, that you are able to go back into slavery. So we must understand that that was a pivotal time when this Constitution was written, when we were coming out of slavery, and we were now trying to be employed, and they gave us minimum wage, and they said that if you are incarcerated, then you are free labor again, so that you can continue to build the nation off of free labor. So I want to definitely highlight that that was a major aspect of why we are getting 5 times incarcerated. Also, just as a historical reference, the first time a job was given in history was when the Egyptians gave it to the Hebrews, because they felt that they were overpopulating in Goshen, and they wanted to devise a way to slow their population. So they came up with a scheme of war and said that they needed to protect the walls and the areas of Egypt, and they got us to work with them to build these walls, and then slowly they retreated from working with us and were just paying us on a weekly, and that was an effort to stop our population growth. It did not work, so of course they went into other things. So understanding that work and labor and working for a system or government has never been for the people, so to speak. It has been a slave, so to speak, scenario. And as Mr. Bobby brought up as well, the incarceration is used as a containment. We would like to use the word social engineering. From the prison systems, the pipeline to prison systems from high schools to prisons have given us a strange fruit in the sense that we make it a badge of honor to have gone to jail. We make it seem as though a person has achieved a certain status as either bravado or being brave enough to go against the system or doing it themselves. We have turned our incarceration and this systematic incarceration into a pride thing that has then led into music, into our communities, and has been a social engineering. So I believe that that is a major part as well, as Mr. Bobby brought up, in reference to the containment of our community through the enslavement of prison. So, Mr. Ford, as you just came in, would you like to add anything to it?
I mean, you said a whole mouthful, so I won't even try to follow up with that. But I think these days we kind of, especially black men, I think at the same time as we having a hard time, I think we lack from a sense of direction and kind of finding our place in the world and what we're trying to do. And I think as, I don't know, you know, I'm a millennial, I'm 36 years old, so I know a lot of people in my generation, we felt like, you know, we was told, you know, go to college, go to school, get an education, get a good job. And we realized that that necessary scenario didn't benefit majority of us, you know, in a way that we thought it would. And I think through that scenario and through that molding is how some of us got to the place we are now, as in the activism and seeing what it is. And I told somebody the other day, you know, as in joking, I said, man, they could have diffused one hell of an activist if they just would have paid me, you know, and because I think through that, not getting paid, not getting what you feel like you deserve and you working for will have you start to not just challenge the system in a way of thinking, but also challenge, you know, your own way of thinking and your own way of what you thought success was. So, you know, I feel like that's something that we battle as a millennial, what we're trying to go through and how do we overcome those and how do we find our place in this nation and still be successful, as well as keeping our groundedness to the grassroots and the people.
May I address something Brother Ford said?
Please do.
You reminded me of something. An associate of mine I work with in DC told me, you know, Ken, where they messed up on you is they screwed you so bad, they made you an activist. And when I go back and look back at the progression, I think there might be some time to talk about some personal stories later. But each time it kept getting worse and worse as I grew in my business. And when it got to 2020, it got so bad that it made me who I am today. And that's another story. And I said, man, if y'all had just paid me what you owed me, which was like nothing in the grand scheme of things, it was a lot to me and my employees and my family, but you wouldn't have gotten this monster you created, you know. But then you have to think, well, why did they do it in the first place? And it goes back to your original question, Brother Jones. They want to push us all to slavery, whether it's physical slavery, mental slavery, spiritual slavery. And sometimes having a job is perfectly fine and such, but sometimes they just want your nose down and you just go be a consumer and you just be plugged into the matrix and you just say, well, you know, you look at something wrong, you say, well, that's not my problem. I'll just keep going forward and buy my depreciating asset at the car lot or watch this football game that doesn't really mean anything. And I'll just keep it moving. And while these people are holding us down with their foot, but it's really their toe because we're holding ourselves down because we believe in that fairy tale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, the second part of our question was going to be, what was the impact of this incarceration on our community? But you guys are touching on it to the point that I want to, because you bring up the fact of how it has tried to control us in the containment, but then also as Mr. Ford has brought out and is supported, that it's made activists out of something. So now my new question is, in this 2024, with all that's happening, regardless of before, do you believe that it is made more activism in this hour, or is it bringing more people to speak?
I would say this is definitely not bringing, it's bringing more activists, but not more than the complacency of people, because I think with so much information nowadays with social media and the internet, I think people just don't know what to do. So in that confusion of information overload, they just kind of do nothing. And it's like so much information out there that most people don't know what's the truth, what's a lie. At the end of the day, what's progressive, what's solution, what's not, Democrat, Republican. You know, it's so much information in a normal person. And I tell this to everybody, when I used to have, I still have community meetings, and let's just say 40 to 70 people come to a month. Only about 2 people can even tell me who their city council person is. So, and those are the people that want to get involved. So what do we think the information level of the people that's just sitting at home? Most of them, we talking about the presidency and voting right now, but the person that's making decisions on their political and their economic and their social lives live right in their own zip codes. And yet they don't know we don't know who they are in majority. So I think it goes beyond just politics, but like Michael Jackson, the man in the mirror. And until that light switch, guess what? Before, like I say, my man Kenny, and before all of us jumped into that mindset, think about before you was in that mindset, who could have just gave you so much information that you would have flipped it on that way? I don't think none of us get it that way. It's like through personal strife or personal experiences that makes you want to flip on that switch for yourself. And I think we have figured out the lever that helps people switch it on for themselves. And like you say, jail has been a big component of that. Life has been a big component of that. And sometimes just through those circumstances, but I don't even just think it's prison or just life. All the time, I think sometimes it's that time that you have to think into yourself, where you can really kind of decipher what life is or what you feel you should be doing. But I think it all stands in purpose.
You know, one thing that and I wanted to pick up on the question you didn't ask, but also in not knowing what to do, because I guess I'm framing again the crack era created the greatest destabilization within our community. It created the greatest moment of incarceration amongst Black men in our community. And because of that, it destabilized the family, and because it destabilized the family formation. And again, this was because of the onslaught of destabilizing the organizers who were organizing the community. That destabilization happened first. They were considered political prisoners. They were, operating to develop the community, and they came after them. And then something were injected, right, into the community, which created another level for another generation of destabilization, right? And in doing that, what's happening now, I would say, that people don't know what, it's still trying, we're as men, we're still, even generationally, we're still trying to figure out what to do next. I mean, as organizers, as men, as family men, and knowing the condition that we're wrestling with, as entrepreneurs, as just trying to get a job, just trying to develop skills, trying to move in this environment, from that destabilization. And we never had a time to really, because the prison system didn't provide an opportunity of reflection. Matter of fact, it started taking the resources that people were using out of the system that were helping them develop so they can come back, as you used to say, come back to the world, right? So I'm arguing all of those things are the reason why it's not that we have less organizers, it's just that people, especially Black men, we're not clear what are we supposed to be doing right now. Are we rebelling or are we accommodating?
Very good point. I think that definitely speaks to Mr. Ford's point of the mass information, or the overload rather of information, where people don't know where to go, what to do. Democrat, Republican, slavery, global economics. That confusion breeds that complacency. But as you said, there have been serious things to deconstruct and break down our community. And as you brought that up, it made me remember another historical point during Reconstruction. Here in Louisiana, where I'm coming from, and I had not introduced myself. I am Glenn Kyle Jones. My company is Feather Fund NOLA. My family, we own the largest Black newspaper here. My grandfather started 58 years ago. My father still runs it for the last 35 years. And I do documentary and historical documentation of our community before the Louisiana Purchase. With that said, please refer to me as Kyle. So in this point of Reconstruction in New Orleans, when out of slavery, most of the elected officials in Louisiana were Black. Pinchback was the governor, and what was started was a company called Comus. Comus runs all the parades here for Mardi Gras. They were comprised of three gentlemen: Judah P. Benjamin, John Slidell, and Albert Pike. And if you're historians, you know Albert Pike was part of Masonry, demonic, and so forth. These three gentlemen started the Civil War. They started Comus, and the way that they deconstructed our elected officials then was they used parades and floats. This was pre-CNN, pre-social media, and they went through all these different towns using entertainment to make fun of. This is where you started getting the Black man with the watermelon. All came and stemmed from these practices of breaking down our community as a whole and then pitting us against each other. This process brings us to understanding how incarceration has affected us in the community. But I want to raise the question of, we have representation, the Congressional Black Caucus. What influence on incarceration and on our communities do you guys believe that the Congressional Black Caucus, which was brought in to represent us in this nation, the effect it has had?
I mean, I can say directly to my community, most people don't even know what the Congressional Black Caucus is, let alone what they do. So I will say zero. I believe it's a lot of talk, because even though, you know, all respect to, you know, all the representatives that been there, but the representatives from my district, Al Green, Sheila Jackson Lee, they haven't passed bills in 30 years. The most relevant bill that they passed was the Juneteenth, which was here recently. So at the end of the day, they have been less than effective for our communities. They just been, again, like you say, just representatives or talkers, because they definitely haven't passed no bills or anything that helped our community. So when you go that deep, yeah, they haven't been representing too much of nothing. So if that's who they politicking and talking to, I don't see what they have gotten passed. And unless somebody tell me something different in their state that they feel like their congressperson or something is doing, please keep me involved, but I definitely can't speak to any.
I'll be blunt. I find them to be completely useless, except for a boat ride and a party in September. You know, just for my business, I do a lot of, I did in the past, and I will again in the future, do a lot of work with the federal government, because they're the biggest buyer of goods and services on the planet. So I interact with a lot of folks. Even before the activism, I was interacting with all these people. And I find that unless you're greasing somebody's palm, they don't respond, at least in my district, and I'm in South Carolina, and District 6 particularly. It's funny, I get more done going to the other side, and I don't mean the white side, I mean from a business point of view, the Republican side, I get more done, which is you wouldn't think it would be that way, but it is. That's what I find, and maybe they listen because no one goes over there. Maybe that's why. And I mean particular people. I don't mean all of them. But the Congressional Black Caucus has lost its way. And by the way, they've tried to bury what happened in 2020 and won't even respond to it. Gives you proof of they're not listening. And I think this last couple days, I mean, when this is broadcast, people will have a much better perspective on this when this show is broadcast. The last couple days, the fact that we're getting a lecture from the former president, it shows that they all are clearly blind of what's actually going on. Clearly blind, and it's like, you know, you can't make what do they say? You can't lead a horse to water. Is that what it says? You can't make them drink. You can lead them to water, but you can't make them drink. And I think it's I believe, particularly with the Congressional Black Caucus, since that's what we're talking about, they're gonna have to suffer such a huge loss to make them listen. And I think that's what you're about to see happen. I mean, and when this is broadcast, we'll know. You know, but I think you're about to when we talk politics, you're about to see that happen. And perhaps, as long as we're there, kind of like when that buck comes, you know, I'm an old hunter, so when that buck comes out, you got to be ready for him. And you got to be listening, you got to be ready for him. And when that happens, we can jump and take advantage of that and use that to our advantage.
Anyone else has any thoughts on the Congressional Black Caucus and their effect in our community as we're dealing with this mass incarceration and destabilizing our community?
I guess, you know, because I'm trying to stay consistent in recognizing that we are structurally in a racist power nexus. I mean, and those who go into into that environment, they are going definitely in the power, in the snake bin of power. And as Black men and women, and I don't know to what degree, I don't have that interaction with them, but the assumption of the structure being what it is, and hearing what those white congressional leaders do, I just know that they're in that. But I do have severe criticism. In 72, that 72 convention, to take it to there, they split from, again, you know, when we had the opportunity to be on one accord in relationship to an agenda for Black people. And I know the generation that's here now is not those that were there, but they set the precedents in the sense that they decided not to be the leadership or part of the leadership of those who were, whether they were nationalists, Pan-Africanists, communists, you know, community people, all came to that convention. And that was the beginning years of that Congressional Black Caucus. So these two elements for me, that they decided that they were going to split from them based off of our agenda, and then going into a structure that they would have to fight as, you know, in the conversation of being Black men, you know, all of them didn't demonstrate that. But as a body, what I see, and this is where I'll end, that they don't do, that at least they can do. They can be advocates. They may not be able to, move through into their states, the resources to Black people, but I don't hear them make no advocacy as past generations. You mentioned about, in Louisiana, in that after Reconstruction, those political leaders were not only did they be able to utilize that structure under a more hostile. Them Southern crackers was serious, right? But they were advocates, and they were able to work until they created the militia to stop them. Today, these guys aren't even advocates of the needs of Black people, knowing whether we look at the wealth indicator, whether we look at the imprisonment, like what is it that we need to do to overcome and be inspired to do. At least they can do that with their bully pulpit, like the preachers used to do with their bully pulpit, and they're not doing that.
Bobby, you had to answer. Sorry, I missed you earlier. The word?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, Benjamin. Let me introduce myself for those that a few of them know, everybody know me. Bobby Worthy, I'm the former National Minister of Justice for the New Black Panther Party, also former state candidate for the Georgia State Conference, president for the NAACP, and also the Judge Advocate General for the Justice League United organization I founded in 1998. Some of the stuff that we talked about are good, and I mean, it's good talking and preaching and talking about it. But we're looking out the outer side, not looking at the core. And I always tell this to everyone. And until we start having accountability at any level, accountability for at any level in anything you do in life, there can be no effective changes. And we have to look at the core reason, not the only reason, but it is the core reason of the destruction of the Black man, woman, child, and family. And it is the rap music of today that is the core destruction of every Black neighborhood, every Black youth, and it's now filtering down to the white folks. And this is what we got to change. And if we change the mindset of our people, now I ain't saying nothing wrong with rap music, and you 14 and 15-year-olds, you start listening to this stuff, because your mind is in adult capacity. But when you're 3 and 4 years old and you're letting your child listen to bitches, hoes, and niggas, and all that, and every word, when Mr. Farrakhan said it best, we are truly in a mental state of slavery when we don't know it. And even I do it, but I'm getting better at it. It's calling my brother the N-words, and we're accepting the N-words as a word of respect and honor. Not only are we accepting the word as a word of honor and respect, we are calling our Black women B's and H's. Not only are they accepting being called B's and H's, they're accepting so much they're calling themselves that. I'm the B you don't want to mess with. I'm that H you want that. And all that comes from rap music. Nicki Minaj. You got all the children. You see this? I got 2 15-year-old kids in jail now for gang affiliation for this. We see grown men and women, grown women doing this. This is not a peace sign. This is a gang sign. And when it doesn't become a peace sign is when the white folks say it's not. And then you're gonna be locked up. Well, we're comfortable with our little girls dressing like hoes, excuse my language, wearing stuff that's showing the various verbiage of their birth canal. And we're comfortable with that. And where does all that come from? Rap music of today. It is destroying the mindset of our children. And until we change that, nothing is ever going to change, because unity does not begin in the gathering of the bodies. Unity begins in the mindset. And wherever the mind is, the body will follow.
That's a very interesting point that you bring up. And as a moderator, I'm supposed to keep it moving, but there was some very interesting points that you made that I must speak on, because the title, of what we're dealing with is how we are as black men in high places, how the slander affects us. And we're talking high places, so we're talking intellectual, we're talking people that are understanding. So let's dive into this two things. First, Negro, nigger. I would like to give some historical reference to the word nigger and what we need to understand about that word and how it is in our community. First of all, it started in Spain. The word Negro is the product in which was sold to the British, which is you and I that are here. That's why we're called Negroes in America, because it was the Spanish word. But that did not come from the Spanish, and that was not used as a derogatory term. It was a term by a gentleman that coined it in the 1100s, I believe 1125, that is Yahya Ben Negro. Yahya Ben Negro was the first one in history to be known as the word Negro, and he put this name, he grabbed this name, took this name as a symbolism because his lineage came from the royal house of David, which meant that he was a Hebrew. This was a title that they used to decipher themselves from the Lancados and a couple of other people that were in antiquity. So just as a historical reference to where the word Negro, nigger comes from, and yes, just like most things in our community, it has been infiltrated and culturally appropriated by Caucasians and have been given a derogatory term to it. But historically, it is an actual badge of honor. I am happy to be a nigger. I'm also happy to call myself a Negro, knowing that my lineage goes back to King David. So, next with the rap music. Rap music is Leo coin. It is 5 corporations. It is the corporations that run our society. If our community only rapped about positivity, it would never be on the radio. You must have that understanding that neither artist has the control to put themselves on any radio station. I don't care if you're talking about Cash Money or Master P that came from my community that I know well, that paid, just like James Brown did, payola in order to get on the radio stations, but you get to a certain level. That is why we have the Diddy of this day, because African Bombada was the Diddy before there was a Diddy, and you had to go through a certain bid scenario, casting couch, whatever you want to call it, to ascend into that area where you are producing and promoting this rap lyrics that have degraded our community. Rap music is the propaganda stick in which our oppressor uses us. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want to go to a deeper level of actually where where it comes from. It's not us. We have to take a moment to step back and realize that we have been under captivity, still in captivity for the last 400 to 500 years. We have not controlled the printing press. We have not controlled anything. The first newspaper in North America was done by Haitians, not by North Americans, but by Haitians, and it was done here. Now the Tribune newspaper. And today that is represented by a white man as a descendant of a black Haitian started newspaper. So let's understand that we are in captivity and that we are talking about how we as black men can break these stereotypes through knowledge, through understanding, and understand that slander, such as the word nigger being culturally appropriated, the slander that we receive in our hip hop music, the slander that we're getting from the Congressional Black Caucus when they do not represent us in our communities, and they have not been advocates, as Mr. Richards said, that we are definitely at a position where us as men and black men in high places have to rethink everything we've been taught. That's where, as a moderator, that's my 2 cents. Everything that we think we know as a community and as a people and how we're gonna go has to start with rethinking and with morals at the base of that. Now, let's go to cancel culture. Our next piece is...
Let me respond, man.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I mean, what you said is good about history and all that, but history is that they use that word to degrade us. They use that word to kill our ancestors. And we may used to own it, we may have a history of it, but now it's derogatory and it's destroying the mindset of our children. And until we take that away from our children, ain't nothing gonna change for our people.
But he's telling it from the royal house of David that they are the reason for being for everything that is happening globally, from Israeli to Palestine
to the cultural appropriation, because when you, as a community, know more or know better, you do better. When you realize that it was made a derogatory statement and someone else took your identity in that process and is waging wars in that, and that your tax dollars are supporting that entire system that's in there, the more we raise our consciousness, the more I believe we'll have more people that understand exactly what you're saying and agree with this panel and get our community on the right path. We want to go to cancel culture and see how cancel culture has affected us on high places. Of course, we have to speak about Cat Williams starting out the year, because that has seemed to be the falling of the so-called upper echelon of society for as music and entertainers and what we see on TV. So we want to examine what particular, how has that affected general Black men in high positions, this cancel culture.
And I will say this, I think when it comes to cancel culture, you know, we can look at everybody from Bill Cosby to R. Kelly to Diddy to everybody. I just think it just started to, I don't want to say erode our power as a people, but I think the Black men that are up there, that I don't know if they, I can't say how effectively they really use their economic base and what they're trying to do. I think they could prevent, I'll put it like this, it's always things that people can say about us that's, you know, that may not be true, especially when you get to a certain level. But I think people with money, if they did enough on the ground as dealing with the people in the community and the people that we really deal with, they could eliminate a lot of that stuff. But I think through being disconnected from not only the real culture of what's going on in Black communities, I think they can't really effectively navigate some things even when it comes to our community. So do I think it's right? No, not at all. Do I condone what they do as in some of the positions that they get in? Heck no, I don't condone that either. But I think the problem that usually people have is telling the truth, is being truthful. And I think us not having that right communication between each other and not holding each other accountable. And I tell people all the time, I support a lot of our brothers. I watch everybody from 19 Keys to Dr. Umar. And I think a lot of the problems that these guys have is lack of male accountability in their life. And I think if they had that real person that could really tell them the truth, I think we would dispel a lot of this cancel culture, because you will have people telling you, hey man, hey, check that from the beginning. And I think we don't really have that in our community. We haven't had that self accountability with each other as men. And without having that, then if you don't want nobody telling you nothing, and I had a friend and I told him about himself one time. And he said, man, I'm not going to be coming over your house no more if you're going to be trying to chastise me. And I told him, hey, that's a decision you got to make as a man. Because if you my friend, one thing I'm gonna do is tell you the truth. Like Dion say, you may not like it, but it's the truth. And I think that's how we have to operate as a community, as men, holding each other accountable, as well as elected officials. And I think at the same time, the reason why we can't hold certain elected officials accountable or other people, other races accountable, is because first, we don't hold each other accountable. And other people see that. And we seem like hypocrites to each other and to other races when we talk about all this stuff that we could be doing, but other races see us going on 3 vacations a year, traveling this, traveling that, and we not handling our place in our own community. So people don't respect that.
I definitely agree with that. If people don't see us if our children, going to what Brother Worthy said, if our children don't see, our young men don't see us holding other people accountable, who holds these reins in relationship to like the entertainment image, it ain't just that we produce the product, it's that the industry who determines what products will be able to be put in front of us, that we, sets the basis of our image that will become that we would reflect whether we're canceling or not. If we're not going to those, the industry leaders, as men, and saying, this stuff, I don't care if you got $2 billion to give them, you ain't giving them nothing because of the effect that it has on our community. That there is where, if we're going to get to the root, and if we demonstrate that as men, then it seems to me that those young men will have some kind of model to where we want their imagery to where they can get to say, because what we're seeing is that they're canceling people through the entertainment industry and making money off of just that back and forth. So they still make money off of the imagery of doing that. And that is where we would be as responsible. We have to say, not necessarily just to the young men and women who are watching this, who are getting paid by this, but going to the people who are distributing this, who are giving them the money to do this, who are regulating that say, well, we don't want that. We want this. And we're willing to pay you for that. And we're willing to pay people who be leaders, make them billionaires so that they can perpetuate this. That's what it seems to me.
Do you guys think that this cancel culture has made our community not revere our leaders or our spokesmen, so to speak, in the community?
To be honest, I think we had a gap in leadership. And I talked about this the other day. I'm 36. I didn't see any leaders in my school from elementary all the way through college. Nobody came to my schools. And that was, you think about it, after Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, and everybody, it was a gap in leadership. So I think we had about 30 years of no real substantial men really stepping up that we know of. I'm sure it was people in their own personal communities and pockets of cities, but we had nobody had really stepped up, or they haven't showed anybody to that degree that stepped up to that level, because students, they see me at every level from elementary all the way through college in my organization. So I feel like that's something that's becoming back, but I think for a long time we had a gap in leadership after a lot of people. And I talked to a lot of people around those baby boomer age, and a lot of people say they killed our leaders. And a lot of people, I think, went and just kind of lived their lives after that. They went home, lived the American dream. And I think that's when they made it easier for people to get houses. In my neighborhood, most seniors bought their houses between $30,000 to $50,000. Now them houses worth between $500,000 to $700,000. Just a property with no house on it these days in my neighborhood is worth $100,000 to $200,000, depending on the square footage. So I think they kind of made people's life comfortable, and we kind of went to sleep. Kind of when Obama first got elected, we didn't give that same due diligence we need to, I guess, our fight. That's just my 2 cents.
And if I may, and we haven't, when you said, especially when we look at, when I hear, say, your generation, because it's supposed, those people of the boomers, as people say, they made a decision to put themselves in front of the cameras and whatever in order to be considered the leaders. Today, the black press, the black now influencers, they should be the ones that be putting themselves or directing themselves to people like you and like Brother Kenneth and like Brother Glenn. I mean, they the ones that should be coming to and saying, oh, we're gonna make you the image of what black manhood should be, but they're not.
With social media, they don't need us. You don't need the work. Social media is like a shortcut to, most people not gonna say 19 Keys and other people are not doing anything because they're not doing nothing. So you can't speak to other people. So, it's, and I like those brothers, but I tell people all the time, when you think about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, we have to have a home base at where we doing our main work. Where do we live? What communities support us? Outside of just being national and international. I'm sorry, my fault.
you brought up a very good point about the gap. And as we're talking about cancel, the cancel culture, the last one that you said, Martin Luther King, and as Mr. Worthy is representative of the Black Panther Party, what they did was teach and educate, right? And when they went through the entire civil rights movement, that's the 30-year maybe gap you may be talking about. And in that time frame, you had, I guess, a lot of people that rightfully so scared to step up and speak. Everyone was getting assassinated, not just Black leaders, but Kennedy as well. So you had a moment in time where they were killing anyone that was speaking about righteousness and equality in this country. That was a form of cancel culture. As Mr. Richards said, with the social media, and as you were speaking again, the social media with this cancel culture, I want us to take a look at this 30-year gap, or 40-year really gap, maybe even 50-year gap, right, of the leadership, and has cancel culture in different forms morphed to make sure that we don't get a leader. And this new age cancel culture on social media, just another trend in canceling our leaders from being able to speak.
Nobody gonna answer it. Yeah, I think I did. It definitely is. I think you gotta find a way to quell. I think with social media, kind of like you say, information overload, we just entered into the noise. And like I say, I posted a video the other day that had Diddy in it, and it got, I want to say it got about 600 comments. It got about, 3,000 likes. It got about another 1,000 shares. Then the next time I posted about Cornel West, it got 16 likes. So in one share. So we got to know, again, it's clickbait at the end of the day, but how are we using this clickbait? I think we have to start trying to, us activists, I know RZA gets canceled a lot. We have to find a way to use this social media platform, but at the same time, remove our supporters from this platform in order to organize in a different way. And I feel like that's what we kind of doing successfully in Houston down here, is not only are we using social media, as it's socially, but we using the social to get people aware in the now and what really needs to kind of happen, as long as leading with the solution. So, and that's kind of what I try to lead people with, practical, everyday, how are we making change, everyday change within our communities. And sometimes that goes with as simple as changing some ordinances, which we're doing in my community right now.
That brings us to the last part of that, and that also works with the comment that Mr. Bodyworthy put in our chat. As you're saying, what you are doing in your community to change that narrative on social media. And as he said, we must transform the prevailing mindset of our society. Until then, meaningful change will remain elusive, making this shift the essential solution. I totally agree. So what, as you're saying, what things can we do, since social media seems to be the new platform, is where they're canceling people in the open, rather. What can we do to counteract that?
I'd say start with two things. First, there's a concept that people have forgotten about. I don't think anybody on this panel has forgotten about it, but I think a lot of people in our community, particularly our young people, I've forgotten about. It's called shame. And we're all older than 18 years old here, but I remember listening to my first Eazy-E record, 1988, and I was 15 years old, and I put it in the Walkman. I walked out the house, and I still remember it, and I walked all the way to the end of the driveway and listened to it on my headphones, because I didn't want my father to hear me listening to it, because I knew I wasn't supposed to be listening to it, because it had, I knew, so I had shame, yeah, we've had a lot done to us. This isn't like a bash us. This was done to us. But
Yes.
how are we going to get it back? We have to introduce shame, and you're going to have to start calling people out. And then the other thing is, as we do that, a lot of these people that are getting taken down, they're getting taken down to say, see, look, that's what you guys are. I just, this was your representative, and I just took them down. We have to, as we go out and stand up on our own, you never know who's looking at you. Every time you go out, however you dress, however you present yourself, make sure you present yourself in a way that when that young person is looking at you. So when I go out and I wear things and I do this and I do that, I do it for that young person, that that 12-year-old that may see me, who might say, well, what does that guy do? And I don't, I'm not saying I go out and wear suits or wear gold chains or do anything off stage. Just all those things are perfectly fine. But you don't know who you're affecting, us as men, and us as you say, men in high places and high places and principalities. But we've got to bring shame back. We've got to bring pride in yourself and accountability, and not afraid to say to somebody, hey bro, that ain't a good look. Now they might get mad and you might have to deal with the blowback and all this and that and the other, but you'll have to deal with that. But that comes with the ticket to admission. But we have, and there's a lot of these young people, they're looking for it. They're absolutely looking for it. And they're not getting it from the music because the music's not designed to give. The music used to be, and we have to get back to that and elevate those people. So I'll stop there.
I would just piggyback if we're going to move forward. And this is still piggybacking with what we were speaking with Bobby Worthy. It's going to have to be accountability. As we want to change the upper echelon, it's going to have to start at the base. And my example for that is, as we use Diddy, and I'll use Mr. Umar Johnson. Mr. Umar Johnson came on and exposed a certain aspect of the Diddy situation and said, they're trying to take down yet another black man. To me, we have to move way past that because I don't believe there's any accountability in that statement. If we're going to do, as Mr. Canty said, which I think is the solution, whether it be on social media or directly with your friend, your cousin, your brother, your sister, your mother, that accountability of saying, no, that's not right. And that Diddy, doesn't matter if he's purple, there's morals in his character. And even if he looks like me, if it's wrong, it's wrong. And that accountability or shaming or whatever how that comes across, I do believe that is the basis that will bring about a collective consciousness. So as we go from there, we are moving to our next part, which is historical context. How does the historical legacy of racism and discrimination shape the current experience of black men in high places? Not us that's dealing with it every day, but men that are supposedly in the Progressive Black Caucus or men that are in entertainment. And before I give you that, I want to say that there is a clip of Malcolm X, and this kind of goes back to what Mr. Ford said as far as our leadership is concerned. There's a clip that goes around that Malcolm X is being interviewed, and he said, what other community does the leaders or the entertainers? What other community is the singer, Nat King Cole, called upon to settle the dispute of a community, or Denzel Washington, or anyone? I think that's a very poignant for where we are right now. So the historical context.
right, everyone. We're back live again. I'm gonna pause that video and I am going to upload the rest of that as a premiere. Actually, I'm gonna upload the entire video as a premiere. And we're going to go back to our Zoom room because we have some very important guests waiting for us here. So we're gonna make sure that they're situated and ready to go. Want to go ahead and introduce to you all some very distinguished members of our nation, the Afro-Descendant Nation. Reminding everybody to give us a thumbs up, subscribe, and pass this video along. Share the video. And I want you to help me welcome Governor General Mukaram, as well as Governor General Ishmael. Pass this video along. Share the video. And I want you to help me welcome Governor General Greetings, gentlemen. Your mic is hot. Governor General.
All right, all right. First of all, applauses to you. If you did from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., 12 hours soldier strong, I'm impressed. Enjoyed it, especially with it being election day. And you've got people here listening to a Afro-descendant message and a message for Black empowerment versus being concerned about the national election. I applaud you. Super excited to be here. I told my brother Ishmael Abdul Salam, my long time, as they would say in the neighborhood, my long time road dog here with me. I really want to support him. I am on camera just to be supportive of him and be supportive of you. I applaud President Akila Mukaram. I think she did an outstanding job. Super, super prepared and delivered an outstanding message. And I just sat back and I cheered. I mean, it's okay for a brother to be a cheerleader, right? So I cheered about her message and about the poise and the preparation that she had for you. And with that, let me get in the back seat and let Governor General Ishmael Abdul Salam take this thing home.
Thank you, Governor General Johnny Mukaram, my brother. Thank you so much. Greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm honored to be a part of this whole program. I mean, I've never heard of anything ever in the reparations community that went from 10 to 10. This is a historic event, and it's been nothing but a success. I've been tuning in and checking in here, there throughout the day. And my sister, you've been going strong, and I take my hat off to you. I want to thank President Akila Mukaram for inviting me to be a part of tonight's program and to be a part of it with my brother, who we've, I mean, part of the feeling that I have tonight is that, you know, it was 1996 that we went to the United Nations as guests of the nation of Uganda. We went. It was part of a program that we were in the city of New York, and the believers in New York of the Lost Foundation of Islam with the Honorable Salas Muhammad had a UN event, and we ended up going that evening to the UN. And from that point, at that point on, little did I know that it would be a journey that would be continuing to this very day. And to see this work following behind the footsteps of the Honorable Salas Muhammad, and hearing the echoes of the Afro-descendant people, or people self-identifying as Afro-descendant, it makes me proud, as I know it makes him proud, as I know it makes my brother proud, to see this work flourishing the way it is. And to hear so many people to say, a brother was in Sudan tonight saying, I'm an Afro-descendant. And whatever he identified before that terminology, he concluded with being, I'm an Afro-descendant. And that term, that word, that identifier is being sought out throughout the world. You know, it was one time we were just concerned with it just here in the United States, but now it's echoing throughout the world. And I'm just glad to be a part of that movement. I equally honored tonight, as I was honored to be with President Akila Mukaram in the United Nations earlier this year in Geneva, Switzerland, where she gave a powerful intervention. Her commitment and vision to take on the call that we identify as Afro-descendant as a part of reparations is key. Because as Mr. Muhammad said, identification first before reparations. And to make sure that the world sees us and knows who we are specifically is critical at this time. Because we're moving in a day and time that if we don't self-identify, Afro-descendants, so-called at once Black people, descendants of slaves, will be, could be, will be, if we don't self-identify, unrecognizable throughout the world. America is becoming an immigrant society. And you can see that in this election, the national election, the power of the immigrant community and the fading impact of so-called Black people. And so now it's critical, and even more critical, that the descendants of ex-slaves, Afro-descendants, be identified, lest we be mixed and forgot about in this future of this growing immigrant community here in America, and we be replaced or be a footnote, just like the Native Americans are a footnote in American history. That's what's being played upon us today. But we have leadership and we have voices who are committed to make sure that the term Afro-descendant not only be a term that's just spoken of, but be official in the global community. And that's what our president, our leader, of the Afro-descendant nation is doing for us and what we are doing as the Afro-descendant nation. So I'm honored today. This past Saturday, we submitted a document that was called upon by the working group of experts, people of African descent. And what we submitted was a document that focused on pathways to reparations. And we listed primarily as one of the first pathways, and we chose 4 pathways, and there are many, but as the first pathway is the recognition of Afro-descendants as a global identity for African Americans in the slavery diaspora in connection with other Afro-descendants around the world. We see that as a critical component to connect our people together. And that Afro-descendant is not just a term, but it's an actual identity that symbolizes the people who have been lost of their language, their culture, and identity, and who need to be recognized for the sake of reparations. By embracing the Afro-descendant identity, it provides a powerful platform for international advocacy, facilitating global alliances aimed at dismantling structural racism and inequality. It empowers communities to reclaim their histories, cultures, and agencies while building coalitions for permanent change. We also see as a pathway is the critical point to address healthcare issues. Because one of the things that we found, and this is more of a recent pattern in the reparation struggle, that data is a critical piece of information that's needed to get reparations. And there is a lot of data that highlights medical reparations or exploitation and medical neglect against Afro-descendants here in the United States of America, as well as globally. So we want to make sure that things that happen, like the Tuskegee experiment, that was something that happened years ago. There's evidence now and research, and also there's cases where Black women are unequally treated disproportionately in hospitals, fostering mistrust in healthcare systems. There's a great history of mistrust and disproportionate events regarding healthcare. So we're seeking redress in those areas because there's collective data now. We also cite the success of the reparations commissions of Illinois, California, and New York. And these are state commissions. And Afro-descendants from the United States have taken a global leadership position because of these efforts. So now we have large commissions that are formed statewide. We don't have one nationally. And that's what the president is pushing forward now in her letter to urge Kamala Harris to get Joe Biden on his way out to form a commission. He can do that overnight. He can do that while he's sleeping. He could wake up tomorrow morning and put a commission together right away. And that's something that she's leading, and we are with her with that. We also are seeking economic justice. There are many cases now. We have data about economic marginalization of African Americans in their communities. Right there in Illinois, Afro-descendants have been successful in Evanston. And how did that take place? Because the collection of data and the utilization of that data to show and prove inequity, and then using that in the court systems